Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 351, Great Volcano 3. Chapter 351, Great Volcano 3. The contrast with the extreme heat was so great that a faint white mist formed in the air near Kirian, vapor created by the clash between his cold energy and the hot, humid air of the volcano. The elder in the scarlet robe also seemed comfortable. His fire chi was dense and stable, protecting him without apparent effort. He walked at the front of the group with firm steps, his eyes scanning the terrain ahead with the experience of someone who had been there a few times before. He stopped the group with a gesture of his hand. He announced, his deep voice carrying a severity that had not been there before. But this region is already being searched by countless groups that arrived before us. He looked at the group, evaluating each face. I think it's best if we go straight to the intermediate area. The danger is greater, much greater, but the chances of finding clues about Ming Hai's tomb also increase significantly. The groups that came before must be spread throughout the outer area. Silence. Many disciples glanced at each other. Kirian saw fear in their eyes, the rational fear of those who knew what was coming. The intermediate area was known for housing lava beasts far more powerful than those in the outer area. The heat was infernal, enough to cause serious harm to poorly prepared fire cultivators. Even so, no one objected. They were behind schedule. The other groups must already be far ahead. Perhaps they had even found something important. Pan Zheng murmured, resigned, his head lowered. The elder nodded, satisfied with the obedience. The group moved forward, now climbing slightly along the lower slopes of the great mountain. The incline was not steep, but the effort of walking on unstable terrain, combined with the suffocating heat, made each step feel heavier than it really was. Crossing the outer area was not peaceful. Although it was the safest zone of the three, a relative term considering the environment. The place teemed with hostile life. The local beasts were aggressive and territorial, and saw the group of intruders as a threat to be eliminated. First, they encountered a pack of ash firehounds. They were beasts the size of large wolves, with fur made not of hair, but of living embers that glowed faintly in the dimness of the smoke. Their eyes were burning coal, their jaws filled with obsidian teeth capable of crushing stone. 3 of them attacked the group's right flank, leaping from the shadows behind a rock formation. The cultivators reacted quickly. Pan Zheng was the first to move, his flaming sword cutting through the air in a red arc that decapitated the first hound. 2 other disciples followed him, taking down the remaining hounds with coordinated techniques. Kirian did not need to intervene. He watched, evaluating the efficiency of the cultivators' movements. They were not exceptional, but they were not bad either. Pan Zheng, in particular, had talent. Shortly after, a crawling lava serpent emerged from a fissure in the ground. The creature was enormous. The length of 6 men stretched out, and its body was covered in black and red scales that glowed with internal heat. It spat a jet of molten magma directly into the center of the group. 2 disciples were forced to retreat quickly, their chi barriers hissing under the attack. The elder moved with impressive speed. He appeared in front of the serpent in the blink of an eye and crushed the beast's head with a single punch wrapped in flaming chi. The serpent's skull shattered like glass. Kirian observed everything in silence. He had no intention of helping for now. These were weak beasts, easily killed by any average group of cultivators. Pan Zheng's group could handle them without him. Then came the attack that involved him directly. The ground trembled slightly beneath his feet. It was a subtle tremor, almost imperceptible, something most cultivators would ignore as just another instability of volcanic terrain. Kirian did not ignore it. His instinct, sharpened by countless battles and intense training, screamed a warning an instant before the danger materialized. A claw made of molten rock and liquid lava burst from the ground, trying to grab his left ankle. The beast slowly emerged from the earth. It was an armored magma mole, a segmented body covered in thick volcanic rock plates that provided exceptional protection, and a massive mouth filled with flaming teeth capable of melting steel. Kyrian did not retreat. He did not move even an inch backward. He didn't need to. In an almost imperceptible motion, he condensed ice chi using his eyes. The cold energy gathered in his right palm, forming a single spike of ice, thin as a sewing needle, yet shining like polished crystal. He launched it. The spike shot forward with astonishing speed, cutting through the hot air with a sharp sonic crack. The mole had no time to react. The spike pierced directly through the beast's skull, passing through the armored plates as if they were made of wet paper. The volcanic rock shattered. The flesh beneath was instantly frozen. The mole let out a sharp screech, a piercing sound that rang in everyone's ears before convulsing and collapsing to the ground, dead before its body even touched the surface. The entire group stopped for a second. All eyes were fixed on Kyrian, on the ice spike dissolving into white mist, on the still-smoking body of the mole, and on the snowflake eyes of the young man who had killed the beast with a single strike. Kyrian thought. Pan Zhang's eyes widened, his surprise barely contained. He murmured, almost in disbelief. Other disciples whispered among themselves. Even the elder frowned. His eyes narrowed as he studied Kyrian from a new perspective. Chapter 352, Great Volcano 4. Chapter 352, Great Volcano 4. The elder said nothing. His gaze toward Kyrian remained one of disdain, or perhaps it was simply the stubbornness of an old man who did not like to admit he was wrong about someone. But Kyrian noticed that the elder took a little longer in his calculations before giving the next order. The elder ordered, turning forward. They moved on. During the following hours, they faced more encounters. A swarm of aerial fire fish, strange creatures that flew low, with translucent bodies filled with liquid flames, attacked from above, spitting jets of concentrated fire. The group had to scatter to avoid the bombardment. A pair of igneous stone gorillas guarded the entrance to a small cave. The creatures were enormous, with arms as thick as tree trunks and fists capable of crushing rock. The elder faced one, while Pan Zheng and two other disciples distracted the second. And a carnivorous plant, called Hellflower, nearly burned two disciples to death. Its petals, when shaken, exploded into a shower of incandescent sparks that could pierce unprepared chi barriers. Kyrian froze the flames of one of those explosions with a glance, creating a curtain of vapor that protected the group's flank. It was the first time he acted directly in defense of the others, not because he cared about them, but because the explosion would have hit him as well. Kyrian acted 2 more times during that period. The first froze the flames of a dual attack from 2 fire fish targeting the right flank. His ice neutralized the fire midair, creating a cloud of vapor that temporarily blinded the beasts. The second created a temporary ice barrier, a thin but resilient wall that allowed the group to cross an area of unstable ground that released jets of superheated steam at random intervals. The barrier blocked 2 consecutive bursts before dissipating, enough time for everyone to pass. Each time he used his chi, the contrast between the extreme cold and the volcano's heat created clouds of white vapor that rose dramatically into the air, like small clouds being born out of nothing. The weaker members of the group looked at Kyrian with a mixture of gratitude and reverence. The stronger ones showed cautious respect. Even those who had doubted him at the beginning started to reconsider. After nearly 6 hours of constant progress, with occasional fights and brief pauses to recover chi, the group finally reached the edge of the intermediate area. No announcement was needed. Anyone could feel the difference. The heat increased several times in intensity. It was no longer a heat felt only on the skin. It was a heat that burned from within, that made the lungs ache with every breath, that caused the eyes to water from sheer environmental aggression. The air seemed to burn the lungs. Each breath brought not only oxygen, but also particles of hot ash and gases that irritated the respiratory system. Wide fissures in the ground released toxic and corrosive vapor, a dense white gas that made the skin tingle, even through chi barriers. Kyrian felt his ice barrier working harder to neutralize the corrosive effect. Everyone, except Kyrian and the Elder, activated full defenses. Flaming chi shields enveloped their bodies, visibly consuming more energy. Some were already showing signs of fatigue, slumped shoulders, heavy breathing, and unfocused eyes. Thick ash began to fall from the sky like black snow. It was not the fine ash of the outer area that dispersed easily. These were larger, heavier fragments that struck the chi barriers with small crackling sounds. Visibility dropped to less than 30 meters ahead. The hot wind carried the distant sound of rocks cracking under extreme heat, dry, irregular snaps, and the low roar of larger beasts, much larger than those they had faced so far. The Elder stopped at the invisible line that seemed to separate the two areas. He turned to the group. His expression was grave, devoid of the relaxed authority he had shown before. He said, his voice carrying a severity that made it clear he was not joking, "Maintain formation. Do not stray for any reason." The disciples nodded, faces tense. Pan Zheng, who stood beside Kyrian, seemed to hesitate for a moment. He looked at his companions, then at the Elder, then at Kyrian. He began, his voice low. "Would you be able to share some of your ice chi with us from here on?" He did not finish the sentence. His eyes asked for help, but his mouth could not fully articulate the request. Perhaps out of embarrassment for asking help from someone they had hired. Perhaps out of fear that Kyrian would refuse. Kyrian looked at the group. The disciples were already using the full extent of their strength to maintain their chi barriers. Sweat streamed down their faces in steady lines. Some trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhaustion. Then he looked at Pan Zheng again. The young man in the scarlet robe seemed genuinely uneasy. It was not just fear of the danger ahead. It was genuine concern for his companions. He wanted to protect them, even knowing he did not have the strength to do so. From all the conversation they had during the run, from the stories Pan Zheng told, from the respect he showed even when he didn't have to, and from a personality Kyrian somewhat approved of, he decided to help. Without warning, his eyes shone. The sky blue of his irises, along with the white of his snowflake-shaped pupils, intensified. A cold energy spread in all directions around Kyrian, not like a violent wave, but like a smooth, controlled tide. The cold mist enveloped the entire group. Where it passed, the extreme heat retreated. The air, once suffocating, became breathable. The ash falling from the sky seemed to lose part of its temperature, striking the chi barriers with less force. White vapor rose from everywhere, from the disciples' skin, from their clothes, from the ground beneath their feet. It was the clash between Kyrian's cold and the volcano's heat, transformed into clouds rising toward the hazy sky. The disciples sighed in relief. Some closed their eyes for a moment, enjoying the coolness. Others looked at Kyrian with evident gratitude. A few even gave subtle bows. Said Pan Zheng, his voice full of sincerity. Kyrian did not respond. He simply continued walking, his ice energy pulsing gently, creating a zone of comfort that would protect the group as they crossed the intermediate area. Chapter 353, Great Volcano 5. Chapter 353, Great Volcano 5. The Elder observed the white mist that enveloped the entire group, his eyes half narrowed in an expression that wavered between reluctant surprise and poorly concealed irritation. The visible relief among the cultivators, deep sighs, shoulders relaxing, breathing becoming calmer, only increased his discontent. The low sound escaped his mouth, almost a grunt of disapproval. He said nothing more, but the disdain was as clear as crystal water. He did not want to admit, perhaps not even to himself, that Kyrian's help was being extremely useful to the entire group. Kyrian noticed the hostility. It was not open anger. There was no killing intent or desire for conflict. It was something smaller, more petty, the kind of antipathy born from wounded pride. The Elder did not like being outdone, especially not by someone younger and of seemingly inferior cultivation. Without changing his cold expression, Kyrian adjusted his intent. The area of ice chi surrounding the group receded slightly in a specific direction. The cold mist continued protecting all the cultivators, creating a comfortable refuge in the middle of the volcanic hell, enveloping each of them in a subtle layer of freshness that contrasted with the oppressive heat. The elder was deliberately left out. The older man felt the change immediately. The extreme heat pressed against him with full force again, as if a protective wall had been removed only around him. A drop of sweat ran down his temple, something rare for someone at the fourth stage of the core formation realm, accustomed to controlling his own body with precision. He shot a sharp look at Kyrian, but the young man with snowflake-shaped eyes did not even turn his face in his direction. He simply continued walking, his expression serene, as if nothing had happened. The elder ground his teeth. He did not complain. Pride would not allow it. How could he ask for something he had just disdained moments before? He simply kept walking, his fire chi barrier working more intensely to compensate for the absence of the cold mist. The group moved forward, venturing deeper into the intermediate area of the great volcano. This time, something had changed in the group's dynamic. The disciples naturally made space for Kyrian. He walked just behind the elder, almost beside him, occupying a position that previously belonged to Pan Zheng or other more experienced disciples. No one questioned it. After the displays of strength, the ice spike that pierced the armored mole, the barriers that blocked jets of fire, and the cold mist that protected them from the heat, even the most skeptical recognized that he deserved to be there. Pan Zheng discreetly approached Kyrian as they climbed a cracked slope where slow, glowing lava flowed. The terrain was unstable, and every step required caution. He began, his voice low so the others would not hear. You must be spending a large amount of chi to protect yourself and all of us. If you need a rest, let me know. Kyrian looked at him for a moment. The young man in the scarlet robe seemed genuinely concerned. It was not just the fear of losing a useful ally. There was something more there. Respect, admiration, and something close to camaraderie. Even though he was the one who had hired Kyrian's services, Pan Zheng did not treat the relationship as a simple business transaction. Kyrian nodded briefly. That won't be necessary. It was true. With two formed cores, his chi reserves were immense, far greater than those of a normal first-stage cultivator. The intent of ice made his chi pure and efficient, and the perfect control of his ice eyes allowed him to maintain the cooled area without excessive effort. He could sustain that for days without truly getting tired. Pan Zheng seemed relieved, but he continued to watch Kyrian with growing admiration. There was something about that man, his strange eyes, his supernatural calm, the way he faced the infernal heat as if it were a cool breeze, that deeply intrigued him. The following hours were filled with steady progress and frequent battles. In the intermediate area, the beasts were far more numerous and powerful than in the outer region. The intense heat and the density of fire chi created a perfect environment for creatures adapted to extreme conditions. A blazing obsidian scorpion attacked the center of the group. The creature was enormous, its body measuring more than 4 meters in length, and its black carapace shone like polished glass. Its tail, raised in an attack stance, spat a fiery venom that burned everything in its path. The elder was forced to fight seriously. His flaming palm techniques exploded against the scorpion's carapace, and after several intense blows, he managed to split the creature in half. Half of the beast's body fell to one side, the other half to the other, still twitching for a few seconds before going still. Soon after, a pair of winged lava eagles dove from the smoke-darkened sky. The birds were majestic and terrifying. Their feathers were not feathers, but blades of incandescent volcanic rock, and their claws glowed with such intense heat that the air around them distorted. They targeted the weaker disciples, those in the intermediate stages of chi liberation. Kyrian raised his hand. An ice barrier formed in the air, a translucent and gleaming surface that expanded rapidly, covering the disciples like an invisible shield. The eagles collided against the barrier, their flaming claws hissing violently against the ice. Vapor exploded in all directions. One of the eagles recoiled, confused. The other persisted. Kyrian froze, its wings mid-flight. The ice spread through the bird's rock feathers like a silver plague, making them heavy and brittle. The eagle tried to flap its wings, but they did not respond. It fell like a stone, shattering against the rocks below with a wet sound. The second eagle, seeing the fate of its companion, retreated and disappeared into the smoke. On another occasion, the group almost fell into a natural trap. The ground gave way beneath the feet of 3 disciples, revealing a pit of bubbling magma that emitted such intense heat that the air around it trembled. The disciples screamed, their arms flailing in the void, already feeling the magma's heat burning through their chi barriers. Kyrian reacted instantly. Threads of icy chi extended from his hand like tendrils of white light. They wrapped around the 3 disciples' waists, arms, and legs, pulling them back to solid ground with a sharp and precise motion. The magma, sensing the ice chi, reacted violently. An explosion of white, scalding vapor burst from the pit, obscuring everyone's vision for a few seconds. When the vapor dissipated, the disciples were lying on the ground, panting but alive. One of them murmured, still dazed. Kyrian did not respond. He simply kept walking. Chapter 354, Great Volcano 6. Chapter 354, Great Volcano 6. Each time Kyrian acted, the group's respect grew. No one spoke openly, especially in front of the elder, who was already showing jealousy at the attention Kyrian received, but the looks said everything. The disciples exchanged meaningful glances among themselves, small nods, and discreet smiles. The elder continued fighting with full strength against the more dangerous beasts. A magmatic stone golem, nearly 5 meters tall, demanded almost 10 minutes of intense combat from him. Blows that made the ground tremble, and fire techniques exploding against the creature's stone shell. When it ended, the man was panting. He tried to hide it, straightening his shoulders and forcing an expression of indifference. But Kyrian saw the heavy breathing, the sweat running down his neck, and the slight tremor in his hands. The elder was not weak, but he was at his limit. At the end of the day, after countless confrontations, the group had not found any sign of an ancient structure. No tomb, no inscriptions, no artifact. Only beasts, flaming carnivorous plants, natural traps, and a suffocating heat that gave no respite. Without Kyrian's constant protection, the cold mist that neutralized the extreme heat, the barriers that blocked unexpected attacks, and the rescues that saved lives, several disciples would have died. The sun had set long ago. The great volcano, however, did not grow completely dark. The reddish glow of lava flowing through distant fissures, combined with the reflection of the hot ash that constantly fell, kept everything in an infernal dimness, like the eternal twilight of a burning world. The elder ordered a halt. Rest for 2 hours. Recover your chi. The cultivators obeyed. They sat in a circle on relatively stable ground, taking restorative pills and meditating. Even at night, the heat was suffocating. The elder kept a closed expression, lips pressed into a thin line, clearly frustrated with the lack of progress. Kyrian sat a bit apart from the main circle. He simply closed his eyes for a few minutes. Pan Zheng approached again. He whispered, sitting beside the young man with ice eyes. Be careful at night. During the night, common beasts hide underground. But at night, they come out to hunt. He looked around, as if afraid of being overheard. They have fire energy like the others, but they're different. Silent. Almost invisible. His voice dropped even lower. Kyrian nodded. He didn't say what he saw. 8 dark presences surrounded the group at a safe distance, hidden behind rock formations and within fissures in the ground. Nocturnal beasts, agile, silent, patient, waiting for the ideal moment to strike. The strongest among them was in the core formation realm. From the vibrations of its chi, Kyrian judged it to be almost at the same level as the elder. Kyrian didn't warn anyone. Fear only hinders combat. Besides, he was growing impatient. He wanted to reach the inner areas soon. He had no intention of wasting time with nocturnal beasts that could be eliminated silently. Without anyone noticing, above their heads, 8 spears of ice materialized in the dense darkness. They were thin as Kirian's pinky finger, but sharp like spiritual iron needles. Their surface glowed faintly, reflecting the reddish glow of distant lava. Each one was filled with pure intent and dense chi enough to pierce steel. The spears shot forward simultaneously. They cut through the air like silent shadows. There was no whistle, no flash, only the fast, lethal motion of 8 ice projectiles flying toward 8 invisible targets. Behind the rocks, within the fissures, the nocturnal beasts died before realizing what hit them. Sharp cries echoed through the night, short, abruptly cut off. The sound of bodies falling against stone, of limbs twitching in final spasms. The entire group stood up in alert. Weapons were drawn. Flaming chi ignited in fists and blades. Pan Zheng and the elder looked around, tense, their senses stretched to the limit. But nothing appeared. No enemy emerged from the darkness. No attack came their way. Only the cries, and then silence. Murmured a disciple, his voice trembling. Suggested another, clearly trying to convince himself. Pan Zheng said nothing. He looked at Kirian. Kirian remained seated, expression neutral, his snowflake-shaped eyes fixed on the dark horizon. There was no tension in his shoulders, no strain in his breathing. He seemed as calm as someone sitting in a garden on a cool afternoon. The elder also looked at Kirian. His eyes narrowed, but he made no accusations. What could he say? That would sound like madness, ordered the elder after a long silence. The group obeyed, though with less calm than before. The night dragged on. Visibility was terrible. The thick ash falling from the sky reduced vision to less than 20 meters. But Kirian led the way with confidence, his ice eyes piercing through the darkness and smoke as if they were glass. Surprisingly, they encountered no more beasts for the rest of the night. What should have been the most dangerous period, when the most active nocturnal creatures hunted, became almost peaceful. The disciples walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Some whispered quietly, finding it strange. Strange. Pan Zheng listened to the comments without participating. He looked at Kirian with growing suspicion, something forming in his mind. But he said nothing. He had no proof. And even if he did, he didn't know if he wanted to make the accusation. The night dragged on between ash, heat, and tense silence. When the first sign of dawn tinted the sky a lighter red, not the blue of a normal sunrise, but an orange glow seeping through the smoke, the group had advanced considerably. Even so, no significant discovery. Kirian walked in silence, his thoughts calm. They won't risk the inner one so soon. Something told him that nothing important would be found there. The beasts, the traps, the heat, all of it was just the surface. The true inheritance, if it existed, would be deeper, closer to the heart of the volcano. He decided. Pan Zheng and the others were good people, especially the young man in the scarlet robe. But Kirian didn't like to explore slowly. Kirian had not come to the great volcano to walk in circles in the intermediate zone. He came out of interest, a small curiosity about Minghai, and now about the spirit that might exist there. If there was something there, Kirian was confident he would find it. Alone, if necessary. The exploration of the intermediate area continued for a few more hours. The terrain became increasingly unstable, with wide fissures releasing corrosive vapor and stretches of ground that seemed to pulse as if they had a life of their own. The group moved slowly, their energies increasingly drained as they went deeper into the area and climbed the great volcano. Suddenly, Kirian stopped. His body became completely still, his snowflake eyes fixed ahead. Everyone stopped immediately behind him, wondering why he had suddenly halted. They all now followed his movements due to his ice domain and the respect they had for him. The elder, who was walking a few steps ahead, frowned and turned when he felt everyone had stopped without his order. He asked, his voice filled with impatience. Kirian answered directly, without looking away. There are 10 people ahead, coming toward us at high speed. Pan Zheng asked quickly, stepping closer. Kirian answered without hesitation. About 8 minutes of running at their current pace. They're exhausted. Many were surprised that Kyrian could see someone so far away through such dense ash, but no one commented. They had already realized that Kyrian's eyes were special. A murmur spread through the group. The elder narrowed his eyes, clearly skeptical, but he did not dismiss the information. After everything he had seen Kyrian do so far, ignoring him would be foolish. The elder ordered, drawing his sword. Défensive formation. If they are survivors from another group, they might bring useful information. Kyrian remained still, watching the distant vibrations. Whoever they were running as if hell itself were chasing them. And something stronger followed them. Something large enough to make the ground tremble slightly every few seconds. Kyrian couldn't see what was chasing those people. He assumed whatever it was underground. Whatever was coming, the boredom of the intermediate area seemed about to end. Chapter 355, Five-Horned Lava Lizard. Chapter 355, Five-Horned Lava Lizard. Kyrian and the group remained standing in a defensive formation, all looking in the indicated direction. Weapons were drawn, flaming chi shining around their bodies like small suns of war. The air, already hot and suffocating, seemed even heavier with the tension that gathered like clouds before a storm. No one spoke. Only the distant sound of the wind carrying hot ash and the growing tremor in the ground filled the silence. A silence that was not peace but tension. A calm before the storm. The elder frowned as he felt the vibrations beneath his feet. The tremor increased gradually, intensifying with each second, as if something colossal were approaching underground, moving with a slowness that did not match its size. Pan Zheng approached him cautiously, his voice low but urgent. "Elder, maybe we should retreat. If they're running desperately, something truly powerful must be behind them." This tremor, several disciples murmured in agreement, nervous glances sweeping through the group. Some already held their weapons with trembling hands. Others took deep breaths, try to calm themselves. The elder, however, crossed his arms over his chest, his expression arrogant. "No, we'll wait here." His voice was firm, filled with pride. "Even if it's a powerful beast, fighting together, I don't believe we can defeat it. This is still the intermediate area, after all." Despite the confident words, concern was visible on the faces of the other cultivators. They exchanged looks among themselves, seeking comfort in each other's presence. Only Kyrian's supernatural calm, standing like a statue of ice in the middle of the volcanic hell, his snowflake eyes fixed on the horizon, brought a minimum of reassurance to some. He did not tremble. He did not sweat. He did not breathe faster. He only observed. They waited. 3 minutes later, the first desperate screams echoed in the distance. They were not screams of pain. They were screams of pure human terror, the kind of sound only someone fleeing imminent death can produce. 5 minutes later, the tremor became so intense that some disciples lost their balance, having to support themselves on each other to avoid falling. Small stones jumped from the ground, as if the earth itself had a fever. Cracks opened in the volcanic soil, some releasing superheated steam. Kyrian observed everything with heightened focus. There was indeed something running beneath the ground behind the 10 approaching cultivators. He could see its presence now, a dense mass that melted the ground behind the 10, so concentrated it seemed like a second sun buried beneath the earth. But the creature did not appear to be attacking the fugitives directly, only chasing. That was strange. Normally, beasts that powerful would attack without hesitation, slaughtering their prey with ferocity. Why only chase? Kyrian stored the question in his mind. Perhaps the answer would come soon. The screams grew closer. Finally, the 10 cultivators entered the field of view of Kyrian's group. They ran like madmen, their clothes torn and burned in several places. Their faces were covered in sweat, ash, and blood. Some wounds seemed fresh, others already charred by the extreme heat. It was a miracle they were still standing. When they spotted the group ahead, brief relief appeared in their eyes, for just a second. Before the elder could open his mouth to ask what was happening, The relief on the fugitives' faces turned into renewed terror. One of them shouted, his voice hoarse from screaming. Another yelled, gesturing frantically. Quick! They passed through Kirian's group like a storm, not slowing down even for a moment. Some shoved cultivators who were frozen in fear. No one complained. At that same moment, the elder in the scarlet robe visibly paled. His face, once full of arrogance and pride, turned white as paper. Pure terror took over his features, erasing any trace of the confidence he had displayed minutes earlier. Without saying a word, he bolted in the same direction as the other 10, using all the speed of a 4-degree stage core formation cultivator. He abandoned the group he led without looking back. The disciples hesitated for less than half a second. Then, they followed his example. Collective panic took hold of everyone. They ran as if death itself were at their heels, and perhaps it was. Each of them released the maximum of their chi to increase their speed, turning into flaming blurs that disappeared in the opposite direction. The name of the beast was a death sentence. Panzheng was the only one who hesitated. He paused for a moment, turning toward Kirian, who remained completely still in the same place as before. The young man's ice eyes glowed in the red dimness, his expression as calm as if he were contemplating a simple landscape. Kirian, run! Panzheng shouted, his voice trembling with a mixture of terror and desperation. It's a beast with dragon blood. Kirian did not move. He did not respond. He simply continued looking toward the approaching danger. Fear prevailed. Panzheng did not wait for an answer. He turned and ran after the others, his feet striking the volcanic ground with desperate force. He looked back only once, his expression anguished, a silent plea in his eyes. Then he disappeared into the ash-filled mist. Kirian did not move. Now alone, he closed his eyes for a second and took a deep breath. The hot air filled his lungs, but his ice energy protected him from discomfort. When he opened his eyes again, his snowflake-shaped pupils shone with an intensity that had not been there before. A terrifying intent of ice burst from his body, spreading in all directions like a silent wave. He channeled a large amount of chi, more than he had used during the entire exploration until that moment, and directed it into the ground in front of him. The sound of ice forming echoed like broken bells. The ground before him froze instantly. Not just the rocky, uneven surface, but also the layers beneath, a solid mass of ice extending for dozens of meters in a fan shape, creating a translucent and gleaming barrier that defied the infernal heat of the volcano. The extreme cold rose from the ground, meeting the hot, humid air. Massive clouds of white vapor formed immediately, rising in turbulent spirals like a wall of clouds. Kirian wanted to force the beast to surface, and he hit perfectly. A deafening roar exploded from beneath the earth. The sound was so powerful it made the surrounding rocks vibrate and crack. Pieces of stone broke off nearby formations, falling to the ground with dry crashes. The ground shook violently, and the ice Kirian had created trembled, cracks forming across its surface. Then, the creature emerged. Chapter 356, Five-Horned Lava Lizard 2. Chapter 356, Five-Horned Lava Lizard 2. First, a large dark red spike, sharp like a war spear, broke through the frozen surface. The ice around it hissed, melting upon contact with the spike's extreme heat. Then, a colossal claw emerged. It was covered in dark red and black scales that seemed to absorb the light around them, as if they were made of solidified lava. The claws at the tip of the paw were as long as swords and glowed with an intense orange heat. Next, the entire body began to emerge. The five-horned lava lizard was gigantic. Kirian estimated its length at nearly 25 meters, perhaps more, considering part of its tail was still submerged. Its body was muscular and elongated, covered with thick scales that overlapped like plates of armor. Each scale glowed faintly, pulsing with an internal heat that distorted the air around it. 5 curved, flaming horns sprouted from its head. They were not like ordinary horns. They were made of a material that seemed to be both bone and lava at the same time, a translucent substance that glowed from within. Each horn pulsed with dense fire chi, as if they were antennas channeling the power of fire directly. The lizard's eyes were pools of molten magma, red and black, with slit-shaped pupils, locking on Kyrian with an intelligence that was both animalistic and ancient. Kyrian clearly felt its strength, peak of the core formation realm, extremely close to spiritual awakening, perhaps only a single step, a single breakthrough away. A beast that, under normal conditions, would terrify any group of cultivators in that region, no matter how well prepared they were. And there was more. A crushing pressure descended upon Kyrian the moment the lizard fully emerged and fixed its flaming eyes on him. It was not just brute strength. It was something primal, superior. It was the essence, the presence of a noble and ancient lineage. Dragon blood. The pressure did not come from the creature's chi, but from its very essence. It was an overwhelming will that demanded submission, that commanded any living being to kneel, tremble, and accept its inferiority. Truly powerful, Kyrian thought. The pressure lasted less than a second. Kyrian's snowflake-shaped eyes shone brighter. It was a reactive glow, an unconscious response from his eyes. His special eyes, whose true origin Kyrian did not fully understand, dispersed the draconic pressure as if it had never existed. The weight that tried to force him to bow simply vanished, nullified by something superior. Kyrian remained standing, upright, without any sign of submission. His eyes did not leave the lizard's. A faint cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips, a real smile, something rare. Curiosity burned within him. It was not fear. It was not hesitation. It was pure excitement, the anticipation of a true challenge, of a battle that would test the limits of his eyes. In the Blood Library, Kyrian had read about dragons. Ancient divine beasts, considered extinct for hundreds of thousands of years, dominated the skies and the earth with absolute power. It was said that a single adult dragon could destroy the most powerful sex alone, and that its mere presence made entire kingdoms tremble. Encountering a beast with even a drop of that blood was a rare opportunity, something few cultivators would ever experience in their lives. Kyrian would not waste it. The five-horned lava lizard tilted its head. The gesture was almost human in its curiosity. For the first time in a long time, perhaps ever, its draconic presence had not made a prey kneel. The pressure that came from its blood, which made other cultivators tremble and flee, had simply been ignored. Instead of terror, the small human before it looked at it with genuine interest. His eyes shone not with fear, but with something more dangerous. Excitement and curiosity. It was the gaze of a predator evaluating another. The monster roared again. The sound made the air vibrate like a giant drum, and the ash in the air scattered with the shockwave. The roar was a challenge, a declaration of territory, and a warning. Kyrian did not retreat. He took a step forward. The ice beneath his feet spread even further, extending in all directions like a white mantle over the black earth. The cold mist emanating from his body intensified, wrapping around him like an invisible armor. His eyes slowly rotated, condensing ice chi in increasingly greater amounts. He murmured, his calm voice echoing in the chaos around him. The challenge was accepted. The five-horned lizard lunged forward, its massive body moving with a speed that contrasted with its size. Flames escaped between its scales, and each step left melted marks on the stone ground. Kyrian raised his right hand. Crystals of ice began to rise from the ground around him, forming a forest of white spikes that glowed with a pale blue light. The contrast between the absolute cold he emanated and the infernal heat of the volcano was spectacular. Dense white clouds spiraled upward as the two elements collided, creating a display of vapor and light. The battle was about to begin, and Kyrian, for the first time in a long while, felt truly excited to fight. In the distance, the fleeing group heard the second deafening roar. The sound made some of them stumble, others covered their ears with their hands. The elder did not look back. He kept running, his eyes fixed on the horizon. His only goal was to escape. Han Zheng, however, looked back. He saw the clouds of white vapor rising in the distance, the blue glow of ice contrasting with the red of the volcano. He could not see Kirian. It was too far, but he knew he was still there. Frustration ran across Pan Zheng's face. He whispered, his voice breaking. No one responded. They were all too busy running, too busy trying to save their own skin. Pan Zheng kept running, but something in his chest had changed. It was no longer just fear, but also the feeling of weakness. None of them imagined that, in the center of the intermediate area, the young man in the blue ice robe was facing alone one of the most feared, rare, and ancient beasts said to be extinct from the inner area of the great volcano. And he was smiling while doing it. Chapter 357, Five-Horned Lava Lizard 3. Chapter 357, Five-Horned Lava Lizard 3. The five-horned lava lizard charged forward. Its colossal body exploded forward with an absurd speed for something of its size. The volcanic ground shattered beneath its paws, creating craters with every step. Lava and molten rocks were thrown into the air like fragments from a continuous explosion, while its draconic presence filled the entire region like a living storm. Kirian did not move immediately. He simply observed, his snowflake-shaped eyes spinning slowly, glowing brighter and brighter as enormous quantities of chi were drawn from his two cores. The energy of ice flowed through his eyes like a frozen river, preparing for the storm that was about to come. Focus. Kirian focused completely on the battle. The world around him slowed down even further. It was not a technique, but a state of awareness that Kirian had naturally acquired to focus during his fights. The heat currents in the air, visible like distortions in the atmosphere. The flow of magma beneath the earth, pulsing like the veins of a sleeping giant. The movement of the lizard's muscles, every fiber contracting before motion. Everything became even more absurdly clear before his eyes. At that moment, his eyes were not merely a source of cold power. They were also the source of the already well-known, absurd, innate perception of his eyes. Then, the ground exploded beneath Kirian. A colossal claw lunged forward, wrapped in fire and magma, crushing the place where he had been an instant earlier. The impact created a shockwave that shattered rocks within dozens of meters. Kirian dodged like a blue ice phantom. His body slid dozens of meters backward in one fluid movement. Countless layers of ice appeared automatically before him, not to block, but to confuse, to create visual barriers that disrupted the beast's line of attack. At the same time, the ice crystals he had prepared earlier shot toward the lizard. Dozens of blade-sharp projectiles struck the creature's body. The scales glowed with an intense red light. The flames naturally escaping from its body evaporated the crystals before they could even pierce its natural armor. The ice barriers Kirian had raised between them exploded one after another as the beast tore through everything using pure physical strength. It was as though they had been made of glass, not ice reinforced with chi. The impact of each barrier breaking made the entire air vibrate. Kirian narrowed his eyes. Kirian had already fought opponents stronger than himself many times before. He was already used to it, but there was something different about that lizard. It was not merely brute force, but the sensation of standing before a power that should not exist at that cultivation level. That was the power of dragon blood, even if only a minuscule amount of it. The lizard roared. The sound shook the nearby mountains, echoing through the intermediate area like continuous thunder. Rocks broke loose from the surrounding slopes, rolling downhill. Then the creature charged again. This time, Kirian raised both hands. An enormous wall of ice rose before him, not a thin barrier like the previous ones, but a wall as thick as the fortifications of an ancient fortress. Kirian poured an absurd quantity of ice chi into it, layer after layer, solidifying within seconds. The lizard's head collided against the wall. Cracks instantly spread across the surface of the ice. The sound of the collision was deafening. The ice endured for less than a second. Then it exploded into thousands of brilliant fragments that flew in every direction like shards from a bomb. But that less than a second was enough. Kyrian took advantage of that moment. The ground froze violently around the lizard's paws. Thick layers of ice, not only on the surface but beneath it as well, spread across the beast's body like frozen chains, attempting to restrict every movement. White vapor rose in enormous quantities, forming dense clouds that partially obscured vision. In the next instant, the lizard's scales glowed with a brilliant, intense red. The ice melted instantly, not gradually, not layer by layer. It simply vanished, transformed into vapor by the wave of heat emanating from the beast's body. The monstrous heat coming from within the creature made even the ice created by Kyrian seem fragile. Kyrian's eyes glowed even more intensely. His chi circulated furiously through the two cores deep within his eyes. An absurd quantity of ice energy began condensing around him. The air grew drastically colder. Frozen crystals began appearing in the volcano's red sky, as though winter itself were being born within hell. The lizard seemed to sense the danger. Its magma-like eyes locked onto Kyrian, and something changed in its posture. What had once been a predator playing with its prey was now becoming a serious combatant. The beast opened its mouth. Magma erupted. An incandescent torrent crossed the battlefield like a destructive river, vaporizing everything in its path. The heat was so intense that Kyrian could feel his skin tingling even from dozens of meters away. Kyrian stomped his foot against the ground. 5, 10, 20. 20 ice barriers appeared simultaneously before him, each thicker than the last, each positioned at a different angle to disperse the impact. The first ones evaporated instantly, transformed into vapor before the magma could even fully strike them. The next ones exploded, shattering into fragments that fused with the stream of fire. The last barriers cracked violently before being destroyed by the monstrous pressure of the magma. Kyrian retreated without pause, using the smallest movements possible to evade the destructive waves. Every step is calculated and precise. Even so, the heat reached his body. Part of the sleeve of his blue robe began to burn, the edges of the fabric curling and turning gray. Even with Kyrian protecting himself from the heat using the cold from his eyes. Kyrian felt the heat against his skin, not enough to burn him yet, but enough for him to know it was close. Chapter 358, Five-Horned Lava Lizard 4. Chapter 358, Five-Horned Lava Lizard 4. The lizard gave him no rest. The ground trembled violently, and a shock wave spread in all directions. A moment later, Kyrian realized that the lizard had disappeared. The creature had already plunged underground again, opening a smoking crater where its paws had once stood. Kyrian's ice eyes spun rapidly, sweeping across the terrain around him, searching for any sign of the beast. Nothing. Then, Kyrian felt a terrible sense of danger coming from behind him. He could not see beneath the earth, but he felt the vibration suddenly emerge. Kyrian turned instantly, but the colossal tail of the lizard was already before him. Too fast. The tail of the five-horned lava lizard was not like the tail of an ordinary beast. It was covered in volcanic bone spikes, each one glowing with heat, and it moved with a speed that violently contrasted with the creature's size, a speed Kyrian could not evade. Kyrian turned serious instantly. There was no time to flee, no time to create complex barriers or elaborate strategies. There was only one possible move. He raised both hands. A gigantic and perfect armor of ice condensed over his body in an instant, thick as tree trunks and dense as crystal formed over countless years. Every inch of his skin was covered by overlapping layers of Kyrian forced ice. The tail struck Kyrian directly. The impact was terrifying. The ice exploded with dozens of cracks instantly, the outer layers pulverized by the force of the blow. Kyrian was launched like a meteor across the volcanic field, his body cutting through the air in a descending trajectory. Stone mountains shattered when he collided against them. The ground exploded repeatedly beneath his body, each impact creating a new crater, each rebound destroying more of the surrounding terrain. The ice armor continued to be destroyed layer after layer as it absorbed the monstrous force of the tail strike. Outer layer, middle layer, inner layer, all of them fragmented one after another, sacrificing themselves to protect Kirian's body. Finally, after carving a trail of destruction hundreds of meters long, Kirian crashed into a massive rock formation in the distance. The entire mountain cracked. Fractures spread across the rock's surface like gigantic spiderwebs. Stones collapsed in every direction. Silence emerged momentarily. White vapor slowly rose from the frozen rubble, where pieces of Kirian's ice armor still glowed faintly. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then the ice exploded. Kirian stepped out slowly from amidst the destroyed rocks. His ice-blue robe was torn in several places, the left sleeve hanging by a thread. Small blood-red cracks had appeared across his arms from the impact. Not serious injuries, but enough to show that the blow had penetrated beyond the armor. His breathing was slightly heavier now, but nothing serious. He looked down at his own chest. With a gigantic ice armor he had created was practically destroyed. Only a few isolated plates remained, clinging to his robe like remnants of what had once existed. Kirian smiled coldly from the corner of his lips. In the distance, the lizard stared at him. For the second time, the creature seemed genuinely surprised. Its eyes were fixed upon Kirian with an expression that mixed curiosity and confusion. Most core formation cultivators would have died instantly from that strike. Practically anyone who faced such an attack from that beast directly would end up in pieces of flesh scattered across the battlefield. Even those at the peak of the core formation realm, with many years of cultivation and refined techniques, would struggle to survive a direct hit from the lizard's tail. Perhaps, if they possessed an extraordinary protective treasure or legendary armor, they might survive. But the small human was still alive. Not only alive, he seemed fine. Injured, yes, but far from incapacitated. That was something no being who exuded a force as weak as Kirian's should have been able to withstand. The lizard could clearly sense that. Kirian was only at the first stage of core formation. He was practically a child compared to it, which stood at the peak of the realm. And yet, the monster's eyes slowly narrowed. What had once been disdain, the certainty that the prey would be eliminated in one or two blows, was transforming into caution. The ground around the lizard's paws began to melt. The temperature rose even further. Lava flowed between the cracks in the earth, while the 5 horns atop the beast's head glowed brighter and brighter, pulsing with a fiery chi so dense that it distorted the surrounding air. Kirian observed carefully. His snowflake-shaped eyes spun rapidly, processing every detail. The flow of chi within the horns, the contraction of the jaw muscles, the way the heat concentrated within the beast's throat. It was not merely a magma attack. His chi began circulating even faster through the 2 cores. An enormous quantity of ice spread across the ground around him, creating a frozen region amidst the volcanic hell. The ice was not merely a superficial layer. It extended downward into the depths of the earth, anchoring itself into the rock to resist the heat rising from every direction. Then the lizard opened its mouth. But this time, it was not ordinary magma. The space within its throat distorted. Red-orange flames began to slowly emerge, compressed to an absurd degree, so dense they appeared liquid. Kirian's pupils contracted. He knew instinctively. He had never witnessed it before, but he simply knew what it was. It was a recorded ability of the dragon bloodline, something that should not exist within a lizard. And yet there it was, shining within the beast's throat like the promise of annihilation. Kirian felt mortal danger. It was a clear perception that if that attack struck him directly, his ice armor would not be enough. His resistance would not be enough. He would be vaporized just like the surrounding rocks. Chapter 359, 5-Horned Lava Lizard 5. Chapter 359, 5-Horned Lava Lizard 5. In the very next second, a colossal pillar of draconic fire crossed the battlefield. Everything in its path simply vanished. Rocks the size of houses turned into liquid upon contact with the flames. The ground evaporated, creating a deep crater that stretched for dozens of meters. Kyrian moved instantly. His body vanished in a blue blur as dozens of ice platforms appeared in the air, each one used as a point of momentum to continuously change his trajectory. Left, right, upward, downward, he moved like a frozen beam, unpredictable and fast. Even so, the fire partially reached him. The edge of the pillar of flames touched his right arm, and an explosion of heat engulfed half his body. The sleeve of his robe vanished instantly. The skin beneath almost began to burn. Kyrian raised barriers desperately to gain fractions of a second. All of them evaporated almost instantly. At last, an enormous layer of ice condensed around him like a frozen sphere, enveloping his entire body in a protective shell of crystal. 3 seconds. The sphere endured for 3 long seconds before exploding from the inside out, shattered by the heat penetrating from every direction. But 3 seconds were enough. Kyrian channeled half of all his remaining chi into a new armor of ice, thinner than the previous one, but denser and purer. It covered every inch of his skin like a second layer of frozen flesh. The fire struck him. The armor hissed violently, white vapor exploding in all directions, but it endured. Kyrian was hurled backward once again, sliding violently across the melted ground before finally coming to a stop. Silence emerged once more. The battlefield was unrecognizable. An enormous trail of destruction cut through the intermediate area of the great volcano, a scar upon the land stretching for hundreds of meters, wide enough to swallow entire buildings. Lava flowed through the open craters, forming small rivers of fire that slithered between the smoking rocks. Mountains in the distance still smoked, their slopes covered in melted volcanic glass. In the middle of that hell, Kyrian slowly stood up. Half of his robe had disappeared completely, reduced to ashes by the draconic fire. The remaining fabric was charred at the edges, clinging to his skin through sweat and dry blood. Parts of his skin were reddened, not severe burns, but enough to hurt. Small blisters formed along his right arm, where the contact with the fire had been more direct. His black hair, once tied in a simple bun, now fell loose over his shoulders, swaying alongside the cold vapor still emanating from his body. His breathing was slightly ragged now. The battle had consumed a significant amount of his chi. 2 ice armors, dozens of barriers, offensive crystals, and the constant maintenance of the frozen region around him. All of that demanded energy. But his eyes shone more intensely than ever before. The snowflakes rotated slowly within his pupils. Without Kyrian noticing, the white color of his pupils began to change almost imperceptibly, becoming slightly more bluish. An almost childish excitement appeared upon his face. Kyrian smiled. It was a genuine smile, not the cold smile from before, but something more sincere, something close to satisfaction. Finally, an enemy capable of truly pressuring him. Something that demanded he use and test the full capacity of his eyes. His adrenaline boiled with excitement as he stared at the gigantic 5-horned lava lizard in the distance. The contrast was almost comical. The lizard, a 20-meter-long colossus, scales glowing with infernal heat, is surrounded by lava and destruction. And Kyrian, a young man less than 2 meters tall, with torn clothes and burns across his skin, yet standing upright like a mountain. Even the almost always cold and calm Kyrian was showing emotions upon his face. That experience was perfect, and he was loving every second of it. The lizard tilted its head once more, confused again. Its draconic instinct told it that the prey should be terrified, wounded, and trying to flee. After all, it was superior. Instead, the small human was smiling. The 5-horned lava lizard remained motionless in the distance. Its colossal mass rose like a living mountain over the devastated battlefield, dark red scales glowing with the internal heat escaping from every crack in its natural armor. Smoke rose from its skin in slow spirals, and its eyes remained fixed on Kyrian with an intensity that few prey had ever experienced and survived to tell about. Kyrian observed the creature with heightened attention, his snowflake eyes recording every detail. Its breathing, even after that exchange of monstrous attacks, after destroying small mountains, evaporating rivers of lava, and unleashing draconic breaths capable of erasing a small city, the beast's breathing remained steady. Not heavy, not irregular. Steady, as though all of that had merely been a warm-up. Kyrian evaluated the creature's chi with his eyes. The vastness was astonishing. Deep, much deeper than his own, even with 2 cores. He breathed slowly as he recalculated his position. Only half of his chi remained. Even possessing 2 abnormal cores, both absurdly larger than those of ordinary cultivators, it was still not enough to compete in energy reserves against a draconic bloodline beast at the peak of the core formation realm. And that was without considering the creature's monstrous physical strength. A single strike from its tail had nearly killed him. 1 claw could crush him like an insect. If his chi were to run out completely, Kyrian knew exactly what would happen. That creature could crush him alive using nothing but its paws. It would not need draconic breath, nor special attacks. Only brute force, weight, and size. But strangely, he did not feel worried. He did not feel fear. He did not even feel that he would lose. The confidence did not come from his current strength, nor from his strategy, nor from any plan he might have devised. It came from something deeper, more instinctive and arrogant. His eyes. The eyes he had been born with were inherited from his mother. At some point in his life, or perhaps since his existence in this world, those eyes had begun giving him an irrational confidence, a cold arrogance that grew the longer the battle continued. It was as though the more he used his ice eyes to fight, the more something inside him awakened. A strange sensation, a connection, not merely with ice as an element, but with something greater, deeper, something he still could not completely comprehend. Chapter 360, Five-Horned Lava Lizard 6. Chapter 360, Five-Horned Lava Lizard 6. Kyrian felt the snowflakes within his pupils rotating slowly. A faint bluish hue was beginning to emerge in the deepest parts of his pupils, no longer the icy white from before. There was no time to reflect. The lizard roared again, but this time it did not unleash another draconic breath. The 5 horns atop its head began glowing simultaneously, pulsing with an intense orange light. Each horn absorbed enormous quantities of fire chi from the environment, compressing it within. The air around it distorted violently. The heat was already extreme, but now it became oppressive and suffocating. The rocks surrounding the lizard began to melt, forming a pool of lava that slowly spread outward. Kyrian let out a small sigh. It's preparing something big. Then he prepared himself. A new armor of ice formed over his body, not the thick and bulky layers from his previous attempts, but something different. Thinner, yet far more compact. Translucent layers of ice covered his skin like a second epidermis, molding themselves to every curve of his muscles. At the same time, an absurd quantity of ice chi plunged beneath the earth. Silently, swiftly, like a frozen serpent advancing through the volcanic depths, the chi infiltrated the layers of rock and magma, hiding itself from the beast's perception. Kyrian hoped the lizard was too focused on its attack to notice. And he was right. Kyrian's eyes glowed. The lizard opened its mouth. The 5 horns unleashed a gigantic beam of flames simultaneously. 5 streams of compressed fire merged into a single ray so intense that the surrounding light dimmed by contrast. The attack crossed the battlefield like a destructive river, vaporizing the air in its path. Kyrian did not retreat. He raised his arms before his body, crossing them over his chest in a position of maximum defense. The ice armor shone intensely, frozen runes pulsing with a pale blue light. The instant the beams struck him, the chi hidden beneath the earth exploded. Hundreds of thick ice spikes erupted violently from the ground beneath the lizard. They did not emerge in a random formation. Every spike had been positioned with surgical precision, aiming for the gaps between the scales, the most vulnerable points of the beast's body. It was as though a frozen forest had been born from within the mountain, stretching toward the sky. The spikes shot toward the beast's body at terrifying speed. But the lizard sensed the vibration beneath the earth. Bestial instinct. Hundreds of years of battle refining its ability to sense danger before it manifested. The creature jumped. Its colossal body rose into the air with a force that defied gravity, propelled by jets of fire exploding from its scales. For a moment, the lizard hovered in the air, a flying mountain of scales and flames. At the same instant, it unleashed flames downward, incinerating as much of Kirian's attack as possible. The spikes began to evaporate, melt, explode, turning into vapor before they could reach the beast's body. Kirian did not care. That had never been the real attack. His eyes focused completely on the lizard suspended in the air. In that moment, the creature could not change its trajectory. It was vulnerable, exposed, without the support of the ground to use its full strength or dodge. Kirian slowly raised his right hand. All the cold around him seemed to converge into a single point. The ice, the chi, the intent, everything. The white mist surrounding him compressed itself, becoming dense. The air around his hand began to freeze, forming small crystals that shone like diamonds. A single needle began to form before him, thin as a finger, small, but terrifying. An absurd quantity of ice chi was compressed within that needle. A third of the remainder of his energy reserves concentrated into an object the size of a feather. At the same time, an overwhelming freezing intent began emanating from it. The lizard's eyes widened. Its draconic instinct screamed danger. Not the ordinary danger of battle, but the danger of something that could truly wound it, something that could kill it. Kirian pointed 2 fingers forward. The needle vanished. There was no sound, no flash, only space being pierced by something moving too fast for the eyes to follow. The lizard roared immediately. Its experience fighting other predators in the volcanic mountain range had taught it to trust its instincts. It attempted to dodge in midair, twisting its gigantic body into a forced curve. But its body was too large, too heavy, and unlike true dragons, with wings to maneuver in the air, it could not fly. With no choice, the creature raised one of its front claws to block. It was the most heavily armored part of its body, covered in extra-thick scales that had resisted attacks capable of destroying mountains. The scales erupted in fire. Flames completely enveloped the limb, trying to evaporate the needle before impact. But at that moment, Kirian's eyes shone intensely. More power, more cold. The needle intensified its blue glow. More chi was channeled into it, through Kirian's eyes. The needle pierced through the fire. Then it pierced through the scales, as though they were made of rotten wood rather than volcanic armor. Then it pierced through the flesh. It sank completely into the lizard's claw, disappearing into the mass of muscle and bone. The beast's roar became distorted, no longer a sound of challenge, but a scream of pain. Its body fell from the sky like a collapsing mountain, graceless and without control. The ground exploded when it struck the earth again, opening a crater from the impact. Then the lizard roared again. Real pain. Its claw began to freeze. Not from the outside like the ice barriers it destroyed so easily. From the inside outward. The bone first, then the muscles, then the blood, then the chi meridians. The ice spread through the beast's flesh at an absurd speed, like a poison without an antidote. The cold energy advanced relentlessly, transforming everything it touched into blue crystal. Terror appeared in the lizard's eyes for the first time. It was no longer merely surprise or curiosity. It was fear. If that thing reached the rest of its body, if the ice reached the heart, the brain, or the beast core that fueled its power, it would be fatal even for it. Chapter 361. Five-Horned Lava Lizard 7. Chapter 361. Five-Horned Lava Lizard 7. A creature at the peak of the core formation realm, with dragon blood flowing through its veins, was afraid of a human at the first stage. Without hesitation, the beast opened its mouth and bit its own limb. The lizard's flaming teeth sank into the flesh of its own claw, tearing through scales, muscles, and bones. Blood exploded like a scarlet river as the entire limb was ripped from its body with a violent motion of its head. The sound was horrible, flesh tearing, bones cracking, and the beast's muffled roar. The severed limb fell to the ground with a heavy crash. Then it froze completely. In seconds, what had once been a colossal claw covered in flaming scales transformed into a gigantic crystal of blue ice, glowing coldly beneath the volcano's red light. The lizard roared furiously. The sound was no longer one of pain, but of pure fury. Using its own flames, the beast cauterized the wound, burning the open flesh until the bleeding stopped. The smell of burnt blood spread across the battlefield, mixing with sulfur and ash. The fire burned the wound, but it could not bring back the lost limb. The creature slowly raised its head and looked at Kyrian. The fury in its eyes had reached another level. It was no longer the irritation of a predator dealing with stubborn prey. It was hatred, resentment, a desire for annihilation. The chi around the lizard flickered, becoming unstable. The heat increased even further, so much that Kyrian felt his skin tingle even through the ice armor. An even greater roar exploded from deep within its throat. The sound was so powerful that the entire sky seemed to tremble. Clouds of ash scattered. Stones fell from nearby slopes. Kyrian felt it immediately. Danger. Far worse than before. His snowflake-shaped pupils rotated rapidly as he observed enormous quantities of energy gathering within the beast's throat. The fire chi was being compressed beyond what he thought possible, becoming unstable, almost out of control. Another draconic breath. But this time, far more powerful, far more unstable. The lizard was pouring everything it had into that attack. It was no longer concerned with conserving energy for the continuation of the battle. This was a final and deadly strike. Then Kyrian noticed something else. The beast's strength was increasing. Its chi was beginning to rise violently, as though an internal barrier were about to shatter. Kyrian's eyes contracted for the first time during the battle. His heart sank. The beast is trying to advance realms. If that happened, if the five-horned lava lizard reached the spiritual awakening realm in the middle of the battle, there would be no more fight. No escape. No resistance. Kyrian would die. The draconic breath already forming before him was probably already twice as powerful as the previous one. Even without the complete breakthrough, the amount of energy being compressed within the beast's throat was overwhelming. A spark of despair arose within Kyrian's heart. Small, but real. For a moment, he doubted his own strength. Then, amidst the doubt, something changed. Kyrian felt that connection again. Stronger this time. Much stronger. As though something entirely new were being understood at incredible speed. It was impossible to explain with words. It was a sensation, a certainty, as though his eyes were approaching something. The path of ice was responding to him, not the way a master responds to a disciple, like a partner responding to another. The despair slowly disappeared from Kyrian's chest, replaced by absolute calm, a coldness that came from the depths of his eyes. Kyrian's pupils began to change. The icy white that characterized his snowflake eyes slowly disappeared. Blue emerged in its place. A deep light blue, almost identical to his irises, but more intense. The snowflakes slowly rotated within that deep blue. The draconic breath advanced. A sea of destruction crossed the battlefield. This time, it was not a narrow pillar of fire. It was a wall, a barrier of flames, stretching from one side of the horizon to the other, leaving the lizard no room for error. Everything in its path was incinerated. Rocks evaporated. The ground melted. The air exploded. There was nowhere to run. But Kyrian merely closed his eyes. Silence. In that instant, he thought of nothing. He felt no fear, no anxiety. He did not even feel the proximity of death, which should have been only meters away, burning his face through the ice armor. Only calm, a cold and absolute calm, like the center of a snowstorm, like the eye of a frozen hurricane. Then, Kyrian opened his eyes again. All the remaining chi within his two cores exploded simultaneously. It was not a violent explosion like the lizard's fire. It was silent and controlled. A translucent blue aura emerged from his eyes. It was not merely ice. It was not merely chi. It was something between the two and beyond the two at the same time. Without explosion, without impact, only absolute. The draconic fire vanished halfway through its path. It was not blocked. It was not repelled. It was not absorbed. It simply froze. The wall of flames, which moments earlier had devastated everything in its path, was now a static sculpture suspended in the air. Motionless flames trapped in time and space as though they were made of glass. Then it shattered. The flames fragmented into thousands of tiny blue crystals that fell to the ground like snow. The aura continued advancing. Wherever it passed, everything froze. The ashes falling from the sky stopped in the air, every particle wrapped in a microscopic layer of ice. The magma flowing from the fissures became solid crystal instantly. The surrounding air became so cold that moisture condensed into snowflakes in the middle of an active volcano. Everything seemed to slow down. Nothing could stop that blue aura. The lizard roared desperately. For the first time in its long life, at the top of the volcanic mountain range's food chain, it felt what it was like to stand before something it could not comprehend. Its body tried to retreat, but its legs would not obey. Fear had paralyzed its muscles just as much as the ice soon would. In the next instant, the aura struck it. Its roar ceased immediately. Not gradually, not with prolonged agony. It simply stopped. The aura passed completely through the beast's colossal body, continuing another 20 meters beyond it before finally losing strength and dissipating. Then once again silence. The aura disappeared as silently as it had appeared. Kirian remained standing, panting and confused. He did not know what he had done. He did not know where that power had come from, nor how he had controlled it. He did not know whether it had been him or his eyes acting. But slowly he raised his eyes. Everything was frozen. Everything. The ashes in the sky remained motionless, suspended in the air like stars trapped in time. The magma had become solid crystal, shining with blue reflections that should never have existed in that place. The five-horned lava lizard remained standing in the middle of the battlefield, a translucent blue statue of absolute ice. It was dead. Kirian stared at it for a long moment. The creature that moments earlier had roared with draconic fury, that had nearly killed him, was now nothing more than a beautiful and terrifying sculpture beneath the volcano's red light. He felt the emptiness immediately. All of his chi had vanished. Completely. Not a single drop of spiritual energy remained within his cores. The two centers that normally pulsed with power were empty, silent, like dried wells. His legs lost strength. Kirian fell to his knees upon the frozen ground. The impact was dull, muffled by the ice that now covered everything around him. Then an absurd pain emerged around his eyes. Cold, deep, as though ice were growing inside his head, spreading through his sinuses, his bones, and his nerves. Kirian coughed violently. Blood. A large quantity of blood sprayed from his mouth, staining the ice beneath him with red marks that contrasted violently against the blue. His vision began to blur. Slowly, that deep connection with his eyes began to fade. The sensation of unity with the ice weakened with every beat of his heart. The deep blue pupils returned to the original white of the snowflake eyes. Kirian collapsed completely onto the ground. His entire body hurt. Everything. Muscles, bones, joints. Every square inch of his skin felt as though it had been burned, frozen, and burned again. It was as though he himself had been frozen from the inside out, the opposite of what the lizard's fire did. Except for his eyes. His eyes remained intact. They did not hurt. They did not bleed. They did not burn. As though all the damage he had suffered had stopped exactly around them, sparing them from any suffering. Why? Kirian did not have the energy to think about the answer. His breathing became heavy, weak. The cold began consuming his consciousness slowly, not the external cold of the ice around him, but the internal cold of exhaustion, the drowsiness that came before total collapse. Kyrian tried to move his fingers. Failed. Tried to move his head. Failed. His body no longer responded. It was shutting down, system by system, preserving what it could for future recovery. The last thing Kyrian saw before darkness consumed his vision was the gigantic frozen body of the five-horned lava lizard shining beneath the volcano's red light. The blue crystal reflected the distant flames, creating a spectacle of light that danced slowly across the devastated battlefield. The thought was his last before unconsciousness claimed him. Then darkness. Chapter 362. Waking up after the battle. Chapter 362. Waking up after the battle time passed silently within the intermediate area of the great volcano, without Kyrian having any notion of how many hours or days had passed. His consciousness had plunged into a dark and endless abyss where there were no thoughts, no dreams, and not even awareness of himself. Only darkness. His body remained motionless upon the frozen ground, partially covered by volcanic ash that slowly fell from the sky like dark snow. The fine particles accumulated in his hair, on his torn clothes, and on the exposed skin of his arms. White vapor still rose from his body in small scattered currents, mixing with the suffocating heat of the environment. The region around him looked like the aftermath of a natural catastrophe. The ground was destroyed. Gigantic craters cut through the black earth in every direction, some so deep that it was possible to see the glow of lava in the lowest layers. Rivers of magma had abruptly hardened into twisted and brittle forms after being frozen by the energy released in the final clash. Their surfaces now a mixture of black volcanic glass and blue ice crystals. Nearby mountains bore enormous cuts and completely destroyed sections. Some had lost entire peaks, others carried deep claw marks. And at the center of it all, the colossal body of the five-horned lava lizard remained frozen like a translucent blue statue. Even dead, even motionless, its presence was still terrifying. The pressure of the draconic blood emanating from its body, though weakened by death, still made the surrounding air feel heavier. The smaller beasts inhabiting the region had fled far away, instinctively recognizing that this was the territory of something that should not be challenged. Time continued to pass. Slowly, relentlessly. The volcano's heat, the heat that came from the heart of the mountain, fueled by rivers of magma flowing in its depths, slowly began overcoming the cold left behind by the final explosion of Kyrian's power. The ice melted little by little. First, small cracks appeared across the frozen ground, thin as strands of hair upon its shining surface. Then, streams of water began flowing through the fissures, forming small creeks that slithered toward the lower areas. The vapor increased, creating a dense mist that covered the battlefield like a white blanket. Ash once again slowly fell from the red sky, carried by the hot wind blowing from the volcano's slopes. The ice around the lizard's corpse began melting faster. Drops of water slid over the beast's frozen scales, glimmering beneath the volcano's diffuse light. If someone arrived in that region at that moment, they would instantly realize that a monstrous battle had taken place there, a battle far beyond the ordinary level of the intermediate area. The signs were everywhere, in the open craters in the cut mountains, and in the frozen ground that refused to thaw completely. And upon looking at the gigantic frozen corpse of the draconic beast, it would be impossible not to understand who had won in the end. Time passed once more, and night arrived. The volcanic sky became even darker, illuminated only by the distant glow of lava flowing along the slopes of the surrounding mountains. The stars were not visible. The smoke and ash concealed them. But the orange reflection of magma upon the clouds created a sinister glow that bathed everything in shades of blood and fire. Kyrian remained motionless. His chest rose and fell slowly, a sign that he was still alive despite being unconscious. His breathing was weak but steady. His body, little by little, was beginning to recover. The burns on his right arm had stopped bleeding. The cracks in his skin, caused by the impact of the lizard's tail, were slowly healing. Then, a new day was born. The reddish light of the sun, filtered through the ash clouds, began illuminating the battlefield. The contrast between the red sky and the blue ice was stunning and beautiful. Only then did Kirian's fingers move slightly. A small movement, almost imperceptible. One finger twitched, then another. Then his entire hand closed into a weak fist, as though trying to grasp something solid to anchor himself to the world of the living. His consciousness slowly began to return, heavy and foggy, as though emerging from the depths of a frozen ocean. The first thing Kirian felt was pain, an absurd pain. His entire body felt shattered from within. Every muscle, every tendon, every fiber, everything screamed in protest. Even breathing caused discomfort. The volcano's hot air entered his lungs mixed with particles of ash, making his chest burn. The strangest part was the cold. Even possessing the eye size, which theoretically should make him immune to low temperatures, Kirian felt his own body frozen internally. It was not a comfortable cold. It was not the familiar cold that obeyed his will, that spread under his command. It was something much deeper, much more powerful, a cold energy that his body clearly could not completely withstand, as though a fragment of eternal ice had been planted within his blood. The question echoed through his mind, but no answer came. Slowly, Kirian opened his eyes. His vision remained blurred for a few seconds, a haze of red, black, and blue colors, before gradually beginning to clear. Ash fell from the sky. Vapor still covered part of the region, rising from the slowly melting ice. The area remained frozen, although the volcano's heat was slowly regaining control, undoing what Kirian had created. Kirian took a deep breath. Pain immediately spread through his chest, as though a sharp blade were tearing through his lungs. He frowned slightly before attempting to sense his course. Approximately half, he estimated. Half of his chi had recovered during the time he remained unconscious. It was not much, but it was enough. Enough to protect himself. Enough to survive, at least for now. Kirian let out a small sigh of relief, which immediately turned into a dry cough. The frozen area around him had probably driven away the nearby beasts. No ordinary creature would dare approach that region while the remnants of that absurd energy still lingered within the environment. The ice he had created was not ordinary ice. It contained something more, that mysterious power that had emerged from his eyes in the final moment of the battle. Otherwise, he probably would have been killed while unconscious, defenseless, collapsed upon the ground like easy prey. Slowly, Kirian placed a hand upon the frozen ground and lifted his own body. Every movement caused pain to spread through his muscles like fire. Parts of his skin were still burned by the draconic fire, not severely, but enough to make every touch a form of torture. Some areas of his right arm remained reddish, with small blisters that had formed during his unconsciousness. Small cracks covered in dried blood could still be seen across his arms and back, marks left by the impact of the lizard's tail. His ice armor had absorbed most of the damage, but not all of it. Even so, he managed to sit up. The effort was enormous. His breathing became heavy. Drops of cold sweat, different from the heat around him, slid down his forehead. His eyes slowly moved toward the gigantic frozen body of the five-horned lava lizard. The beast still remained there, motionless. Now, however, parts of the ice around its body had already melted, once again revealing some dark red scales. But there was no movement, no breathing, no flow of chi. It was truly dead. Kirian examined the corpse with his snowflake eyes. The ice covering the beast was a coffin. The life energy that had once pulsed through those scales had been completely extinguished. A small, satisfied smile appeared on Kirian's lips. It was a tired smile, almost fragile, but genuine. He had won, against all odds, against an opponent who stood at the peak of the core formation realm and who possessed the blood of a divine beast. Kirian had won. Chapter 363. Waking Up After the Battle, 2. Chapter 363. Waking Up After the Battle, 2. Against all odds, against an opponent who stood at the peak of the core formation realm, who possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. Kyrian had won. But how? The question bothered him. He still did not fully understand how he had managed to defeat the beast. That translucent blue aura that had emerged from his eyes in the final moment of the battle. Kyrian had no idea what that thing truly was, nor how he had managed to use it. All he remembered was that deep sensation of connection with his eyes, as though in that moment, all the ice in the world had responded to his will. Kyrian's eyes narrowed slightly. Even now, hours, perhaps days, after the battle, he could still feel that connection. Weaker, yes. Distant, certainly, but still present. Like an invisible thread linking his eyes to something he could neither see nor fully comprehend. His understanding of ice seemed deeper than before the battle. Far deeper. It was not merely a sensation. Kyrian could feel the difference in the way ice chi responded to him. Before, it had been like controlling a tool. Now, it was almost like commanding an extension of himself. However, Kyrian also understood one thing clearly. Using that power again in his current state would be suicide. His body simply could not withstand that energy. The sensation of internal freezing that still remained within him was proof of that. His muscles had suffered. His consciousness felt exhausted, as though it had aged several years within only a few minutes of battle. Perhaps, when my body evolves, Kyrian thought, but until then, he would avoid doing so. Only in extreme situations. Only when he was truly facing death. Kyrian sighed slowly. That battle had been the most difficult of his life. Far more difficult than any previous confrontation. The beast had been monstrous. Its physical strength, its endurance, its vast chi, its speed, everything about that creature existed on a different level. All because of its draconic bloodline. Dragon blood. Kyrian now understood clearly. The legends about ancient divine beasts were probably true. If merely a creature possessing a tiny fraction of that bloodline had already been capable of pressuring him to such an extent of nearly killing him multiple times, then a true dragon. For a moment, Kyrian imagined facing a real dragon in the same realm as that lizard. He would probably die quickly. In seconds, perhaps. The difference between a lizard carrying traces of draconic blood and a pure-blooded dragon was likely as vast as the difference between an ordinary mortal and a cultivator. The thought caused his eyes to shine faintly. But instead of fear, he felt anticipation. A spark of excitement burned within his chest, even with his body aching and his meridians damaged. Because Kyrian also possessed absolute confidence in himself. He was not an ordinary cultivator. His eyes were not ordinary eyes. The path he walked was not an ordinary path. If one day he faced a true dragon in the same realm as him, he did not believe he would lose. That certainty did not come from arrogance. It came from something deeper, from the same connection he felt with his eyes. After a few minutes recovering his breath and gathering enough strength to ignore the pain throbbing through every inch of his body, Kyrian finally began to stand. The movement was slow, almost clumsy. He used his hands to support himself against the frozen ground, pushing his body upward with an effort that seemed to demand more energy than the entire battle against the lizard. His legs trembled. His arms trembled. But he ignored it. Kyrian stood up. For a moment, he simply remained there, motionless, breathing deeply, feeling the volcano's hot air enter and leave his lungs. Pain, he thought. Step by step, he slowly walked toward the half-frozen corpse of the five-horned lava lizard. Every step was a small victory over his own body. The ice beneath his feet cracked softly under the weight, and the sound echoed throughout the silence of the devastated region. As he approached the beast, Kyrian raised his eyes. The ice around the colossal body slowly began melting under his control. Soon, the gigantic corpse was fully revealed before him. Even dead, even covered in wounds inflicted by Kyrian, the lizard still appeared threatening. The red scales reflected the glow of the distant lava, creating patterns of light that danced slowly across the beast's surface. The five horns remained intact. Kyrian had not managed to damage them during the battle, and they glowed faintly, as though they still retained remnants of the power the creature possessed in life. Kyrian placed a hand upon the lizard's head. The scales were extremely hard, even frozen, even without fire chi protecting them. Kyrian could feel the resistance beneath his fingers. It was a beast with draconic blood. Every part of that body was worth a fortune. The scales are capable of resisting attacks that would destroy ordinary armor. The bones are light, durable, and perfect for forging weapons or creating certain types of pills. The horns, filled with concentrated fire chi, were valuable to alchemists and craftsmen. The organs, some of them, such as the heart and the beast core, contained essence possessed by very few creatures in the Northern Territory. And above all, the draconic blood essence. Kyrian's eyes gleamed faintly at the thought. That beast's blood essence would definitely be extremely useful someday. Without hesitation, Kyrian used his spatial ring. A light flashed briefly as the ring's internal space opened, ready to receive the corpse. Then the gigantic body of the lizard disappeared. Where there had once been a mountain of scales and bones, now there was only empty ground, stained with blood and still frozen in some places. But immediately, Kyrian realized the problem. His spatial ring was practically full. The lizard's corpse occupied an enormous amount of space inside the ring, far more than Kyrian had anticipated. The resources, materials, and treasures he had accumulated, the herbs purchased in Red Smoke City, the robes, the scrolls, the pills. There was no longer much free space. Kyrian frowned slightly. Doing so, however, would not be easy. High-capacity spatial rings were extremely rare and expensive. Even the great cities of the Northern Territory, finding one that met his needs, could take time. He stored the thought away in his mind and would continue dealing with it in the next city. Chapter 364, Orange Flame. Chapter 364, Orange Flame. While thinking, Kyrian's eyes suddenly moved toward the sky. For a moment, Kyrian could not explain why he had looked upward. It was an instinctive movement, as if something had pulled at his attention without making a sound, a silent call that only his eyes could perceive. Something had moved within his peripheral vision, very high above, extremely far away, so well hidden within the smoke and ashes that no ordinary cultivator would ever be capable of noticing it. Normal human vision, even enhanced by chi, would have difficulty distinguishing a small flame among the millions of incandescent particles floating across the volcanic sky. But Kyrian's eyes noticed it. High in the volcanic sky, hidden among streams of smoke and ashes rising from the crater of the great volcano, a small orange flame danced silently. It looked like nothing more than ordinary fire, a spark lost among thousands of others, insignificant amidst the spectacle of destruction and heat that surrounded the landscape. But Kyrian immediately sensed it. That flame was not ordinary. It was watching him. Kyrian's eyes narrowed instantly. The flame remained motionless for a second, floating in the air, glowing softly among the clouds of ash, as if waiting for something or someone. Then it seemed to look directly at him. It was not a feeling. It was not an impression. It was absolute certainty. Kyrian felt the gaze of that flame upon him, even from an impossible distance. It was as though something alive and conscious existed inside it, using it as a distant eye. A strange sensation passed through Kyrian at that instant, as if intelligence existed within that flame. Consciousness, something observing him, evaluating him, trying to understand him. The question echoed in his mind, but no answer came. The strangest part was that Kyrian did not feel hostility coming from the flame. It was not a threat nor an imminent attack. It was merely observing. Curiosity, perhaps, as if the thing were trying to understand what he was. But before he could analyze it further or attempt any action, the flame disappeared. It simply vanished into the air. It did not fade gradually. It did not go out like normal fire, with smoke and embers slowly dying. One moment it was there, shining in the sky like a small orange star. The next moment there was only smoke. Kyrian's eyes remained fixed on that point in the sky for several seconds. His brow slowly furrowed. It did not seem exactly like one. A cultivator? Kyrian did not know. He did not have enough information to form a solid hypothesis. But one thing was certain, That flame was definitely not normal. After several seconds of silence, Kyrian finally looked away. There was no point standing still staring at the sky. He was still injured, tired, exhausted. His entire body hurt, not only externally because of the burns and cuts, but internally as well. That sensation of cold within him remained, as though something inside him had frozen. Before doing anything else, before continuing his search for Ming Hai's tomb, and before trying to understand what had happened to his eyes, Kyrian needed to rest. His body was at its limit. If he continued ignoring the signs of exhaustion, he could suffer even worse damage. Kyrian looked around. Even weakened, his eyes pierced through the smoke and volcanic mountains as if they were nothing. He scanned a region across several kilometers, searching for something suitable. Soon he found it. A small cave hidden between two dark rock formations, partially covered by stones and hot steam rising from the surrounding ground. The place was discreet, invisible to anyone not specifically searching for it, and offered protection from both the heat and possible threats. Without hesitation, Kyrian began walking toward it. Every step sent pain coursing through his frozen muscles. His body felt heavy, as if traces of that mysterious blue energy were still circulating beneath his skin. Kyrian could feel the ice within his bones, even within his blood. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. As he walked, Kyrian slowly began growing accustomed to the freezing pain inside him. His body was adapting, not completely, far from it, but enough for him to continue moving without groaning at every step. The pain did not disappear, but Kyrian learned to ignore it, to treat it as just another background noise within his consciousness. At the same time, his mind inevitably returned to the battle against the five-horned lava lizard. His ice eyes had been crucial, obviously, not only during the final attack, that blue aura he still did not understand, but also throughout the entire battle. The ice barriers that blocked the flames, the armors that absorbed the impacts, the spikes that pierced the beast's scales. Kyrian reflected on the possibility. He possessed other paths, other kinds of eyes, each with their own advantages and abilities. Ice, however, was his greatest defense against fire. Without the frozen barriers that slowed the flames, without the pure ice armors that absorbed the impacts, without the absurd ability to slow, block, and weaken the power of draconic fire, Kyrian would have died many times during that battle. The first time the lizard used its draconic breath, if not for the barriers, he would have been vaporized. The first time the tail struck him, if not for the ice armor, his bones would have been crushed. The thought caused a faint smile to appear on his lips. Even though it had been dangerous, the battle had been fun. And it was rare for Kyrian to admit such a thing. Not merely fun. It was the first time in a very long while that Kyrian had truly felt his blood boil during combat. The sensation of being pressured, of needing to use everything he possessed just to survive, that was something he had not experienced since. How long had it been? Perhaps never. Because even in the most difficult battles he had faced, Kyrian had never been so thoroughly outmatched in terms of brute force. The lizard was stronger, faster, more durable. It had more chi. It possessed a superior bloodline. And yet, Kyrian won. Furthermore, that battle had shown him something new, a deeper understanding of his eyes, a new connection with ice, a power he still did not completely understand, but which he could feel pulsing within him. Even if he could not use it again now, Kyrian instinctively knew that his body would not survive another eruption of that blue energy. It was still something precious. When his body became stronger, when his cultivation increased, he would possess a new tool, a new trump card. Chapter 365, Orange Flame 2. Chapter 365, Orange Flame 2. As he thought about it, his eyes suddenly moved toward the sky again. Instantly, there was again the same orange flame, much farther away this time, so distant that Kyrian estimated it to be nearly 2 kilometers away, hidden among the currents of smoke above the intermediate area, but still watching him. Kyrian's eyes narrowed immediately. The flame no longer hid itself completely. It remained motionless and silent, floating in the sky like a distant observer. Its light glowed faintly between the ash clouds, easy to ignore, easy to lose sight of if one was not actively searching for it. But Kirian could see it perfectly. His eyes pierced through the volcanic ashes as though they did not exist. Once again, he felt that strange sensation. It was analyzing him, trying to understand what he was. Kirian did not like that. He did not like the feeling of being watched without understanding who the observer was. He did not like not knowing whether that thing was a threat or merely curious. But the flame was too far away. Even with the absurd perception of his eyes, Kirian understood that he would not be able to attack it from that distance. His current chi was also far from ideal, only partially recovered. Besides, the flame did not seem hostile, at least not at that moment. It was merely observing. After staring at it for several seconds, Kirian finally looked away again. He continued walking. A short while later, he finally reached the cave. The interior was small, perhaps 5 meters deep and 3 meters wide, but deep enough to partially isolate him from the volcanic heat. Steam rose through cracks in the ceiling, coming from underground hot springs or perhaps small rivers of lava flowing through the layers below. Even so, it was far more tolerable than remaining exposed outside. Kirian raised his hand. A thick wall of ice instantly formed at the entrance of the cave, sealing it completely. The outside heat immediately diminished. The interior became silent, colder. Kirian let out a small, exhausted sigh. The sound echoed softly through the rocky walls, amplified by the silence. He walked toward the back of the cave and leaned against the stone wall, allowing his weight to fall against the rock. The surface was rough and uneven, but Kirian did not care. His body finally seemed to understand that it was safe. The adrenaline from the battle, which had kept him moving even after collapsing unconscious, had completely disappeared. Now, only exhaustion remained, an exhaustion so deep it felt as though it had seeped into his bones. Kirian slowly closed his eyes. Darkness greeted him, and without realizing it, Kirian completely fell asleep. Meanwhile, at the core of the inner area of the great volcano, in the highest region of the gigantic volcanic mountain, where the heat was so intense that rocks melted and water vaporized on contact, there existed a different place. At the heart of the active volcano itself, beneath layer after layer of magma and molten stone, there was a chamber, and inside that chamber, the lava moved strangely. It was not the random and chaotic flow of ordinary magma. It was organized, controlled, as if it obeyed a higher will. Gigantic ripples spread across the magma surface, as though something colossal were breathing beneath it. Each wave caused the entire chamber to tremble, and the surrounding heat pulsed and sank. Then, slowly, the lava began to rise. A figure emerged from the gigantic incandescent pool. It was a being made purely of fire. Its body possessed a humanoid shape, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, but it was not flesh, not bone, not blood. It was living lava. Parts of its body were made of liquid magma, constantly dripping and reforming. Others resembled solidified fire condensed in a physical form, so dense that it glowed like incandescent metal. Flames danced continuously over its reddish body without ever extinguishing. Around the creature, the heat was so absurd that even space itself appeared distorted. Even cultivators of the spiritual awakening realm would die quickly in that environment. Their bodies would be carbonized, their meridians burned away, and their cores melted. But the creature remained there naturally, like a fish in water, like a king within his domain. It slowly opened its eyes made of fire that resembled miniature suns. Then it spoke. Its voice echoed through the interior of the volcano like muffled thunder, reverberating against the molten stone walls. The being snorted. Small explosions of fire escaped its mouth, creating shockwaves that made the surrounding lava ripple. But well, I couldn't expect much from a stupid beast. It crossed its arms while staring at the lava beneath its feet, reflecting on what it had witnessed. It was only supposed to be one of the tests Ming Hai left behind for his heir. The creature paused, An irritated sigh escaped from its flaming lips. The being remained silent for a few moments. The lava bubbled. The heat pulsed. The entire chamber seemed to hold its breath. Then the creature spoke again. But truly, its voice now carried a weight that had not been there before. Exhaustion, frustration accumulated over centuries. The creature's expression became cold. The fire within its eyes dimmed slightly. The being slowly closed one of its flaming eyes. Its vision seemed to expand, piercing through the entire volcano, through layers of stone, rivers of magma, and dark caverns. Rising past the mountains, the smoke currents, and the volcanic ashes covering the sky. High above the intermediate area, the small orange flame was still silently observing the cave where Kyrian slept. It vibrated softly, transmitting information to its master below. The creature slowly nodded. His talent. The creature narrowed its eyes slowly. Its voice carried something close to regret, an ancient sadness. "In your inheritance, Ming-Hai." The being remained silent for several seconds while observing the cave from afar through the flame it had sent. Kyrian slept deeply, completely unaware that something was watching him. The creature sighed. The flames within its eyes burned brighter once more. The being slowly dissolved back into the lava, its body of fire breaking apart into embers that merged with the magma once again. The echo of its voice was the last sound to fill the chamber before silence, and heat reclaimed it once more. Chapter 366. 5 Days. Chapter 366. 5 days. 5 days passed quickly since Kyrian had fallen asleep inside the small hidden cave in the intermediate area of the great volcano. Outside, the world continued exactly as always. Violent. Hostile. The distant sound of lava flowing through the volcanic mountains constantly echoed throughout the region like the breathing of a sleeping giant, mixing with the occasional roars of fire beasts hunting one another across the volcano's black slopes. Sporadic tremors shook the ground, constant reminders that the mountain was alive, pulsing with power. Ash continued to fall slowly from the reddish sky, accumulating in thin layers over every exposed surface. The air remained heavy and suffocating. Inside the cave, however, there was only silence. Kyrian had not moved during all that time. His body remained leaning against the rocky wall, eyes closed, breathing slow and steady. With each passing day, the ice around him diminished slightly while his body slowly recovered from the marks left by the battle against the five-horned lava lizard. During the first 2 days after the battle between Kyrian and the draconic beast, the group sent by the great powers of Red Smoke City completely finished exploring the entire outer area of the great volcano. Every mountain, every cave, every volcanic valley, nothing was left behind. The disciples searched every crevice, every suspicious rock formation, and every area where Chi behaved differently. Some elders used perception techniques to scan underground in search of hidden chambers or ancient formations. But they found absolutely no clues related to Ming-Hai's tomb. No mechanisms, no formations, no ruins, nothing. Frustration grew among the groups. Some began murmuring that the inheritance might only be a rumor, an old legend with no real foundation. Others insisted they were searching in the wrong places. The truth, however, was that everyone had already expected this. The outer area was the safest zone of the volcano and also the most likely to have been explored by others in previous centuries. If Ming-Hai's tomb were that exposed, someone would have found it long ago. Then, inevitably, all the groups began advancing toward the intermediate area, even though it was far more dangerous. Even knowing that beasts in the core formation realm inhabited that region, even aware that they might never return. The greed for Ming-Hai's inheritance was simply too great. Centuries of waiting, of stories told and retold, of promises of power and wealth, all of it weighed upon the minds of cultivators like an anchor of ambition. And so, the exploration began again. Another 3 days passed quickly. Half of the intermediate area was explored by the ordinary groups led by the elders of the 4 great powers. Each group received a zone of responsibility, a specific area of the mountain to search. The disciples walked in tight formations, their weapons always ready, their defenses always active. There were encounters with fire beasts. There were injuries. There were deaths. Several cultivators from different groups fell into a lava fissure and were carbonized before anyone could help them. Another was dragged underground by an armored magma mole before his companions could react. The intermediate area did not forgive the careless. The other half of the intermediate area, however, was personally explored by the 4 leaders of the great powers, cultivators of the spiritual awakening realm, existences far above everyone else present. While the ordinary elders and disciples advanced cautiously, fighting every beast that appeared in their path, the 4 leaders simply walked. Their presences were so overwhelming that most beasts fled before even approaching. Those that did not flee were eliminated with a single strike. Their spiritual senses could cover enormous distances. Places that would take ordinary cultivators days to analyze could be examined within a few hours by them. With a spiritual sweep, vast stretches of terrain were mapped instantly. Because of that, working together, the 4 leaders quickly explored a large part of the immense volcanic mountain. They split apart, each covering a different quadrant, and periodically regrouped to share information. But even so, nothing. No clue about the tomb. No sign of Ming-Hai. As though the inheritance simply did not exist. After another entire day without progress, the 4 leaders finally decided to gather all the groups together. A luminous signal was launched into the skies of the intermediate area. It was a mark formed from fire and spiritual chi, a pillar of yellow light rising toward the heavens, visible from dozens of kilometers away. The flame danced in the air, pulsing at regular intervals, transmitting a simple message to everyone who saw it. It was a gathering. All the elders immediately understood its meaning. It was a summons. The leaders wanted everyone assembled, probably to plan the next steps, or perhaps to decide whether the search would continue. Thus, the groups slowly began gathering at the meeting point. The group, led by Pan Zhang's elder, naturally also headed in that direction. Since the attack of the 5-horned lava lizard, the atmosphere within the group had remained heavy. Most of them were still frightened. Even after 5 days, some disciples still remembered the monstrous roars of the beast and the crushing terror of that draconic pressure. They relived the moment in their dreams, the ground shaking, the heat rising, the creature's shadow emerging from underground. They knew they had escaped death through pure luck, or rather, because someone stayed behind. The elder did not comment on the matter. Whenever the conversation approached what had happened, he changed the subject or simply silenced the disciples with a stern glance. Pan Zheng walked in silence among the group. His face looked far more exhausted than before. Dark circles beneath his eyes, expression heavy. His eyes carried guilt. During the past few days, he had thought countless times about the final scene. Kyrian is staying behind, alone. That young figure faced a monstrous beast, while everyone else fled desperately. Pan Zheng was not stupid. He knew perfectly well what that meant. At least, that was what he believed. To him, Kyrian had stayed behind to delay the lizard. He knew the beast would kill him, yet he chose to stay anyway, to buy time for the others. Kyrian stayed because Pan Zheng did not know the answer, and probably never would. To him, Kyrian had most likely died because of it. Chapter 367, 5 days to. Chapter 367, 5 days to, he died. The thought echoed repeatedly in Pan Zheng's mind, like a hammer striking the same nail over and over again. Kyrian, that boy with strange eyes and cold energy, and who never smiled. Dead. Because of him. Pan Zheng let out a small, heavy sigh. Guilt constantly gnawed at his chest. He had hired Kyrian. He had brought him to that place. But deep down, Pan Zheng knew, everyone knew, that exploring the great volcano would never be safe. Pan Zheng thought, but quickly discarded the idea. Even if he had stayed, he would have died instantly. The lizard would have killed him with a single blow. He would not have been useful. It would not have made any difference. Even so, that did not make his heart feel any better. Guilt was not rational. It did not obey logic. It simply existed, a cold weight in his chest that refused to disappear. Panjung looked down at his hands. Panjung thought, but he kept walking. There was no other choice. Not long afterward, all the groups finally arrived at the meeting point. It was an enormous flat region surrounded by black volcanic mountains, a natural plateau carved by ancient lava flows, now covered by a thick layer of ash. The heat there was intense, but bearable. Hundreds of cultivators were gathered in that place. Disciples in colorful robes, elders with stern expressions, and, at the very front, the four leaders stood motionless. Their presences were like invisible mountains pressing down on the surroundings. Even without intentionally releasing their energies, the mere fact that they were standing there, silently observing, made many disciples struggle to breathe. Cultivators of the spiritual awakening realm. Panjung felt a deep and instinctive respect toward them. Then, one of the leaders slowly raised his hand. Silence spread instantly. In the next moment, a massive circular map appeared above the ground, projected through spiritual chi. It was a complete map of the great volcano, every peak, every valley, and every cave recorded with meticulous precision. Detailed, precise. Everyone immediately recognized the work of centuries of exploration. The four leaders began pointing toward different regions of the map, while releasing threads of spiritual chi. Quickly, several areas started glowing, first red, then orange. These are the regions the four of us explored personally, one of the leaders said calmly. His voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the entire area as if he were speaking directly into the ears of every person present. Then his gaze shifted toward the elders. Immediately, dozens of elders released chi simultaneously. Glowing lines of different colors spread across the map, each representing the territory covered by a specific group. Yellow, green, blue, purple. Little by little, nearly the entire outer area and a large portion of the intermediate area became fully marked. The map now resembled an impressive patchwork quilt of colors. The leaders observed everything in silence, their eyes scanning every inch of the map. Then one of them asked, "Did anyone find any clues related to the tomb? Any ancient formations? Any suspicious locations?" Silence. The groups exchanged glances among themselves. Disciples looked toward elders. Elders looked toward other elders. No one spoke. In the end, the answer was always the same. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The expressions of the leaders gradually darkened. The impatience in the air was palpable. They had spent substantial time, resources, and effort to enter that place, to gather so many cultivators, and to organize the logistics of the exploration. The cost in spiritual stones and lives was not small. But until now, they had not found even a single real trace of Ming Hai's inheritance. Could it all be a fraud? Doubt lingered in some of their eyes. Then one of the leaders, the oldest among them, with a gray beard and piercing eyes, narrowed his gaze. He noticed something strange on the map. One region of the intermediate area remained partially empty. No markings. No confirmation of exploration. And it was not a small area. It was a large section of the mountain, located within a rugged and mountainous region where steam fissures and lava rivers made advancement difficult. But that was no excuse. Other groups had faced equally hostile terrain and still completed their missions. The leader's frown immediately deepened. His voice was not loud, but it carried an authority that made several disciples tremble involuntarily. Instantly, two people raised their hands. The elder is leading Panjung's group, and a young man belonging to another group, wearing a red robe embroidered with golden patterns. He was from the other group that had fled from the lizard. All eyes immediately turned toward them. The leader narrowed his eyes dangerously. The pressure of his aura increased slightly, just enough to make the air around them heavier. The pressure in his voice caused several disciples to pale. The elder from Panjung's group felt cold sweat running down his back. His mouth opened, but no words came out. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. But before he could speak, the young man from the other group quickly stepped forward. His voice still carried traces of fear, but there was determination in his eyes. Honored leaders. A pause. Silence became absolute. No one breathed. The young man swallowed dryly, remembering the terror he had felt. We could only flee desperately. The beast was far too powerful. Silence. The expressions of the four leaders completely changed. Surprise. Shock. And then, something else. Excitement. The four spoke almost simultaneously, their voices overlapping in accidental harmony. The young man swallowed hard again, intimidated by the sudden attention. Before that. One of the leaders interrupted impatiently. Before that. The young man took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. We encountered a five-horned lava lizard. In the region we failed to mark on the map. He did not need to finish. The eyes of the four leaders were shining intensely now. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you could give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 368. 5 Days 3. Chapter 368. 5 Days 3. Another leader asked, his voice filled with disbelief. The young man replied quickly, gesturing toward the companions behind him. We all saw the beast. The leaders immediately looked toward the other survivors from the same group. One by one, the disciples quickly nodded, confirming it. That was real. For a moment, even the four leaders fell silent. Their eyes met. Silent messages were exchanged. Five-horned lava lizard, an ancient beast, a creature considered practically extinct, even within the inner area of the great volcano. Its draconic blood made every part of its body possess absurd value. Scales capable of resisting blows from powerful cultivators. Bones as hard as refined steel, perfect for forging high-level weapons. Blood overflowing with vital essence. And the beast core, the heart of its power, a chi stone condensed over centuries of cultivation. Everything was a treasure. Greed instantly appeared in the eyes of all the leaders. Even Ming Hai's tomb was temporarily forgotten. One of the leaders said, his voice firm. It was not a request. It was an order. The young man quickly nodded. Then he began advancing through the intermediate area, guiding the way back toward the region where they had encountered the beast. Immediately, all the groups began following him. The atmosphere had completely changed. Before, many had been frustrated. The exploration had seemed futile. The mood had been one of defeat. Now, everyone seemed excited. Simply seeing such a rare beast was already incredible by itself. It was said that the five-horned lava lizard was so rare that few living people had ever seen one, and even among those, most had only seen it from afar while fleeing in panic. Furthermore, with the four leaders present, spiritual awakening cultivators, nobody believed the lizard represented any real danger. In their minds, the beast was probably already doomed. And so, hundreds of cultivators began advancing through the intermediate area toward the direction where the five-horned lava lizard had last been seen. Pan Zheng walked among the group, his thoughts clouded. Meanwhile, inside the small cave hidden between the volcanic rocks, Kirian was still sleeping deeply. His body had practically shut itself down completely during those days. The slow recovery continued, tissue by tissue, cell by cell. Although Kirian was extremely powerful for his realm, capable of facing and defeating enemies who stood at the peak of core formation, his physical body still possessed an unavoidable limitation. He was still mortal. His cultivation did not directly strengthen his physique like it did for normal cultivators. Most cultivators, upon advancing realms, would see their bodies transform, harder bones, stronger muscles, and tougher skin. Kirian did not. His true power had always resided in his eyes. Of course, with every realm advancement, his eyes released energy that slowly strengthened his body, a secondary consequence, a byproduct of the true power. But that was far from turning Kirian into someone specialized in endurance or regeneration. His recovery was not particularly fast, especially this time. The lizard's draconic fire had been extremely dangerous. Even with the ice barriers protecting much of his body, some flames had still managed to pierce through his defenses during the moments when his defenses were weaker. The burns took nearly 3 entire days to heal completely. Now, only fresh pink marks remained where charred flesh had once been. But that was not his worst injury. The real problem was the ice. That strange ice left inside his body after using the translucent blue aura during the final moment of the battle. It was a cold far deeper than ordinary ice. Different in essence. Kirian could not even fully comprehend it. Even after 5 days, small traces of that energy still remained scattered through his bones, muscles, and blood. Like frozen fragments, impossible to remove. Kirian did not know whether that was permanent damage, something that would remain with him forever, or if it would eventually dissipate. For now, he had learned to ignore it. Then, finally, on the morning of the 6th day, Kirian's fingers slowly moved. First the pinky of his right hand, then the ring finger, then the middle finger. One by one, his fingers contracted, as if testing whether they still functioned. His eyes opened. The darkness of the cave reflected within his eyes. For a few seconds, Kirian simply remained still, silent, feeling his own body. The burns had completely disappeared. The skin on his arms and chest was smooth, once again, without marks. The muscle pain had also diminished greatly. What remained was merely a sensation of residual fatigue, muscles that had worked too hard and were still not fully recovered. But the internal cold still remained. Weaker, more dispersed, yet still present. Kirian slightly frowned. He still could not control that residual energy inside himself. He could not direct it, expel it, nor use it in any way, because it did not seem to be simple ice. And his body, still weak, still at the beginning of the core formation realm, simply was not capable of fully enduring it. Even so, the pain no longer bothered him as much as before. Furthermore, his chi had finally returned to its complete state after the long period of rest. Both cores pulsed softly, filled with renewed energy. That was the most important thing. Kirian slowly breathed before standing up. The movement was hesitant at first, his muscles protesting from the effort after days of immobility. He stretched his arms above his head, feeling his spine crack softly. Compared to the miserable state in which he had arrived at that cave, unconscious, bleeding, half-charred, and partially frozen, that was already more than enough. He was finally ready to leave and continue his search for Ming Hai's tomb. Kirian walked toward the cave entrance, where he had created the wall of ice. He placed his hand against it. The ice cracked and shattered into fragments that dissipated into the hot air. The heat of the volcano immediately struck him like a wall. Kirian stepped outside. His eyes quickly adjusted to the external brightness, and he looked around. What he saw, however, was not what he expected. Silhouettes on the horizon. Many silhouettes. Advancing toward him. People. Many people. Kirian frowned. He imagined who they were, but he did not know why they were coming specifically to that region. But his eyes detected something else. An orange flame in the sky above the people. The same flame that had observed him before. Kirian narrowed his eyes. The flame vibrated, then disappeared. The group of people continued advancing toward Kirian. Chapter 369, 370. Chapter 369. Chapter 370. Shortly before Kirian left the small cave where he had remained hidden for the past 5 days, the 4 leaders and the enormous group of cultivators finally arrived at the region where the 5-horned lava lizard had last been seen. The young man, guiding the way, slowly stopped. His face paled slightly as he observed the dark mountains around them. The landscape was different from the rest of the intermediate area, more desolate, more destroyed, as if something of immense power had passed through recently. He said quietly, pointing toward a specific area between the rocky formations. He swallowed hard, his eyes scanning the terrain as if expecting the beast to emerge from underground once again. Honestly, the groups immediately slowed down. Several cultivators nervously looked around, their hands tightening around the hilts of their weapons. The fear left behind by their desperate escape was still fresh in their memories. Even without being able to see clearly through the thick currents of volcanic smoke and the ash covering the sky, everyone could feel that this region was different from the rest of the great volcano. Colder. Much colder. Not completely frozen, obviously. It was still hot enough to kill ordinary cultivators within minutes. The air still trembled with heat. The rocks still radiated temperature. But compared to the rest of the intermediate area, that region felt almost pleasant. That made no sense. The great volcano was a living hell. The heat constantly increased the closer one moved toward its summit. The layers of ash grew thicker, the rivers of lava more frequent, and the very air heavier. But there, the heat had diminished. The four leaders immediately frowned. As cultivators of the spiritual awakening realm, they possessed spiritual sensitivity far beyond the others. Even before getting close enough to see the details, their senses had already spread through the region like invisible waves. What they found caused their expressions to change. The moment they came close enough to observe the terrain with their own eyes, what they saw was astonishing. The destruction was absurd. Mountains were partially destroyed. Some had lost entire peaks. Others were cracked from base to summit, as if a colossal force had split them apart. There were deep ravines across the mountains, as though a massive wave had swept everything away in its path. The fire chi in the region was completely chaotic, as though it had been violently stirred only days earlier, twisted, compressed, and exploded. But that was not the strangest part. Mixed with the fire, there was ice. Not much. Most of it had already melted, transformed into vapor by the volcano's relentless heat. But extremely faint remnants still remained in places where the impact had been strongest. The four leaders clearly sensed the ice chi spread through the air, embedded within the rocks and the shattered ground. A cold, strange energy that did not belong in that place. As though a terrifying ice technique had exploded there recently. That was exactly why the region was colder. One of the leaders said slowly while observing the destroyed terrain. His voice was deep, carrying something close to admiration. Another leader narrowed his eyes, his spiritual senses extending even farther in an attempt to grasp any remnant of what had happened. No one answered immediately. The leaders' expressions became increasingly serious. They exchanged glances with one another, silently communicating through spiritual transmission. Even they, cultivators of the spiritual awakening realm, far above everyone else present, were surprised by the amount of destruction around them. The marks left behind by the battle indicated a clash between two immense forces. Then, suddenly, the oldest leader among the four stopped walking. His eyes narrowed. His head turned slightly to one side, as though trying to see something the others could not. The other three immediately looked at him. One of them asked. The old man remained silent for a few seconds before slowly turning his head toward a specific direction of the mountain. His ancient yet sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the layers of smoke and ash. His voice became more serious, more cautious. Without waiting for a response, he began walking slowly in that direction. His steps were firm, measured but fast. The other leaders immediately followed him. Naturally, the groups followed behind as well. After about 10 minutes walking through the destroyed volcanic mountains, climbing and descending uneven slopes and circling open craters, they finally arrived at the location. The four leaders were the first to notice what was there, and their expressions changed again. One of the leaders murmured, his voice filled with doubt and surprise. On the ground, partially buried beneath volcanic stones and thick ash that had fallen during the past few days, there was a gigantic, partially frozen paw. Even separated from the rest of the body, it was still enormous, and its claws still faintly glowed with residual heat. The black claws resembled curved blades made of polished obsidian, so sharp they reflected the volcano's red light. Reddish scales covered parts of the destroyed flesh, still emitting faint residual heat. Even dead, even severed, the paw still seemed alive in some way. The mere presence of that paw made several disciples shiver. The primitive instinct of recognizing a superior predator manifested within their bodies. Another leader said slowly, kneeling to examine the limb more closely. Just from the size and the residual pressure still emanating from it, it definitely does not belong to an ordinary beast. The third leader slowly approached the paw while analyzing the cuts and cracks spread across the surface of the remaining ice. His fingers touched one of the fissures. His eyes narrowed. Silence. The cultivators were stunned. Murmurs spread among them like wind. Someone had mutilated that monstrous beast? Someone who was not one of the 4 leaders of the region? Chapter 370, 371. Chapter 370. Chapter 371. The oldest leader slowly crouched beside the paw. His eyes examined every detail of the severed limb, the texture of the scales, the exposed bone, the remnants of ice still clinging to the flesh. Then he lightly touched one of the cracks in the scales. The next instant, his eyes flashed with spiritual energy. The others immediately approached, their own senses extending to feel what the old man had detected. Even though the ice had completely melted days ago, traces of the energy that had created it were still present, embedded within the beast's flesh like lingering poison. A cold and profound energy permeated the paw. An extremely powerful ice technique. See how the ice penetrated the scales? It wasn't merely a surface layer. Another leader deeply frowned, his eyes scanning the surrounding terrain as if searching for answers hidden in the shadows. His expression turned ugly, a mixture of frustration and something closer to wounded greed. The greed in his voice was not hidden even for a moment. The 5-horned lava lizard was a walking treasure: scales, bones, blood, beast core. Every part was worth a fortune, and someone had taken it before they arrived. The oldest leader remained silent while observing the surrounding terrain, his eyes analyzing every detail. The battle happened several days ago. He paused, thinking. Another leader narrowed his eyes, his expression confused. The question lingered in the air. The 4 leaders were the only spiritual awakening realm existences throughout the entire Red Smoke City region. Anyone capable of confronting a beast like that should, at the very least, have been known to them. Silence. No one answered. Then, once again, the oldest leader seemed to sense something. His spiritual senses detected a tiny vibration coming from a specific direction. His head turned sharply. The other 3 immediately did the same, their own senses extending in that direction. Even though they could not see from that distance because of the volcanic smoke and the ash covering the sky, all of them could sense someone, a presence standing still in that direction, motionless, watching, and that presence was weak compared to theirs. First stage of the core formation realm. Insignificant, in theory, the old man said calmly. Instantly, the 4 leaders advanced. Behind them, hundreds of cultivators quickly followed, weapons ready, senses alert. At the entrance of the small cave hidden among the volcanic rocks, Kyrian remained standing silently. His eyes calmly observed the distant group approaching closer and closer. Hundreds of silhouettes emerging from the smoke like ghosts. He did not need spiritual senses to see them. His own eyes were more than enough. He had already noticed the spiritual senses of the 4 leaders passing over his body several minutes ago, when they were still kilometers away. And he also perfectly understood one thing. Trying to escape without being seen was useless. Not with 4 spiritual awakening realm cultivators at the same time. They would cover every direction, their senses extending over an enormous area. Kyrian might be fast, but he was not faster than those 4. So Kyrian simply waited. The hot wind blew against his partially burned clothes as he remained motionless before the cave entrance. His expression was neutral, his blue eyes fixed on the horizon. Soon after, the silhouettes finally emerged through the volcanic smoke, at a distance where ordinary people could begin distinguishing shapes. The 4 leaders were the first to appear, their imposing figures emerging from the clouds of ash. Behind them came hundreds of cultivators and elders, marching in formation. The instant the group saw Kyrian, several expressions changed. Some disciples frowned in confusion. Why was a young man standing there alone before a cave, wearing burned clothes? Especially one person, Fan Zhenk. His eyes widened instantly. His heart stopped for a second, or at least it felt that way. His voice came out almost as an incredulous whisper, so low that only those nearest to him could hear. He had been absolutely certain Kyrian had died. No, he had believed, deeply and painfully, that the boy had sacrificed himself to delay the lizard, while everyone fled in desperation. He had relived that moment hundreds of times in his mind. The image of Kyrian remaining behind alone, facing something that should never have been faced. But now, Kyrian was there, standing before them, alive. Although part of his robe was destroyed and burned, with superficial burns still visible on his arms, he seemed practically unharmed. His eyes were clear. His posture was straight. Pan Zheng felt his heart race. A mixture of shock, relief, and disbelief exploded within him all at once. Meanwhile, the four leaders coldly analyzed Kyrian. First stage of the core formation realm. Two leaders noticed his age, very young, perhaps 16 or 17 years old. All four immediately realized there was something strange about him. Two of them frowned upon, sensing that Kyrian was both mortal and yet possessed cultivation. That was strange, very strange. Apparently, none of them knew about innate talents. But none of them even considered the possibility that Kyrian had fought the lizard. To them, spiritual awakening cultivators, the difference between the first stage and the peak of the core formation realm was immense. Practically an abyss. And the beast was even stronger than an ordinary human at the same level because of its draconic bloodline. A first-stage boy against a peak-stage beast? Ridiculous. Still, his presence there was useful. One of the leaders stepped forward. His presence seemed to intensify slightly, filling the surrounding space. Chapter 371, 372. Chapter 371. Chapter 372. His voice echoed coldly, carrying natural authority. But that was not merely a normal question. At that same instant, Kyrian felt the spiritual senses of the four leaders strike his body simultaneously. It was not a subtle probe. It was a complete, deep, invasive examination, sweeping through every inch of him. In addition, a faint spiritual pressure descended upon him. It was a silent display of superiority, a form of intimidation, a clear message. We are stronger. Do not lie to us. But Kyrian did not even react. The pressure practically had no effect on him. His eyes, apparently, possessed natural protections against this type of pressure and coercion, and he simply ignored the spiritual senses analyzing his body. There was nothing to hide. After a few seconds of silence, Kyrian answered calmly, his voice as neutral as his expression. Another leader narrowed his eyes, dissatisfied with the vague answer. Kyrian did not hesitate. The words came out naturally, as if he were recounting something trivial. During the escape, I ended up separated from the rest of the group. Before the leaders could question further, Pan Zheng quickly stepped forward. Honored leaders, he said, bowing respectfully. He truly was part of our group. The leaders gave slight nods. That explained his presence there. A hired cultivator, someone from outside, not belonging to any of the major forces. Then one of them questioned him again, eyes narrowed with a penetrating gaze. Kyrian answered immediately, without changing his expression. He lightly pointed toward the cave behind him. I ended up being struck by part of the battle's fire, probably a remnant of the draconic breath, and I needed to hide here to survive. His lie came out naturally, without hesitation, without any change in the rhythm of his speech. The leaders silently observed Kyrian for a few seconds, their eyes fixed on his face, searching for any sign of deception. None of them noticed anything. In their eyes, Kyrian was merely an extremely lucky young man, a low cultivation hired hand who had been grazed by an attack and survived through pure luck. A survivor, nothing more. One of the leaders said, looking away. Kyrian calmly nodded. The four leaders then moved several meters away to speak among themselves through spiritual transmission, a silent method of communication only spiritual awakening realm cultivators possessed. Naturally, the disciples could not hear the contents of the conversation, but everyone understood the subject. The five-horned lava lizard. Someone had killed the beast and taken the body. After several minutes of silent discussion, during which the leaders gestured, frowned, and exchanged meaningful glances, they finally reached a conclusion. Continuing to search for the beast was pointless. It had probably already been killed and taken away by some unknown cultivator, someone powerful enough to face it alone, perhaps a traveling expert or a secluded elder from some distant force. It was frustrating, extremely frustrating, but there was nothing they could do. The focus needed to return to the true mission. Then one of the leaders turned toward the gathered groups. His voice echoed throughout the region, amplified by Qi. Several disciples immediately sighed in relief. Some even smiled. No one disagreed. Even the strongest elders at the peak of the core formation realm, those only one step away from spiritual awakening, remained silent at those words. Because they knew it was true. The inner area, the heart of the volcano, was a deadly territory. The heat was so intense it burned meridians. The beasts were so powerful they killed elders. The environment itself was hostile, random flames, natural traps, spiritual instability. Only existences of the spiritual awakening realm possessed the qualifications to explore it. Without delay, the groups began organizing for the descent. The four leaders, however, remained in place for a few more moments, discussing among themselves. They would decide who would enter first, who would stay in the rear, how they would protect themselves. Kirian naturally rejoined Panjang's group for the moment. Upon seeing the young man's deplorable state, burned and torn clothes, they whispered among themselves. If he had been directly hit, Panjang quickly approached him. His eyes were still wide, his face pale. He said, still sounding incredulous. His voice came out almost as a whisper. How? Kirian merely gave a slight nod. He did not explain. He did not need to. Panjang hesitated, clearly wanting to ask more, how he had escaped the lizard, where he had hidden what he had seen. But something in Kirian's eyes stopped him, a silent warning. He nodded, saving the questions for later. Meanwhile, the four leaders began advancing together farther up the mountain. None of them dared enter the inner area alone. Even for them, that place was extremely dangerous. Kirian silently watched. His eyes followed the four figures until they disappeared from everyone's sight among the streams of volcanic smoke. He waited a little longer, until he was certain their spiritual senses no longer reached that region, until the echo of their footsteps completely faded away, until only the hot wind and the sound of lava filled the space. Then, finally, Kirian stopped walking. Panjang looked at him in confusion. The rest of the group also stopped, looking back. Kirian calmly turned around. His blue eyes met Panjang's for a moment. Panjang's eyes widened. His voice rose slightly, a mix of surprise and concern. Kirian, the intermediate area is far too dangerous. But Kirian had already begun walking, not in the direction of the descent, but in the opposite direction, upward. His back faced the group. He said without looking back, and without waiting for a response, he disappeared among the volcanic mountains. Alone, climbing the great volcano along a completely different path from the one followed by the four leaders. Panjang remained standing there for a long moment, watching the place where Kirian had vanished. He barely survived and already wants to try dying again, said Panjang, said the elder of the group, his voice tired. He's not our problem. The group continued descending. High upon the mountain, Kirian walked onward. The heat increased with every step. The ash fell thicker. The smoke grew denser. His blue eyes glowed in the darkness. He thought, if Ming Hai's tomb is anywhere, it's there. He continued climbing, eager to find the so-called fire spirit that might exist within the tomb. Chapter 372, 373. Chapter 372. Chapter 373. Kirian walked alone through the volcanic mountains of the intermediate area. Ash constantly fell from the reddish sky, accumulating over his shoulders and hair before being carried away by the hot wind blowing between the dark valleys of the great volcano. Every step raised small clouds of volcanic dust from the black, cracked ground. The distant sound of lava flowing through the depths of the mountain, echoed continuously around him, a low and constant roar that seemed to come from the entrails of the earth itself. It mixed with the occasional roars of fire beasts hidden among the rocky formations, creating a hostile symphony that accompanied every one of Kirian's steps. But he did not slow down. His blue eyes silently observed the surroundings as he advanced through a completely different path from the one taken by the 4 leaders of Red Smoke City. Through his vision, he had noticed that they had climbed using a northern route, longer but apparently safer. Kirian had chosen the opposite path, steeper, more direct, more dangerous. He had no intention whatsoever of meeting them again, especially now. If those leaders started suspecting that he possessed enough strength to face the 5-horned lava lizard, to kill it alone, everything would become troublesome. Even if they did not fully believe it, a small seed of suspicion would be enough for them to start watching him and perhaps even try to kill him out of greed. And Kirian had no interest in attracting the attention of cultivators from the spiritual awakening realm. He thought while moving forward, if a fire spirit truly existed inside Ming Hai's inheritance, then this was an opportunity far too rare to ignore. He wanted to see what this legendary race looked like. He wanted to understand, with his own eyes, what these beings born from the very essence of the world truly were. Kirian continued climbing. The terrain became increasingly unstable as he advanced through the volcanic slopes. Enormous cracks spread across the black ground like gigantic spiderwebs, some wide enough to swallow an entire man. From them, extremely hot steam escaped in irregular bursts, so hot that the surrounding air distorted. In several places, small rivers of lava crossed the path, thin but deadly. Kirian had to avoid or leap over them, feeling the intense heat burning through the soles of his boots. Even so, nothing could slow him down. His eyes easily identified the safest routes, mapping the terrain ahead with a precision no other cultivator at his level possessed. He could see where the ground was unstable, where the steam was most dangerous, and where the beasts hid. Furthermore, the beasts of this region no longer posed a great threat to him. The battle against the 5-horned lava lizard had drastically increased his combat experience against beasts. Any beast below that level seemed far less frightening now. A fierce roar echoed through the mountain, interrupting his thoughts. The next instant, a creature resembling a tiger covered in black magma plates leapt from behind a gigantic rock. Its glowing claws left trails of fire through the air as it charged. An 8 degrees stage core formation beast. Kirian did not even change his expression. His eyes glowed blue. A spear of ice instantly condensed before him, a thin, aerodynamic projectile perfect for piercing. It shot forward like lightning. The beast did not even have time to react. The spear violently pierced its skull, entering through the right eye and exiting through the back of its head. Ice instantly spread through the wound, freezing the creature's brain before it could even process the pain. The colossal body slid across the volcanic ground for several meters before stopping completely motionless. Dead. Kirian passed by the carcass without even looking at it again. As he advanced, Kirian slowly began to notice something. The environment was changing. The heat was increasing, not gradually like the transition from the outer area to the intermediate area, but drastically as though he had crossed an invisible barrier. The air became increasingly heavy, almost suffocating. Every breath required effort, as if his lungs were being filled with liquid smoke. The stones around him had turned reddish from the absurd temperature, and small spontaneous flames occasionally emerged from cracks in the ground, fueled by flammable gases escaping from the underground. Even the fire chi in the environment felt different, more aggressive and more alive, as though it possessed a will of its own. Kirian stopped for a moment, then slowly raised his eyes. Before him, the gigantic volcanic mountain continued rising toward the smoke-covered heavens. The summit, wrapped in clouds of ash and steam, seemed as distant as the sky itself. But now he knew. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had finally crossed the border. Instantly, the heat increased several times over. It was not a subtle change. It was as if someone had flipped a switch. The air that had once been hot became scorching. The ground that had once been dark turned reddish. The smoke that had once been thin became thick. Even Kyrian felt his skin burn slightly. His ice chi automatically began circulating through his body in response to the hostile environment, like a natural reflex. A thin bluish layer spread beneath his skin, glowing faintly, invisible externally, but present like an internal armor. The layer blocked part of the monstrous heat. Even so, the consumption of chi increased absurdly. Kyrian frowned slightly. He could feel both of his cores working overtime. They were being drained far faster than in the intermediate area. Kyrian now understood why only cultivators of the spiritual awakening realm could survive in this place. It was not only because of the beasts, although they were also a problem. The environment itself was already deadly. Ordinary core formation cultivators, even those at the peak of the realm, would probably have their meridians burned after only a few hours in that hellish heat. The fire chi in the air was so dense that it corroded the spiritual defenses of the weak. Even Kyrian could only remain there thanks to his ice chi, an energy opposed to fire, capable of neutralizing part of the damage. Without it, he would die quickly. He breathed slowly. The air burned his lungs. Every breath was like swallowing embers. As long as he maintained enough chi, he could remain in that region for a long time, perhaps an entire day, perhaps more. His two cores gave him a larger reserve than most, and if his chi ran out, he would simply return to the intermediate area and rest. There was no shame in retreating when necessary. Simple. Kyrian resumed walking. Unlike the other areas of the great volcano, the inner area seemed much smaller. The surrounding mountains became steeper and more dangerous, slowly converging toward the summit of the volcano like the fingers of a gigantic hand closing together. There were no more wide valleys or plains, only steep slopes, narrow ravines, and dizzying cliffs. Everything seemed to point toward the center, toward the gigantic volcanic mouth above. Kyrian looked around while walking. He did not want to waste time exploring that place randomly. Every minute there cost chi. Every wasted second was drained energy. His objective was simple. Find a tomb, find a fire spirit, and leave. He thought calmly while his eyes scanned the rocky formations. It made sense. A specialist like Ming Hai would never leave his inheritance in a simple place, exposed to the first explorer who arrived. He would create obstacles, hide the entrance, use the environment itself as protection. And what would be the most dangerous place in the great volcano? Kyrian raised his eyes. The crater. The volcano's very mouth. Kyrian made his decision quickly. Chapter 373, 374. Chapter 373. Chapter 374. He immediately began advancing toward the main crater, adjusting his route to climb directly upward instead of circling the mountain. The path became even more dangerous. Stronger beasts began appearing with increasing frequency. Some possessed extremely violent energies, clearly superior to the creatures from the intermediate area. Kyrian could feel them before he saw them. Masses of fire chi so dense they felt like miniature suns hidden behind the rocks. After nearly an hour of climbing, Kyrian encountered the first one. A colossal serpent emerged from a fissure in the ground. It was not an ordinary serpent. Its body seemed partially made of liquid magma. Red and black scales flowed as though melting, yet still maintained their shape. Drops of lava fell from its body, burning the ground wherever they touched. Its eyes glowed red as it stared at Kyrian, evaluating him. Peak core formation. Kyrian sensed it clearly. The beast was on the same level as the five-horned lava lizard, perhaps slightly weaker in terms of bloodline, but still terrifying. The serpent's body stretched over 20 meters long. The heat radiating from it distorted the surrounding air, creating visible waves that trembled like mirages. The serpent attacked instantly. There was no warning, no threatening posture. One moment it was motionless, observing. The next, its mouth opened and a wave of magma erupted from its throat like an explosion. Kyrian calmly moved to the side. The movement was minimal, half a step to the left, but it was enough. The lava brushed past him so closely that Kyrian felt the heat burn the edges of his robe. The magma struck a nearby mountain. The rock melted instantly, turning into glowing liquid that flowed down the slope. Kyrian's eyes glowed. Several streams of ice emerged around the serpent-like living chains, rising from the ground at calculated angles. They wrapped around the beast's colossal body, around its neck, torso, and tail, tightening with enough force to crack bones. The serpent's partially frozen body hissed violently. The beast roared, a guttural and distorted sound, while trying to shatter the ice. Its strength was immense. Cracks spread through the ice chains almost instantly. But Kyrian had already moved. His hand swept in a swift arc, and an ice sword instantly condensed in his palm. Not an ordinary sword, but a thin, elongated blade, perfect for piercing. The serpent was still occupied trying to free itself from the chains. Kyrian advanced. The ice blade pierced through the serpent's eye, the most vulnerable point on its scale-covered head, and stabbed directly into its brain. Ice spread instantly through the wound, freezing the neural tissue before the beast could even fully feel the pain. The creature's roar abruptly ceased, turning into a weak, agonized groan. Its colossal body crashed heavily onto the volcanic rocks, trembling for several seconds before becoming completely still. Kyrian slowly exhaled. The fight had lasted only a few minutes. But even so, he realized something important. The chi consumption in that environment was enormous, far greater than he had expected. Every spear of ice, every chain, and every sword required more chi than in the intermediate area, especially because he constantly had to use ice to protect himself from the heat while fighting. Kyrian did not stay there to rest. He continued advancing. Fortunately, he did not encounter any spiritual awakening realm beast during the climb. If he did, even he would have problems. A beast of that level, combined with the hostile environment, would be a challenge Kyrian was not certain he could overcome. Time passed slowly. 1 hour. 2. 3. The heat increased with every meter of altitude. Kyrian could no longer distinguish where the volcano's heat ended and the heat of his own body began. At times, he needed to stop briefly, just to breathe, to focus, to reinforce his chi barrier. Fatigue was beginning to accumulate. 5 entire hours passed. The sun had already moved across the sky, though. Its exact position was difficult to determine through the thick smoke. Finally, Kyrian reached the summit. The gigantic mouth of the great volcano appeared before him. Kyrian stopped. The hot wind blasted violently against his partially burned clothes, making them snap like flags in a storm. His vision, through the smoke and distorted heat, reached the opposite edge of the crater, so distant that the details vanished into the red environment. Then, a distant explosion echoed from the other side of the volcano. It was not the sound of lava. Kyrian already knew that sound well. It was sharper, like the collision of spiritual techniques. Then another explosion, and another. Kyrian slightly turned his face in that direction, his blue eyes piercing through the streams of smoke. He thought immediately. It seemed they were fighting some powerful beast. The explosions were violent and irregular, a real battle. And he was correct. On the other side of the great volcano, in an equally hostile region, the 4 leaders of Red Smoke City were facing 2 spiritual, awakening realm beasts. One of them was a 1,000-year fire eagle, a colossal bird with wings of flame and claws capable of tearing through steel. The other was a living magma golem, a creature without a defined form, made entirely of lava and molten stone. But Kyrian did not care. That had nothing to do with him. He turned his gaze forward again, toward the gigantic crater. Kyrian slowly approached the edge. The ground beneath his feet was hot, so hot that the soles of his boots were beginning to melt. He ignored it. What he saw below resembled hell. An ocean of lava moved violently within the depths of the volcano, so vast that Kyrian could not see the opposite edges. Gigantic waves crashed against the inner walls of the crater, occasionally launching magma high into the air like a furious tide. The heat was so intense that even space itself seemed distorted. The air trembled. The light bent. Kirian was careful not to get too close. If he were directly struck by that lava, not merely splashed, but hit by a true impact, he would probably die. Even with his ice. Even with his barriers. His eyes began carefully analyzing the entire region. The inner walls of the crater, carved by centuries of magma flow, formed irregular patterns of black and red stone. Kirian searched for caves, fissures, anything that appeared artificial. Natural caverns formed by gas bubbles in solidified lava. Cracks, some wide enough for a body to pass through. Every detail, even the slightest suspicious sign. But at first, he found nothing. It was merely a volcano. Gigantic, deadly, but apparently ordinary. Kirian frowned slightly. It was possible the tomb was not there. Perhaps it was somewhere else in the inner area, hidden inside a side cavern, within some forgotten fissure. But Kirian felt otherwise. Instinctively, he knew he was in the right place. Then at that exact moment, the lava below slightly receded during a wave. It was not a major retreat, perhaps only a few meters, but it was enough. And Kirian's eyes caught something. A red barrier, hidden beneath the surface of the magma. The barrier was subtle, nearly transparent, blending with the surrounding glow of the lava. Kirian would hardly have noticed it if he had not been specifically searching. Behind it, a small opening, a cave, carved not by nature, but by intelligent hands. Kirian's eyes immediately narrowed. If not for his eyes, he never would have noticed it. No other cultivator there, not even the 4 spiritual awakening leaders, would have detected that barrier hidden beneath the lava. The barrier remained visible for less than a second. Only enough time for Kirian to register its position, its shape, and its color. Then the lava rose again, completely covering it. But that was enough. His expression changed slightly, a gleam appearing in his eyes, a faint curve forming at the corners of his lips. Minghai Shou Dong. It existed, and Kirian had found it. Chapter 374, 375. Chapter 374. Chapter 375. Kirian remained motionless at the edge of the gigantic crater of the great volcano. The scorching wind blew violently against his body, making the burned edges of his robe flutter like flags in a storm of fire. His skin was already reddened by the extreme heat, even with the constant protection of ice chi circulating beneath his skin like invisible armor. He observed the waves of magma below. The lava rose and fell continuously like a furious ocean trapped within the walls of the crater, illuminating the entire environment with an intense red glow that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. Gigantic waves crashed against the inner walls of the volcano, launching incandescent splashes dozens of meters into the air before they fell back into the sea of fire. The heat was absurd. Even while constantly using ice chi to protect his body, Kirian could still feel his skin burning slightly. It was not exactly pain. It was more like a constant warning that his body was at the limit of what it could withstand. But his eyes remained fixed on a single point, on the region where he had seen the red barrier hidden beneath the lava. Kirian had already counted the pattern. Every few seconds, the magma receded slightly during the movement of the waves. It was not a large retreat, perhaps only a few meters, but it was enough to reveal, for less than an instant, the small transparent barrier hidden within the inner wall of the volcano. And behind it, that small cave, the possible entrance to Minghai's tomb. Kirian narrowed his eyes as he calculated. He had no way to measure it precisely, but his body already gave him the instinctive answer. If he simply jumped without preparation, he would die before even reaching the entrance. The heat at that depth was so intense that even the air would probably burn his lungs. Kirian slowly raised his right hand. Ice chi began circulating intensely in his palm, condensing into a single point. Above the lava, dozens of meters below him, an enormous platform of ice instantly appeared in midair. It was thick, at least half a meter of compact ice, and glowed with a pale blue light that violently contrasted against the red environment. The very next instant, the ice began to melt. No, it cannot even be called melting. The platform practically evaporated. In less than a second, less time than it took Kyrian to blink, the ice transformed into white vapor before it could even stabilize completely. The remaining fragments fell toward the lava, dissolving into the air before they even touched the surface. Kyrian silently watched as the last traces disappeared. His face did not change. His expression remained neutral, but his brow furrowed slightly. Even the ice created by his eyes, that pure ice, denser and more resilient than ordinary ice, could not remain stable in that environment. The conditions were simply too extreme. Creating platforms all the way to the cave entrance was impossible. He would need another approach. Kyrian then returned to observing the distance between the edge and the hidden barrier. His eyes analyzed every variable with precision bordering on the supernatural. After a few seconds of mental calculations, he reached a conclusion. 15 seconds. That was the approximate amount of time it would take to fall to the hidden entrance. 15 seconds inside that inferno, 15 seconds exposed to the most intense heat he had ever faced in his life. Kyrian remained silent for a long moment. Then, his eyes moved once more toward the lava. The problem was not only surviving the heat. The real problem was the timing. The entrance only appeared when the waves of magma receded, a period of approximately 1.5 seconds every 5 seconds. If he missed the moment, if his fall was too fast or too slow, he would fall directly into the lava. And even using all his strength, not even he would survive that. His ice armor could protect him from the ambient heat for a few seconds, perhaps more, depending on how many layers he created. But falling directly into that ocean of magma, being submerged in liquid with a temperature of thousands of degrees. Instant death. Kyrian continued observing. The explosions from the distant battle of the 4 leaders still echoed occasionally from the other side of the volcano. Waves of chi spread through the air alongside the roars of spiritual, awakening beasts. The sound was muffled by distance, but still perceptible, a reminder that he was not completely alone in the great volcano. But Kyrian ignored it completely. All his attention was focused on the lava below, on the waves, on the pattern of movement. The magma receded. The barrier appeared. Kyrian memorized the rhythm. An entire minute passed while he remained motionless at the edge, his eyes recording every detail, every variation, every possible unforeseen variable. Then finally, Kyrian blinked. Instantly, 5 layers of condensed ice appeared over his body. This was not the ordinary ice he used for barriers or temporary armor. It was the same extremely compact and resilient ice he had used during the battle against the 5-horned lava lizard, the one that had resisted the draconic breath for a few precious seconds. The first layer completely covered his torso, arms, and legs. It was thick, opaque, and glowing with a deep blue light. The second layer formed over the first, adjusting perfectly like a second skin. The third, the fourth, and then the 5th came after. Half of all his chi disappeared instantly. The air around him became absurdly cold for a brief moment. White vapor appeared spontaneously, freezing particles of ash in the air. But the heat of the volcano consumed everything again in less than a second. Kyrian slowly exhaled. The hot air left his lungs, mixing with the vapor. Then he jumped, without hesitation, without extra preparation. His body simply launched itself from the edge of the great volcano toward the ocean of lava below. The wind exploded around him. The speed of the fall increased instantly. Kyrian felt his stomach rise, his limbs become lighter, and the air whistling in his ears. The heat struck Kyrian like a wall. The armors immediately began hissing violently. The outer ice, the 5th layer, melted at an absurd speed. Massive amounts of white vapor exploded around his body as he crossed the superheated air currents inside the crater. Kyrian felt the heat penetrating through the layers of ice. Not completely, the armor still blocked most of it, but enough to make his skin tingle. He did not panic. Everything was within his calculations. 15 seconds. He only needed to survive 15 seconds. His eyes remained fixed below, on the barrier, on the small opening hidden within the black stone wall. The waves of lava continued rising and falling violently, indifferent to the small figure descending toward them. The fifth layer disappeared completely. The ice melted and evaporated, leaving behind only vapor. The heat became even more intense. Then, the fourth layer began to crack. Kirian felt his skin burn. Sweat evaporated before it could even appear on his skin. The air burned his lungs with every breath. 8 seconds. The fourth layer disintegrated. 7 seconds. The third began melting rapidly. Kirian still kept his eyes fixed below, waiting, calculating the wave pattern, the exact moment of the retreat. 5 seconds. The lava began to recede. The barrier became partially visible, first an edge, then the entire surface, glowing with a translucent red light. Kirian narrowed his eyes. 3 seconds before impact. Kirian concentrated all his remaining chi into his eyes. Kirian's eyes shone intensely blue. The remainder of his chi violently exploded outward. A spear of ice appeared before him. Not an ordinary spear, but extremely condensed ice, compressed to the limit of what his eyes could create. Its glow was so intense that it outshone the red of the volcano. The weapon shot downward like a blue meteor, cutting through the superheated air in a perfect trajectory. The spear struck directly into the surface of the lava. For one impossible instant, the lava froze. Not completely. Only a small area around the impact, perhaps 1 meter in diameter, transformed into blackish red ice. Stone and magma frozen together, a substance that should not exist in that environment. It lasted only a moment. A single, brief moment. But that was all Kirian needed. His body fell right behind the spear. The third layer of ice shattered completely under the heat. Kirian violently struck the small frozen block. The ice instantly broke beneath his weight. The impact was violent. Kirian felt his bones tremble, his spine compress from the sudden deceleration. The ice fragmented into thousands of pieces that flew in every direction. His body pierced through the surface of the lava, exactly at the point frozen by the spear. The heat was indescribable. Even with the remaining armors, even with the ice, Kirian felt his skin scream. For a moment, he thought he would burn, that his body would turn to ash before even reaching the barrier. And then, he passed through the red barrier. Chapter 375, 376. Chapter 375. Chapter 376. The sensation was strange, like diving into cold water after standing inside a fire. On one side, deadly heat. On the other, heat that was still intense, but bearable. The next instant, Kirian fell inside the small cave hidden behind the formation. His body crashed violently against the stone floor. He rolled several times, once, twice, 3 times, before finally stopping against a wall of black rock. Above him, the lava completely covered the entrance once more. The small frozen section he had used as an impact point disappeared instantly, absorbed by the sea of fire. The spear of ice melted. Everything lasted less than 2 seconds. Kirian remained lying there for a few moments, breathing heavily. The sound of his own breathing echoed through the cave walls, ragged, uneven but alive. The last layers of ice over his body slowly evaporated, turning into vapor that rose toward the stone ceiling. His chi was almost completely empty. Kirian estimated that less than 10% of his total energy remained. But he had succeeded. Kirian slowly stood up. He looked at his arms. His skin was reddened, with small blisters in some areas, but nothing too serious. The heat inside that small cave was still extreme. Kirian estimated the temperature there was comparable to the hottest points of the intermediate area, enough to kill ordinary cultivators, but bearable for him. Above him, the lava continued moving violently, separated from the cave only by the transparent red barrier. He could see the magma bubbling, the waves crashing against the protection Ming Hai had left behind. The formation prevented the magma from entering, but it did not prevent people from passing through it. Kirian had already realized that earlier. Even from a distance, his eyes could partially analyze the structure of the barrier. It was a one-sided formation designed to hide and protect the entrance, but not to block passage. Kirian then looked around. The cave was small. It was no more than 10 meters wide and 5 meters deep. The ceiling was low enough that Kirian could touch the stone with his fingertips if he stretched out his arm. Empty. There were no treasures scattered across the floor. No skeletons. No inscriptions on the walls telling Ming Hai's story. The only thing present in that place. There was an enormous red stone gate embedded into the inner wall of the volcano. Kirian approached it. The gate was impressive, at least 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, carved from a type of rock that was not ordinary volcanic stone. The texture was different, smoother, and darker. Runes faintly glowed across its surface. Complex runes. Kirian did not recognize them, but he could feel the power within them. Even after centuries, even without anyone feeding them, they still pulsed with fire chi. Kirian thought. He extended his hand and pushed. Nothing happened. The gate did not move even slightly. Kirian used more force, not only physical strength, but also chi, channeling energy into his arms. The muscles in his arms tensed. His hands pushed against the cold stone with all the power his cores could provide. Still nothing. The gate remained completely motionless, as though it had fused with the mountain itself. Kirian slightly furrowed his brow, then stepped back. He asked calmly out loud, to no one in particular. Ice chi slowly began circulating around his body once more, what little remained. If he completely froze the gate and used enough force, perhaps he could shatter it. But before he could act, a small orange flame appeared in front of the gate. Silently, floating in the air, Kirian immediately narrowed his eyes. It was the same flame, the one that had been observing him since the intermediate area. Now it was here, floating between him and the gate. Kirian stepped back half a step, his eyes fixed on the flame. His posture shifted slightly, not openly hostile, but prepared. His relaxed muscles concealed readiness for action. The flame flickered softly. Then it spoke. Its voice was deep, ancient, filled with echoes that did not belong to the human world, like the sound of bubbling lava deep within a cavern. It did not sound human, but neither did it carry hostility. The flame slowly floated before him, approaching his face. Kirian did not retreat. Kirian did not answer immediately. His eyes remained fixed on the flame. He could sense it. There was consciousness behind it, real intelligence. It was not an automatic formation mechanism, nor a lingering fragment of what left behind by Ming Hai. It was something alive. Kirian thought. After several seconds, he calmly asked, his voice neutral. The flame flickered slightly. Its voice now carried something close to sorrow. Kirian immediately frowned. He did not like those words. He did not like the certainty in the flame's voice, as though it already knew the answer before even testing him. He asked coldly. His tone did not change, but there was a trace of steel within it. Tell me what is required. The flame seemed to grow slightly irritated. It pulsed, its orange light becoming a little more intense. The path you cultivate belongs to ice. I can feel it in every fiber of your being. The flame floated in circles around Kirian, as though examining him from every angle. Kirian remained silent. His face did not change, but the flame's last words caught his attention. He understood. The gate would not open through brute force. Not with ice. It was a barrier specifically designed to respond to the opposing element. Fire. Kirian simply ignored the rest of the flame's speech. Without responding, he began walking toward the gate once more. The flame immediately moved in front of him, blocking his path. Its voice now sharper, impatient. I'll literally just explain that this gate will not open for someone who cultivates ice. No matter how much you push, no matter how badly you want. Then it stopped, because it felt something change. The environment around Kirian changed completely. The cold emanating from his body, that constant cold the flame had sensed from the very first moment it observed him, disappeared. Not weakened, not suppressed, simply gone. In place of the cold, a strange heat began to emerge. It was not the violent heat of the volcano, nor the aggressive heat of fire beasts. It was something more restrained, more controlled. The orange flame quickly floated closer to Kyrian, its attention fixed on his face. And then it saw. Kyrian's eyes had changed. The light blue, that blue resembling the skies, had completely disappeared. Now, his irises were dark gray. Gray like ash, gray like smoke, gray like the sky above the volcano. And in the center of each pupil, small flames silently danced. They were not orange flames, nor red. They were gray, as though the fire had burned so intensely that even its color had transformed. The eyes of the gray flame. Kyrian raised his hand. Without hesitation, he touched the gate. The moment contact was made, fire chi began flowing from his eyes directly into the red runes carved into the stone surface. It was not ordinary fire, but an extremely pure flame. And that was enough. The runes immediately began glowing intensely. One by one, they lit up red. The stone groaned. Then, the gate slowly moved, opening. Behind Kyrian, the small orange flame remained completely motionless. In disbelief, because it had been absolutely certain. It had examined Kyrian from the very first moment it saw him. His chi was ice. His eyes were ice. Everything about him breathed cold. So then, how was he using fire chi? And not only that, an extremely pure fire. A fire it did not recognize. A fire that. The flame no longer looked at Kyrian with irritation or sorrow. No more impatience. Now, the fire spirit looked at him with excitement, with hope. For the first time in centuries, the fire spirit felt that old Ming Hai might finally have found the successor he had been searching for. Kyrian did not wait. He stepped through the open gate, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Chapter 376, 377. Chapter 376. Chapter 377. The orange flame disappeared silently behind Kyrian the moment he crossed the gate. Kyrian did not even notice. Or perhaps he simply did not care. His eyes were focused on the path ahead, and nothing else mattered at that moment. On the other side of the gate, there was only a staircase. Long, dark, deep. The surrounding walls were made of the same dark red stone as the gate, smooth and polished by time, covered in runes nearly erased by centuries of oblivion. Small orange fire torches floated attached to the walls at regular intervals, faintly illuminating the descending corridor with a light that resembled dying embers more than living flames. Kyrian looked downward. The staircase seemed endless, step after step vanishing into the darkness below, as if the entire mountain were hollow inside. Then he began descending. The sound of his footsteps echoed continuously through the depths of the mountain. Each step seemed to take him deeper into the heart of the great volcano. The heat remained intense, but different now. Before, the heat had been wild, destructive, a chaotic natural force trying to consume everything around it. Down there, within that endless staircase, the heat felt controlled, tamed, as if someone had molded the very essence of fire in that place, turning it into something almost docile. Kyrian continued, descending in silence. Time passed slowly. 1 hour. 2. 3. He could feel the weight of the mountain above his head, an invisible pressure that seemed to squeeze his shoulders, his head, and his chest. He felt magma circulating through the depths of the volcano like monstrous rivers flowing around that hidden place, their currents creating vibrations that trembled through the stone. Occasionally, the walls trembled slightly. Deep roars echoed in the distance, the sound of earth moving, lava flowing, and the volcano itself breathing. The great volcano was alive. Finally, after almost 3 entire hours of descending, 3 hours of measured footsteps, silence, and suffocating heat, Kyrian saw the end of the staircase. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then he stepped out of the corridor and stopped. The sight before him was gigantic. The place was not a simple room. It was not a chamber, nor a hall, nor anything Kyrian could have imagined. It was practically a colossal dome carved inside the volcano itself. Above, hundreds of meters overhead, lava moved violently behind a translucent reddish barrier. It was like an ocean of fire suspended above his head, waves of magma constantly crashing against the formation, illuminating the entire region with orange and red flashes that danced like slow lightning. Below, there was lava as well. Everywhere, Kyrian stood on a platform attached to the wall of the dome, a narrow ledge of dark red stone that barely had enough space for 3 people standing side by side. Ahead of him, there was only a narrow bridge, so narrow that 2 people could not walk side by side across it, stretching over that sea of magma. The bridge led to a gigantic altar located exactly at the center of the chamber. Silent and ancient, Kyrian immediately began walking. The sound of his footsteps echoed across the bridge while the magma below bubbled violently. The heat there was monstrous, far worse than anywhere in the inner area, far worse than the edge of the crater. Kyrian felt his skin tingle, his eyes burn, and his breathing grow more difficult. But he did not stop. He kept walking until he reached the altar. Then he finally saw what rested upon it. A single stone coffin, gigantic, covered with thousands of red runes. The inscriptions glowed faintly, like embers nearly extinguished after centuries of waiting. But Kyrian could feel the monstrous chi hidden within them, an energy so dense, so concentrated, that it seemed ready to explode at any moment. That was Ming-Hai's tomb. Kyrian slowly approached, his eyes scanning every detail of the coffin. But the instant he arrived before the altar, something changed. A deep sound echoed through the chamber. The lava below began moving violently. Gigantic waves rose around the bridge, so high that Kyrian feared the magma would reach where he stood. They crashed against the walls of the dome with enough force to make the entire structure tremble. Kyrian immediately stepped back, his eyes sweeping across the environment in search of the source. Then something emerged from the lava. First, a gigantic head, then shoulders, arms, a colossal torso. Lava continuously flowed from that body as the creature rose, incandescent droplets falling back into the ocean of fire below like a rain of stars. Magma cascaded from its body like blazing waterfalls, creating small explosions of vapor where it touched the surface. The creature continued rising and rising until it became fully visible behind the altar. Kyrian slowly raised his eyes and finally saw a true fire spirit. For a moment, Kyrian felt pressure, a pressure similar to that of the 5-horned lava lizard, but different at the same time. It was not exactly the same. The lizard possessed dragon blood, an ancient and imposing lineage. The spirit carried a different kind of pressure. It was an instinctive, primal sensation, as if the being before him was naturally superior to humans, superior to beasts, superior to practically everything Kyrian had ever encountered. There was something in the spirit's eyes, in the way it observed Kyrian, that suggested a different kind of intelligence. Kyrian thought. The pressure lasted only a moment. Then it vanished, dissipated by the natural resistance of his eyes. Kyrian did not need to activate any special power. His eyes, even in their neutral form, were already capable of neutralizing that kind of spiritual coercion. The fire spirit observed Kyrian silently. Its body was gigantic, easily over 15 meters tall, perhaps 20. It occupied the space behind the altar like a living mountain, motionless and imposing. But its appearance was far more human than Kyrian had imagined. It looked human, a gigantic, disproportionate human, but human nonetheless. It had arms, legs, a torso, and a head. The proportions were not perfect, the arms were too long and the shoulders too broad, but the resemblance was undeniable. Its body was translucent and orange, formed entirely from condensed fire and pure chi. Within that body, rivers of energy continuously circulated like blood, following paths that resembled human meridians. Kyrian could see everything with his eyes, the flow of chi, the structure of the body, and the way the energy moved. Kyrian thought, no flesh, no bonus, just the amount of chi inside that being was absurd. Kyrian felt as though he were standing before a bottomless abyss. No matter how much he tried to measure it, he could not reach the end. Far beyond any cultivator he had ever encountered. Far beyond Dongjun. far beyond any elder Kyrian had ever known. Chapter 377, 378. Chapter 377. Chapter 378. The spirit seemed to be literally made of fire chi, and an extremely pure chi at that, so pure that Kyrian could feel its quality even from a distance. Even so, strangely, the temperature of the chamber did not increase after its appearance. It was as if it completely concealed its energy, as if all that monstrous power was perfectly contained within that translucent body, without allowing a single degree of wasted heat to escape. Kyrian thought. Then the spirit spoke. Its voice was hoarse, deep, filled with echoes. It sounded like volcanic rocks breaking apart inside boiling lava. Kyrian did not answer immediately. The two simply stared at each other. Kyrian observed the spirit, its form, its energy, and its expression. The spirit observed Kyrian, his eyes, his cultivation, and his presence. An entire minute passed in silence. Both seemed curious. Kyrian had never seen a fire spirit before. He had read about them in the Blood Library, in the scrolls Dong Jun had made available. But reading about something and seeing it were completely different experiences. Then, suddenly, Kyrian felt something pass through his body. It was not pain. It was not physical discomfort. It was a strange sensation, similar to a spiritual sense, but different. Kyrian thought. The sensation slowly moved through every part of his body, from head to toe, from his arms to his torso. It was like an invisible wave, trying to analyze absolutely everything about him. Kyrian frowned slightly. That was uncomfortable. Not because it hurt, but because it was invasive. Kyrian did not like being analyzed. No one would, but he did not resist. The spirit was clearly far stronger than him. If it wanted to harm him, it would not need a probing technique. 3 seconds later, the sensation disappeared, and at that same instant, the spirit's expression completely changed. Its orange eyes, those eyes that seemed to contain burning stars, widened. Its voice came out louder than before, echoing through the dome like muffled thunder. Kyrian slightly raised an eyebrow. The spirit continued staring at him in disbelief, its flaming eyes scanning Kyrian's body as if looking at something impossible. Silence filled the chamber for an instant. Even the magma below seemed to quiet down, as if the volcano itself were paying attention. Kyrian immediately frowned. Heavenly will. The term was unfamiliar to him. The spirit continued slowly, as if processing every word before speaking it. The rest of your body? Kyrian remained silent for a few seconds. His eyes shifted toward his own hand, toward the small mark that always burned whenever he sensed natural formations. He had never known what it was, only that it existed. Then he looked up again. He asked calmly. The spirit seemed irritated for a moment, perhaps because of Kyrian's ignorance, perhaps because it had to explain something it considered basic. Its voice echoed throughout the entire dome, amplified by the natural acoustics of the chamber. The spirit narrowed its flaming eyes. At least, Kyrian silently absorbed that information. He had never heard of this before. None of the books he had read mentioned it. None of the cultivators he had spoken to ever talked about it. But then, something suddenly made sense in his mind. Maybe it's because I'm immortal, he said calmly. The spirit seemed genuinely confused. Its flaming brow furrowed, forming wrinkles of fire. Mortals cannot cultivate, Kyrian explained, his voice neutral. They cannot sense chi. They cannot manipulate it. The spirit's flaming eyes slowly moved, processing that information. Its voice carried pure disdain, the contempt of someone who had never needed to worry about limitations. But then doubts surfaced again. Confusion returned to its flaming face. Kyrian answered without hesitation, his voice firm. It allows me to cultivate differently. It allows me to manipulate chi, even as a mortal. The spirit remained silent, clearly processing that information. It was obvious it had never heard of something like this in all its long years of existence. Finally, after some time, it spoke again. Its voice now carried uncertainty, something that had not been there before. The conviction it had shown at the entrance had vanished, replaced by doubt. Your talent is undeniable. Your eyes impress me. And that gray flame. But now, Kyrian did not react. His face remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on the spirits. He simply continued observing. The spirit seemed to be thinking deeply. Its flaming eyes moved from side to side, following some internal pattern of thought. It clearly did not want to remain trapped in that place for more centuries, waiting for another successor. Ming Hai had died 800 years ago. The spirit had guarded his inheritance all that time, alone, waiting, and Kyrian was absurdly talented, even strange, even abnormal, even as a mortal. The spirit thought, perhaps this is the best that will appear in the next centuries. Finally, after a long pause, the spirit made its decision. Kyrian immediately approached the coffin. He did not hesitate. He did not ask why. He simply acted. Without hesitation, he placed his hand over the red runes. The eyes of the gray flame appeared, fire chi beginning to flow from his eyes into the runes. Instantly, the thousands of runes lit up. One by one, in rapid sequence, the ancient inscriptions awakened from their long slumber. Red, orange, golden. The entire altar began to tremble. The stones vibrated. The ground shook. Even the magma below seemed to move in sync with the runes, as if the volcano itself were responding to the awakening. Then, a gigantic orange flame exploded from the coffin. The pillar of fire shot toward the ceiling of the dome, so intense that Kyrian had to close his eyes for a moment. It illuminated the entire bridge, the entire altar, and the entire colossal chamber with a radiance that resembled the light of a rising sun. The magma below churned violently, gigantic waves crashing against the walls. The fire chi became so dense it felt liquid. Kyrian could feel it in the air, on his skin, and in his lungs. Every breath was like swallowing fire. 5 seconds passed. 5 seconds of intense heat, blinding light, and ancient power awakening. Then the flame vanished, as suddenly as it had appeared, and the coffin lid disintegrated, turning into ashes. It did not crack apart. It did not open. It simply crumbled, transforming into fine particles that floated in the air for a moment before vanishing completely. Kyrian looked inside the tomb, and for the first time since entering the great volcano, his expression completely changed. Surprise, because inside the coffin, it was not merely an ordinary corpse. Chapter 378, 379. Chapter 378. Chapter 379. The heat exploded. The instant Ming Hai's coffin was completely opened, the entire gigantic underground chamber seemed to awaken from an 800-year slumber. It was not a gradual awakening. It was a violent explosion of energy accumulated over centuries. The temperature increased several times over within seconds. The magma beneath the bridge, which had previously bubbled in a relatively calm manner, erupted violently. Waves of lava 10 meters high crashed against the walls of the dome, scattering incandescent droplets that shone like falling stars. The fire chi became absurdly dense. Kyrian felt the air press against his lungs, as if he were swallowing living embers. Every breath was agony. Every beat of his heart seemed to echo through the suffocating heat. The air trembled. The runes spread across the altar glowed intensely in dark red, like veins pulsing within the mountain itself. They vibrated in sync with the magma, heart below, creating a symphony of power that Kyrian could feel in his bones. He immediately felt his face burning. The heat in that room had already been absurd before, enough to kill ordinary cultivators within minutes. Now, it felt as though he were standing at the center of a sun. Kyrian thought, feeling his skin begin to burn even through his fire chi. I won't be able to endure this for long. But then, a warm energy enveloped his body. Not aggressive, not violent, controlled, almost gentle. Kyrian immediately realized it was the fire spirit protecting him. A thin layer of orange chi covered his skin like a second layer of flesh, nullifying much of the thermal pressure erupting from the coffin. Kirian noticed it, but he said nothing, because his attention was completely fixed on what lay inside the tomb. His expression rarely changed, but now, his face was filled with pure shock. His voice came out slowly, almost a whisper. His eyes remained fixed on the inside of the coffin without blinking. Is that? At the center of the tomb was a complete human skeleton. The bones were arranged in their proper anatomical positions, as though Ming Hai's body were still intact. Most of the bones had been partially carbonized by time, and the fire qi accumulated over centuries within that sealed coffin. They were dark gray, almost black, with fine cracks running across their surfaces like spiderwebs. But one of them was completely different. The spine. It did not look human. It did not possess the grayish color of the other bones. It was dark red, almost crystalline, like an enormous fragment of flaming jade carved into the shape of perfect vertebrae. Each vertebra was symmetrical, polished, and glowing with an inner light that seemed to come from somewhere beyond stone itself. Golden veins ran through its entire length, as thin as strands of hair, yet shining intensely. They pulsed slowly, like rivers of magma flowing within the bone. Even without touching it, Kirian could feel a strange pressure emanating from the spine. It was not merely qi. It was not merely power. It was something deeper, more fundamental. Kirian thought silently, his eyes fixed upon the crystalline spine. Not techniques, not treasures, not pills. A bone. The fire spirit observed his reaction before responding calmly. Kirian slowly nodded without taking his eyes off the spine. But the information was extremely vague, fragmented. He paused. The spirit interrupted, its voice firmer now. Its gigantic, translucent figure slowly approached the altar, floating above the magma, as lightly as a leaf. The spirit's flaming eyes fixed themselves on the spine. The spirit looked at the spine with a strange expression, almost nostalgic. Kirian listened attentively. Meanwhile, his mind recalled the little information he had found within the blood library. Heaven bones, extremely rare, perhaps as rare as heavenly physiques, perhaps even rarer. The books described heaven bones as bones naturally modified by heaven itself, but they explained little beyond that. Kirian then asked directly, his voice calm yet firm. The fire spirit remained silent for several seconds, organizing its thoughts. Then it answered. Its flaming eyes stared at Kirian with a seriousness that had not been there before. Both possess a deep connection to the heavenly will. The spirit slowly raised one of its gigantic hands, its flaming fingers opening as though offering something invisible. Kirian frowned. The spirit nodded. The spirit paused dramatically. It looked directly into Kirian's eyes. Kirian quickly turned his face, his eyes widening slightly. His surprise was genuine. He knew something different had happened during the battle against the lizard, that translucent blue power that had emerged from his eyes, freezing the draconic breath and transforming the creature into a statue of ice. But he did not know it had a name. He did not know it was a recognized stage of comprehension. The spirit asked. Its voice carried a trace of disbelief. What you used against the lizard was clearly the aura of ice. There is no doubt. The spirit's flaming eyes narrowed. Kirian remained silent. So it really had been something different. Dongjun had mentioned aura during one of their conversations when Kirian asked about it, but he had never fully explained what it was. Kirian had assumed it was something distant, something that would only become relevant in higher realms. Now everything made sense. The absurd strength of that power, the damage to his own body, the sensation that the ice had become something beyond itself. The spirit continued. Its expression became serious, almost severe. Aura is far too powerful for weak bodies. Kirian absorbed those words silently. He thought. Chapter 379, 380. Chapter 379. Chapter 380. Kirian stored the information away in his mind. The spirit then returned to the previous subject. It pointed toward the spine inside the coffin. Kirian's eyes widened slightly. That was absurd. Even aura already seemed like something distant for ordinary cultivators. Kirian had only touched that stage by accident and had nearly died because of it. And a heaven bone allowed someone to comprehend something above that, something above aura, before cultivation had even begun? Of course, the spirit said, as if reading his thoughts. Even if they comprehend the law, their bodies still cannot withstand using it. The spirit then looked once more toward the spine inside the coffin, its expression softening slightly. Kirian remained staring at the heaven bone, a cultivator directly connected to the law of fire since birth, without requiring years of meditation and comprehension. That was simply terrifying. But then another question arose in his mind. Kirian slowly turned toward the spirit. "They can," the spirit answered immediately. Its voice did not hesitate. Its voice became heavier, filled with warning. The power of a heaven bone is far too violent for most bodies. Ordinary cultivators would instantly explode during the fusion. The spirit paused. Kirian showed no outward reaction. His face remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on the spirit. But internally, he became alert. More than 90%. That was not dangerous. It was practically suicide. The spirit then continued, its voice softening slightly. "I will personally perform the implantation." Then, it hesitated. Again, Kirian immediately noticed. He asked calmly. The spirit remained silent for several seconds, its flaming eyes scanning Kirian's body as though searching for something. Its flaming eyes analyzed Kirian once more, as though seeing something it could not classify, much weaker than that of ordinary cultivators in the same realm. "You can manipulate chi. You can use aura." The spirit narrowed its eyes. Kirian frowned slightly. He already knew that. His mortal body had always been his greatest problem, a limitation he had carried since birth. Even after beginning cultivation, even after forming 2 cores, he was still physically inferior to ordinary cultivators of the same level. And now he would need to withstand a heaven bone, something directly connected to the law of fire, something that caused ordinary cultivators to explode in more than 90% of cases. It could completely destroy him. The spirit then spoke calmly, its voice now carrying something close to resignation. Silence filled the room. Only the sound of magma filled the surroundings, the distant bubbling, the waves crashing against the walls, and the crackling flames dancing across the surface of the sea of fire. Kirian remained motionless, thinking. The risks were absurd. Even ordinary cultivators had more than a 90% chance of dying during the implantation. But at the same time, if it worked, his strength would increase explosively. A heaven bone, a power comparable to heavenly physiques, perhaps even greater in certain aspects. With this, Kirian would possess access to 2 extremely rare powers, his innate talent and a heaven bone. Kirian remained silent for several minutes, thinking deeply, evaluating every variable, the potential damage, the chances of success, what he would gain if he survived, what he would lose if he died. Then, suddenly, he remembered something, the mark on his hand. Kirian slowly raised his right palm, turning it upward. The magma's light reflected across his skin, illuminating every line on his hand. The small mark was there, silent, strange, an irregular formation, like a burn or scar, faintly glowing with a light that came from nowhere. Kirian said, looking at the spirit. The spirit nodded immediately without hesitation. Its expression became serious, its flaming eyes fixed on the mark. The spirit's eyes narrowed. Kirian slightly shook his head. He looked once more at his hand. The mark did not hurt, itch, or bother him at that moment. It was simply there, present, thinking. Then he spoke slowly. The spirit remained silent, thinking. Kirian's logic was not irrational. The mark was an anomaly within another anomaly. Something deeply connected to the heavenly will existed peacefully within a body that, theoretically, should have had no connection to it whatsoever. Perhaps, the spirit thought, and slowly, it nodded. That truly made sense. Then it asked one final time, its voice carrying a seriousness that echoed throughout the entire dome. Kyrian remained motionless for several seconds. His face showed no doubt. His eyes showed no hesitation. He already knew the answer before the spirit had even finished speaking. Then he raised his eyes. Steady, determined, without hesitation. His voice echoed calmly through the gigantic volcanic chamber. Chapter 380, 381. Chapter 380. Chapter 381. Kyrian looked directly at the fire spirit. His gray eyes, still tinged by the eyes of the gray flame, met the flaming eyes of the ancient creature with a firmness that did not waver. Yes, the spirit remained motionless for several seconds. The flames within its translucent body flickered slowly, as if it were analyzing Kyrian one last time, searching for hesitation, fear, or impending regret on his face. It found none. Then it nodded. Its voice echoed throughout the entire volcanic dome, reverberating against the stone walls like a solemn thunderclap. The moment we begin, Kyrian did not answer. He simply walked to the center of the altar and sat down in a cultivation position. His legs crossed atop the warm stone, his hands rested on his knees, and his back remained straight. The magma beneath the bridge roared violently. Waves of fire crashed against the walls of the volcano while ancient runes glowed in deep crimson around Ming Hai's funerary altar. The heat in the chamber continued to rise. Even for Kyrian, even with his eyes of the gray flame active, it was already beginning to feel suffocating. Every breath was like swallowing embers. Then the spirit moved. Slowly, it raised its translucent hand and placed it upon Kyrian's head. The hand was enormous, covering the entire top of Kyrian's skull like a helmet of fire. It did not burn. The touch was surprisingly gentle, considering the creature's size and power. The instant contact was made. An orange energy erupted from the spirit's body. It was not a violent explosion, but a controlled, deliberate expansion. The chi spread like a liquid mantle, completely covering Kyrian's body from head to toe. The energy was warm, but did not burn. It was a comforting warmth, deep, like the embrace of a distant sun. Kyrian's eyes widened slightly. It felt like plunging into warm waters after spending years frozen. All the exhaustion in his body, the aching muscles from the battle against the lizard, the burns that were still healing, the lingering internal frost within his bones, vanished instantly. His muscles relaxed. His breathing became calmer. Even his mind seemed lighter, as though a heavy fog had been lifted away. The spirit's chi circulated slowly around his body, enveloping every bone, every organ, every drop of blood. Kyrian could feel the energy entering through his pores, seeping inside and preparing him for what was to come. "Do not resist," the spirit said calmly. "Accept the energy." Kyrian closed his eyes and remained still. The spirit then turned toward the coffin. For the first time since the tomb had been opened, its expression became serious. Not the casual seriousness of someone performing a routine task, but the profound seriousness of someone about to attempt something that could succeed or fail with irreversible consequences. Slowly, it extended its hand toward Ming Hai's corpse. The skeletal figure remained within the black stone coffin, motionless like an ancient statue. Hundreds of years had passed, and yet the bones still maintained the position in which he had been buried. But his spine, that spine seemed alive. Dark red, crystalline, unlike anything Kyrian had ever seen. Golden veins ran through every vertebra like rivers of magma, flowing within a divine crystal. The spirit touched the spine. Instantly, an explosion of fire chi shook the entire chamber. The runes of the altar ignited violently, all at once, as though lit by an invisible flame. The magma below went mad. 10-meter-high waves crashed against the walls of the dome, launching incandescent droplets that shone like falling stars. The spine began to slowly detach itself from the corpse. No blood, no flesh, no resistance, as though the bone itself refused to remain attached to a body that no longer lived, as though it had been waiting for this moment for 800 years. Vertebra by vertebra, the spine rose into the air. One by one, The vertebrae separated from Ming Hai's skeleton and floated toward the center of the altar. The crimson glow intensified to an absurd degree. It was like watching a fragment of the sun being torn from the body of a god. Then, the instant the spine was completely removed, Ming Hai's entire skeleton fractured. It was not a loud sound, merely a dry snap, like a branch breaking. Kirian immediately opened his eyes. Cracks spread through every bone of the corpse at an incredible speed. Arms, ribs, skull, legs, everything. Within seconds, the skeleton that had resisted the passage of time for centuries began to fall apart. First the fingers turning into dust, then the arms, then the skull, then the entire body collapsed. The ashes drifted slowly through the air before Kirian, glowing for a moment before vanishing completely, as though Ming Hai's very existence was finally being erased from the world, released after centuries of waiting. Only the great crystalline spine remained floating above the altar. The heaven bone. The spirit watched in silence for several seconds. Its flaming eyes traveled from one end of the spine to the other, as though bidding farewell to an old friend. Then it turned toward Kirian once more. The spine floated behind the spirit, moving with a slowness that contrasted sharply with the violent energy emanating from it. The heat radiating from it increased several times over. Kirian felt his skin tingle, not the superficial burning from before, but a deeper heat that penetrated through flesh and reached his muscles. Even protected by the spirit's orange mantle, Kirian felt his skin begin to burn. This is only the residual heat, he thought. Then the spirit moved its hand again, and in that instant, Kirian felt something touch his back. It was not a physical touch. It was a sensation, as though something were pressing against his vertebrae from the inside outward, as though his own spine were trying to free itself. His entire body stiffened. The orange chi surrounding him began to condense behind him, taking shape, a long shape, curved, segmented. Kirian's eyes slowly widened. A spinal column made entirely of chi was forming behind him, identical in shape to his own spine, yet shining with the spirit's orange light. "Remain still," said the spirit, "no matter what you feel, no matter what pain comes." Chapter 381, 382. Chapter 381. Chapter 382, then it began. Kirian felt an invisible force penetrate his back. It was not like a needle entering flesh. It was more like something was separating his spine from his vertebrae, layer by layer. Even so, there was no pain. On the contrary, the sensation was strange, numbing, as though his body had been anesthetized by the spirit's energy. Kirian could feel what was happening, every vertebra being detached, every connection being severed, but he could not feel the pain that should have accompanied such a procedure. Slowly, very slowly, his spinal column began to be removed. Kirian could feel it. Every vertebra is separating from the next. Every disc is being disconnected. Every nerve is being detached one by one. But he felt no pain. The orange mantle supported his entire body. It kept his nerves functioning. It kept his organs alive. It kept his consciousness stable, alert, aware, and present. The spiritual spine, created by the spirit, temporarily replaced his real spine as it was removed. It was the only reason Kirian was still alive, the only reason his body had not collapsed. "My spine is floating behind me," Kirian thought, the realization strangely distant. Then the final vertebra was removed. Kirian's entire spinal column slowly emerged from his back, floating in the air before him. Covered in blood, dripping, Kirian immediately felt an absurd weakness strike his body, a sensation of physical emptiness. His vision darkened for an instant. The edges of his perception blurred, as though the world itself were drifting away. His body felt hollow, incomplete, as though it could collapse at any second, as though nothing remained to hold his upper and lower halves together. But the orange mantle immediately intensified. The spirit's chi penetrated deeper into his body, supporting his organs, muscles, and remaining bones. Kirian felt the spiritual spine pulse. It functioned, keeping his body upright, maintaining his posture. The spiritual spine behind him shone brightly, keeping him alive. Then the spirit slowly raised the heaven bone. The pressure released by the crystalline spine became terrifying. It was not merely heat. It was not merely chi. It was presence. The presence of the law of fire. Even the space around it seemed distorted. Kyrian could see the lines of the air bending, the light warping around the heaven bone. The spirit's voice grew heavy, laden with warning, laden with concern. The spirit's flaming eyes narrowed, locking onto Kyrian's. If you lose consciousness, Kyrian slowly clenched his teeth. His jaw tightened with the effort of maintaining his composure. Sweat streamed down his face, not from the heat, but from anticipation. Even so, he nodded. Once, firmly, the spirit moved the heaven bone. The crystalline spine slowly approached Kyrian's back. Every centimeter it advanced increased the pressure in the environment. The air grew heavier. The heat is more intense. And the instant it touched his body, a monstrous explosion of heat erupted from his spine. It was not a controlled burst. It was a violent, uncontrollable eruption, as though the heaven bone itself were resisting the implantation. The altar floor cracked instantly. Deep fissures spread through the stone around Kyrian, radiating outward like giant spiderwebs. The magma below surged into colossal waves, so high that Kyrian feared they might reach where he sat. Kyrian's body was nearly incinerated that very instant. His skin, the skin that had already endured the heat of the inner area, that had already survived the dragon's breath, began to burn. Small blisters formed across his arms, chest, and face. But the spirit reacted immediately. The orange mantle surrounding Kyrian became dozens of times denser. It was no longer a mantle. It was armor, a shell, a second skin of energy that completely enveloped him. The spirit maintained absolute control over the heaven bone as it forced it into Kyrian's body. Its flaming hands guided the crystalline spine centimeter by centimeter, vertebra by vertebra. Even so, Kyrian screamed. A brutal scream. A scream that did not come from his throat alone, but from every part of his body, every bone, every muscle, every cell. The pain was absurd. Each vertebra of the heaven bone slowly penetrated his back, replacing the temporary spiritual spine created by the spirit. There was no anesthesia now. No numbness. There was only pain. The heat was so intense that it felt as though his organs were melting from the inside out. Kyrian could feel his lungs burning, his heart racing, and his stomach contracting. His nerves seemed to be burning alive. Not the nerves of his skin, but the deeper nerves, those connecting his organs to his brain. Each vertebra that locked into place sent a shock wave through his body, a wave of fire that raced up to his skull and down to his feet. Kyrian trembled uncontrollably. His muscles contracted without command. His fingers curled into fists. His teeth ground together so hard that he feared they might shatter. Even so, the spirit continued, vertebra by vertebra. Slowly, with extreme care, the heaven bones settled within Kyrian's body, as though were growing roots. Pure fire chi spread violently throughout his entire body, directly through his flesh, his bones, and his blood. Kyrian felt the energy coursing through every inch of his being, burning, purifying, transforming. Then the final vertebra entered. The spirit immediately stepped back several paces. Its flaming hands dropped to its sides, and its breathing, if a being made of fire could breathe, became heavy. Flaming sweat streamed from its translucent body. Tiny droplets of liquid fire rolled down its forehead, arms, and chest. Even it seemed exhausted. The first part, its voice emerged heavy and hoarse. Even the energy surrounding the spirit seemed to diminish slightly. It looked at Kyrian with an expression that mixed hope and concern. Then the spirit withdrew the orange mantle. Instantly, Kyrian screamed so loudly that the entire dome trembled. The stone walls vibrated. The magma below rippled violently. Even the runes on the altar flickered, as though the formation itself were being affected by the scream. His body arched violently, his back bending an impossible angle. The pain was indescribable. Kyrian felt everything burning. Every bone, every vein, every drop of blood, every muscle, every strand of hair. Everything felt as though it had been thrown into a divine furnace. The heat no longer came from outside. It came from within. The heaven bone was merging with his body, and the energy released by that fusion was so intense that Kyrian felt as though his own blood were boiling. Kyrian nearly lost consciousness at that very moment. Darkness called to him. The relief of fainting seemed tempting, an escape from the pain, a refuge from the agony. His body trembled uncontrollably. Spasms ran through his muscles, causing his arms to slam against the stone floor and his legs to kick at the air. Chapter 382, 383. Chapter 382. Chapter 383. That thought appeared in his mind immediately, not as fear, but as a realization, as if his body were sending a clear signal that it could not continue. The heat of the heavenly bone was far too monstrous, far beyond what anyone should be able to endure. But Kyrian did not give up. He kept screaming. He kept resisting. Then, memories began to surface in his mind. They were not memories he had summoned. They emerged on their own, as if the pain were unlocking something he kept buried or something he rarely revisited. His childhood, the frozen exiled village, the snowy plains surrounding it, the sky that remained perpetually overcast, his mother, her smile, and then the letter, the words, the final words she left behind, the words he carried in his heart as his greatest goal in life. Kyrian's eyes trembled. The curtain of tears threatening to fall never did. His fists clenched, his teeth ground together. Suddenly, Kyrian opened his eyes, and in that instant, something changed. The fire spirit's eyes widened immediately, instinctively stepping back. Kyrian's eyes had transformed. His irises vanished. His pupils vanished. All color disappeared. His eyes became completely white. Not the icy blue of the eyes of ice. Not the deep gray of the gray flame eyes. It was pure white. Absolute. The same eyes he had possessed at birth. Lifeless. Without humanity. Without emotion. Deep as an absolute void. Kyrian did not know what was happening. He did not know how his eyes had changed. He did not know why. But he felt that the moment his eyes turned white, the pain lessened. It did not disappear. It did not cease. But it became bearable. Then, his eyes began to devour the heat. The fire chi released by the heavenly bone, that monstrous energy threatening to destroy Kyrian from the inside out, began to be violently drawn into his eyes. It was not a gradual flow. It was a whirlpool, a vortex. The energy that had previously spread chaotically through his body was now being pulled toward his eyes, as if they were the center of a hurricane. Not only the chi, but also the very law of fire itself. The fire spirit became completely motionless. Even his fiery breathing seemed to stop. He murmured, his voice nearly inaudible. He stared at Kyrian's eyes, those white, empty, profound eyes, with an expression that mixed shock and something close to reverence. The spirit thought, I've never seen anything like them. Not even during the centuries I spent with Ming Hai. This feeling, the eyes compressed that monstrous energy, refined it, transformed it. The raw chi of the heavenly bone, which had previously been too violent for Kyrian's body, passed through his eyes and emerged transformed, purer, more controlled, more suitable for his body. Then they returned the energy to Kyrian's body. The heavenly bone began shining even more intensely within his back. Through his skin, through burned flesh and exposed muscles, Kyrian could see the spine glowing. Each vertebra pulsed with red gold light. The heavenly bone was fusing. Then, an explosion of pure energy erupted from Kyrian's body. But this time, his body was not destroyed. On the contrary, it began to change, to rebuild itself. Spiritual veins began forming within his body. They were not ordinary veins. They were energy channels, new meridians, forcibly created by the heavenly bone and Kyrian's eyes. They spread throughout his body like the roots of an ancient tree, connecting to his limbs, organs, and bones. The pain increased instantly, tripled, quadrupled. Kyrian felt as though he were being torn apart and stitched back together at the same time. Chi flowed through him like rivers of lava. Not the small streams he was accustomed to manipulating, but torrents, waterfalls, floods. And he had no choice but to accept it. Then his heart changed. The first beat was deeper than any heartbeat before it. Kyrian felt the sound reverberate through his chest, through his bones, and through the altar beneath him. The second beat was heavier, like the hammer of a divine blacksmith forging something new. The third, the fourth. Each beat spread heat, propelled chi, strengthened muscles and blood. His heart, once an ordinary mortal organ, was transforming, becoming denser, tougher, and more powerful. Like a colossal furnace operating within his chest. His blood began to change. Kyrian felt the difference immediately. The hot liquid flowing through his veins became denser, more viscous, and hotter. It became faintly luminous. A weak, nearly imperceptible glow traveled through his veins whenever light struck them at the proper angle. The internal injuries that still remained, the damage left by the battle against the lizard and by the use of the aura of ice, began regenerating at an absurd speed. Cracks in his bones closed. Torn muscles reformed. Deep burns vanished. Then his entire skeleton began absorbing traces of the heavenly bone. Not only the spine, every bone in his body. Kyrian felt sharp pain travel through every bone as they absorbed the heavenly bone's energy. The bones turned reddish, with faint golden veins running across their surfaces. More durable than spiritual metals, purer than cultivated jade. Kyrian's mortal body was evolving, transforming into something entirely new. The spirit observed everything attentively. His flaming hands were ready, his eyes scanning every inch of Kyrian's body for any sign of collapse. He could intervene if necessary. He could use his own power to stabilize the fusion and prevent Kyrian's death. But then he realized something terrifying. He could no longer see inside Kyrian's body. After Kyrian's eyes became completely white, after that void filled his eye sockets, not even the spirit's spiritual senses could penetrate that strange energy. It was as if Kyrian had become an impossible void to observe, a hole in perception, a secret no one could unravel. The spirit stepped back another pace, uncertain. He thought, watching the 16-year-old boy trembling atop the altar, covered in blood and sweat, his white eyes fixed on nothing. Then, the transformation continued. For hours, the entire chamber vibrated with the released energy. The magma below bubbled endlessly, illuminating the dome with flashes of red light. Kyrian did not move. His body continued changing, bones strengthening, muscles rebuilding, meridians forming, blood purifying. And through all of it, through the pain, through the heat, through the brush with death, Kyrian remained conscious. He did not faint. He did not give up. He simply endured, as he always would. The transformation continued, minute after minute, hour after hour. Kyrian's body remained motionless at the center of the altar while waves of fire chi continuously pulsed around him. His entire body glowed with red-gold light. Beneath his skin, something could be seen moving. Luminous lines ran across his arms, legs, chest, and neck like rivers of magma flowing through newly created channels. The heavenly bone continued shining intensely within his back. Each vertebra resembled a miniature sun. The energy radiating from them spread throughout his entire body, fueling the transformation. The fire spirit watched everything in silence. Even after thousands of years of existence, it remained beyond his comprehension. That humans' eyes were capable of directly absorbing chi and even fragments of the law contained within the heavenly bone. Such a thing simply should not have been possible. The question lingered in his mind. Unfortunately, he still could not see inside Kyrian's body. It was as though an invisible barrier completely blocked his perception. Even as an extremely powerful fire spirit, he could not pierce that strange protection. Still, judging by the external changes, it was evident that the adaptation was proceeding successfully. The expression of pain that had once completely distorted Kirian's face had disappeared. His body still trembled occasionally, but now he appeared focused, like someone enduring a storm that was finally beginning to subside. Time continued to pass. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. Then, the red-gold glow began to weaken. The waves of chi surrounding Kirian gradually diminished. Even the magma beneath the bridge slowly returned to its normal state. The spirit immediately noticed. His voice echoed softly through the dome. The heavenly bone released its final pulse of energy. An invisible wave spread throughout the chamber. Soon after, silence returned. Complete. Absolute. Kirian's completely white eyes slowly closed. The energy around him vanished. The luminous lines beneath his skin faded one after another. And then everything became still. The spirit watched carefully. No explosión. No collapse. No sign of rejection. The implantation was complete. The heavenly bone was now part of Kirian. It was no longer an external object. It was no longer Ming Hai's inheritance. It was his spine, his new foundation, his new power. Several seconds passed. Then Kirian opened his eyes. Even while sitting silently, his presence felt different, like a dormant volcano hidden beneath a layer of stone. The fire spirit stared at him for several more seconds before finally smiling. A rare smile of satisfaction. Kirian took a deep breath, for the first time in many hours. Then, slowly he closed his hand, feeling strength flow through his body, feeling a heat pulse within his bones, feeling the new spine respond as though it had always belonged to him. And in that moment, Kirian understood. He had changed. Forever. Chapter 383, 384. Chapter 383. Chapter 384. Kirian slowly opened his eyes. First came the sensation of his body, heavy, motionless, yet different. Very different. Then came the sound, the constant roar of the magma, which had once filled the entire dome with its deafening voice, now seemed distant, muffled, as though he were hearing the volcano through a thick wall. The oppressive heat that had once filled every inch of the chamber, making his skin burn and his lungs ache, no longer felt suffocating. On the contrary, it was pleasant, familiar, like returning home after many years away, like rediscovering a warmth long forgotten, yet one that had always been a part of who he was. Kirian blinked several times, his eyes adjusting to the dome's crimson light. Then he noticed something strange. His vision had changed. Instinctively, he raised a hand before his face. The reflection produced by the altar's gleaming surface, polished by centuries of heat and energy, allowed him to see his own eyes. They were no longer gray. The gray flame eyes, those that had appeared when he absorbed the intent of that unique flame, had vanished completely. They seemed to have been assimilated. Now his irises possessed a deep orange coloration, similar to the core of an ancient flame, not the ordinary orange of burning wood, but the intense orange of molten magma, of heat capable of melting stone and shaping mountains. And at the center of each eye, a small red flame danced slowly. It seemed alive. It seemed to possess a will of its own. Kirian remained motionless for several seconds, feeling, observing, processing, and then he realized his connection to fire had changed. No, this was not merely a connection. It was not the superficial control he had once possessed when he manipulated fire chi through his eyes. This was understanding. The fire around him seemed different, clearer, simpler, more familiar, as though an invisible fog had been removed from his mind, a fog he had never known existed, yet one that had limited his perception from the very first moment he touched fire chi. Concepts that once required effort to comprehend now felt natural, instinctive, like breathing, like walking, like opening his eyes. The way heat spread, the way flames danced, the hidden pattern behind the seemingly chaotic movement of magma. Everything made sense. His understanding of the path of fire had surpassed every other path he knew. Ice, which had once been his superior element, now felt distant, something he still controlled but no longer possessed the same affinity with. Lightning, sword, blood. None of them came remotely close to the level of comprehension he felt now. But then, Kyrian noticed something even more important, something that made him freeze for a moment, his eyes widening slightly. It was a strange sensation, subtle, almost imperceptible at first, yet impossible to ignore. He could feel chi, not see it, not observe it through his eyes, that ability he had always possessed, which allowed him to visualize the flow of spiritual energy, not absorb it through his innate talent, that anomaly that allowed him to do the impossible, breaking the rules that stated mortals could not cultivate. He could feel chi. Chi was everywhere, in the air, in the stones, in the magma, inside the fire spirit itself. It was like an invisible mist filling the world, not visible to the eye, but tangible to perception. Kyrian could feel its texture, its density, its temperature. Millions of invisible particles filled the world around him, and he could sense them clearly, as though he had always been capable of doing so, as though it were natural. Kyrian's eyes widened. His voice came out low, disbelieving, almost a whisper. For his entire life, such a thing had been impossible. Mortals could not sense chi. It was a fundamental truth of the cultivation world, as basic as water being wet and fire burning. It did not matter how much they trained. It did not matter how much talent they possessed. It did not matter how desperately they wished for it. It was an absolute barrier, an immutable truth. And now, it was gone. Kyrian slowly stood up, as though every joint, every muscle, every tendon had been lubricated and realigned. His body responded instantly. Light, agile, powerful. He had never felt like this before. It was as though every muscle had been recreated, no longer fragile, no longer limited by the mortality that had always accompanied him. As though every fiber had been bathed in energy, strengthened by something that had not existed before. As though every bone had been forged anew. Kyrian clenched his hand. He felt absurd strength surge through his arm, far greater than anything he had possessed previously. The heat of the chamber no longer affected him. He realized it consciously now. His skin did not burn. His lungs did not ache. Sweat no longer flowed. Even the magma below no longer seemed threatening. His body appeared naturally suited to that environment, like a creature born from the volcano itself. It was at that moment that the fire spirit was finally able to see inside him again. The barrier created by Kyrian's eyes, that strange white energy that had blocked all spiritual perception, had vanished. Its spiritual sense immediately penetrated Kyrian's body, scanning every inch, every organ, every newly formed meridian. Then, the spirit froze. Its expression changed. First came surprise, a slight raising of its flaming brows. Then shock. Its eyes widened. The flames within its body trembled. Then came complete disbelief. Its mouth opened, but no words emerged. Its voice echoed through the dome, hoarse, almost a whisper. Kyrian turned toward it. The spirit continued observing his body, analyzing, confirming what it saw, as though searching for some mistake, some detail that could explain what it was witnessing, something that would prove its perception was failing. But there was none. Finally it spoke. A pause. Kyrian stood motionless. The spirit continued. The spirit's flaming eyes narrowed. Kyrian remained silent, watching, listening, trying to understand. The spirit continued its analysis, its voice calmer now, more thoughtful. Chapter 384, 385. Chapter 384. Chapter 385. Kyrian's eyes widened. Meridians, the spiritual channels that allowed cultivators to absorb, store, and circulate chi. The foundation of all cultivation. Something mortals simply did not possess. They are not fully developed yet, the spirit continued. They are different from normal meridians. Stronger, wider. The spirit paused, clearly impressed. The words echoed inside Kyrian's mind. Like any other cultivator, for his entire life, he had been forced to rely exclusively on his eyes. But now, his own body could cultivate. His own body could sense chi. His own body was connected to the world. The spirit continued observing him, his spiritual sense sweeping through Kirian's skeleton with meticulous attention. Then his expression changed once again, this time to pure astonishment. His flaming eyes widened, and his mouth opened slightly. Kirian frowned. The spirit seemed genuinely shocked, something rare for a being that had existed for centuries. I expected only the spine to be transformed. His spiritual sense traveled through Kirian's entire skeleton. Every vertebra, every rib, every bone in his arms and legs. His skull, his pelvis, even the small bones in his hands and feet. All of them had changed. The spirit let out a disbelieving laugh, a dry sound, almost a cough. Kirian listened in silence, feeling the changes, feeling the gentle warmth flowing continuously through his skeleton, a warmth that did not come from outside, but from within, burning without burning, warming without consuming. It was as though an invisible furnace existed inside him, fueling every part of his body. But the spirit was not finished yet. His gaze returned to Kirian. Kirian immediately focused his consciousness on his cores and froze, because it was true. The two cores at the center of his eyes had expanded, becoming more solid and more powerful, more refined. Kirian murmured, unable to hide the surprise in his voice. Before the implantation, he had only just entered the core formation realm. First stage, a newcomer, a beginner. Now, fourth stage, 3 entire levels of advancement. The spirit nodded slowly. Then he narrowed his eyes. Kirian raised an eyebrow. Perhaps sixth stage. The spirit pointed at Kirian, his flaming hand indicating his entire body. He paused, allowing the words to settle. Then he smiled, a rare smile, not one of mockery or superiority, but a genuine smile. Kirian silently agreed. After all, cultivation could be regained. Time could be spent cultivating. But that transformation, it was unique. No amount of time or resources could replicate what had happened to his body during those hours of agony. The spirit watched him for a few more seconds, then slowly shook his head. The sincerity in his voice, the complete absence of arrogance or irony, made Kirian laugh softly. A low laugh, almost inaudible but real. The spirit continued. The flaming eyes met Kirian's. Silence filled the dome. Even the magma seemed to calm, as though the volcano itself were respecting that moment. Kirian looked down at his hands. He felt the chi around him, that chi which had once been intangible, now as real as the stone beneath his feet. He felt the warmth pulsing within his bones, the legacy of the bone of the heavens, the mark of the fire that would burn within him forever. He felt the newly formed meridians running through his body like rivers, wide and resilient channels capable of carrying amounts of chi he could never have imagined before. And for the first time since he was born, he did not feel limited. He did not feel incomplete. He did not feel different from everyone else. Because now, he finally possessed a path of his own, a path that belonged neither to mortals nor to ordinary cultivators, a path that existed only for him. Kirian raised his eyes, his orange eyes, with crimson flames dancing within the pupils, met the spirit's flaming gaze. His voice was calm. The spirit nodded slowly. Kirian nodded. He knew what he had received was not a finished power. It was a seed, a potential, something that would need to be cultivated, understood, and developed. It would take time. It would take effort. But for the first time, he had a body capable of enduring anything. Chapter 385, 386. Chapter 385. Chapter 386. Kirian remained motionless for several minutes. Silence now dominated the empty volcanic dome. All that remained was stone, distant heat, and the soft sound of magma bubbling in the depths. Kirian breathed slowly. His inhalations and exhalations were deep. He was feeling and exploring every change within his body. It was a strange sensation, familiar and unfamiliar at the same time, like waking up in a house you have known since childhood, only to realize that every piece of furniture has been replaced. The structure was the same, but the experience was completely new. For the first time since he was born, he could naturally sense chi, without relying on his eyes to perceive the existence of that energy, without needing to absorb energy directly through them, using his innate talent as a crutch. The chi was there, around him, inside the stones, inside the magma, mixed with the very air itself, and his body could perceive it. The sensation felt so natural that it seemed absurd, as if something that should have always existed had finally been restored, a basic, fundamental ability that had been denied to him his entire life. Kirian closed his eyes. Instantly, countless spiritual particles floating around his body became perceptible. Not through sight, his eyes were closed. Through sensation. Most of it was fire chi, which made sense given the environment. Orange-red particles, warm and vibrant. But there were also small amounts of other attributes. Earth from the surrounding rocks. Air from the currents circulating through the chamber. Even tiny fragments of wood chi, carried by some distant breeze. All of them seemed to respond to his new meridians, waiting to be absorbed, waiting to be cultivated. A smile appeared on his face. Not a broad or exaggerated smile, merely a subtle curve of the lips, a glimmer in his eyes. But it was genuine. The idea still felt surreal. For his entire life, he had been a mortal, an anomaly, an existence incapable of cultivating through the normal methods that worked for everyone else. The techniques written in scrolls were useless to him. The methods of chi absorption that others learned in months were impossible. He could not follow traditional paths. He had to create his own, circumventing the limitations of his body at every step. But now everything had changed. His body finally possessed its own foundation. Kirian began analyzing the possibilities. First, his new body, with functioning meridians and the ability to naturally sense and absorb chi, he could do something that had once been impossible. From the beginning, his body had already been completely tempered by the implantation of the bone of the heavens. The meridians had formed, not completely, but enough to function. His bones had been reinforced, his organs transformed. He did not need to start from body refinement, the first realm where cultivators strengthened their physical bodies. His body was already far beyond that level. Instead, he would begin directly in the chi accumulation realm, the second realm, where cultivators learn to absorb and store chi within their meridians. And from there, he would advance to the chi release realm, and then to the core formation realm once more. But his eyes gleamed as he realized something important. The two cores within his eyes still existed. He could feel them pulsing softly, hidden within the depths of his vision. They had not disappeared, nor had they weakened. They remained filled with energy. That could only mean one thing. A smile appeared at the corner of his lips, slightly wider this time. 3 cores within a single body, something that had likely never existed in the history of cultivation. Kirian knew of no record of anyone possessing 3 cores. 2 were already extremely rare, usually the result of special inheritances or forbidden techniques. 3 was simply unprecedented. Merely imagining the amount of chi he would be able to store was terrifying. Each core was like a reservoir of energy. An ordinary cultivator with 1 core could sustain powerful techniques for hours. With 2, the reserve doubled. With 3, Kirian quickly calculated. His chi reserves would be at least 3 times greater than those of an ordinary cultivator at the same level. But in practice, it would likely be even more because his cores were not ordinary. His power would increase several times over, perhaps dozens of times. Furthermore, there was another important consideration. Kirian had broken through to the 4th stage of the core formation realm during the implantation. But the limit within his eyes had returned. He could feel the barrier, the same one as before, the restriction that prevented his eyes from accumulating more energy. It was there, meaning he would not be able to continue cultivating through his eyes for the time being. He quickly reached a decision. The 2 within his eyes and the new one that would eventually form. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the magnitude of the opportunity he had received. The bone of the heavens had not merely strengthened his body. It had not merely created meridians and connected him to the heavenly will. It had created entirely new possibilities. Paths that had once been closed to him were now open. Techniques that had once been impossible for him to use were now within his reach. It was then that a voice interrupted his thoughts. Kyrian raised his eyes. The fire spirit was calmly observing him from the other side of the altar. His translucent form glowed with a soft orange light, gentler than before, as though the completion of his task had lifted a burden from his flames. Kyrian was surprised. "Oh." The spirit nodded, his expression neutral. His voice carried a faint note of disdain, not directed at Kyrian, but at the region around them. The flames within his body flickered, as if echoing his words. Kyrian immediately understood. The central region, the true heart of the cultivation world. The place where the greatest sects, the oldest clans, and the most protected sacred lands resided. The place where the continent's most monstrous geniuses gathered to compete, to grow, and to survive. "I recommend that you do not remain here for too long either," the spirit continued, his flaming eyes fixed on Kyrian. "Your talent is extraordinary. You need resources. You need competition." Kyrian smiled. The spirit seemed pleased. His expression softened slightly. For a moment, he remained silent. The sound of the magma below filled the empty space. Then a rare smile appeared on his flaming face. Not a smile of mockery or superiority, but something closer to approval. The spirit's eyes shone with greater intensity. He then raised his hand. Chapter 386, 387. Chapter 386. Chapter 387. In the next instant, the fire spirit's body began to burn. Orange flames completely enveloped his figure, but it was not a destructive fire. It was a fire of departure, as if the spirit itself were transforming into pure energy to travel somewhere far away. First, the arms disappeared. Then, the torso. Then, the head. The intensity increased continuously, the glow becoming almost unbearable. 5 seconds later, nothing remained. The spirit simply vanished, as if it had never existed. Silence once again dominated the dome. Only Kyrian, the altar, and the bubbling magma below remained. Kyrian stood watching the place where the spirit had been for a few seconds. "We'll meet again," he thought. Then he noticed something. The enormous red barriers separating the magma from the chamber were disappearing. Cracks appeared across their entire surface, first as thin as strands of hair, then wider, deeper. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the dome. Soon after, they collapsed. Tons of magma began rushing violently toward the altar. The ocean of fire that had once been contained behind the barriers now spread freely, waves of lava cascading down like incandescent waterfalls. Kyrian did not hesitate. He immediately turned around and shot forward. The ground exploded beneath his feet. It was not a visual effect. It was the actual impact of his strength against the stone. Wherever his feet touched the floor, the rock cracked. His speed was absurd. Each stride propelled him dozens of meters forward. The wind roared around him as he climbed the gigantic staircase, his feet barely touching the steps before leaping again. The stairs blurred past him. Kyrian was genuinely surprised. He was not using chi. He was not strengthening his body with spiritual energy. This was merely his physical strength, the pure power of his transformed muscles, tendons, and bones. Even so, his speed had already reached nearly half of what he could previously achieve using lightning chi, which drastically increased his agility. The enhancement granted by the Bone of Heaven was even greater than he had imagined. The minutes passed quickly. 1 hour. Less than 1 hour. He was already near the top. Previously, it had taken him nearly 3 hours to descend that staircase, every step cautious, every stair a battle against heat and exhaustion. Now, he was traversing the same path in reverse in a fraction of time. But then, Kyrian stopped. His eyes narrowed. The exit was blocked. The upper entrance of the staircase, the point through which he had entered the chamber, where the red gate had opened, had been completely swallowed by magma. The ocean of fire, after collapsing the barriers in the lower chamber, had risen. The pressure had pushed the lava upward through fissures and cracks, and now the entire top of the staircase was submerged. A glowing crimson ocean filled the tunnel ahead, bubbling slowly, hot enough to vaporize steel. Any ordinary cultivator would die instantly trying to cross it. Their chi barriers would be consumed in seconds, their bodies burned down to the bone. Kirian observed it for a few seconds. Then he began walking, step after step, approaching the lava. Strangely, he felt no heat. None at all. Not even discomfort. It was like standing before warm water. Familiar, welcoming warm water. He extended a hand. His fingers touched the surface of the magma. They slowly sank into it. The viscous, glowing substance, hot enough to melt rock, enveloped his skin. But did not burn. It did not hurt. It caused absolutely nothing. On the contrary, Kirian felt something familiar. A deep and instinctive connection. As if the fire recognized him. As if the magma were alive. And accepted him. Kirian's orange eyes glowed. At that same moment, the spinal column within his back lit up. Through his robe, he could see the radiance. Vertebra after vertebra, from the base of his neck to his lower back, a crimson gold light pulsed. Golden veins appeared beneath his skin, thin as strands of hair, running across his arms, chest, and face. Fire chi responded immediately, not as a tool, not as an external power, but as an extension of his own being. Then it happened. The magma moved, not because Kirian used a technique, not because he cast some skill learned from ancient scrolls, not because he activated a formation or channeled chi in a specific manner, simply because he wished it. The waves of lava retreated, opening a path, like servants stepping aside before their king. Kirian watched, his eyes widening slightly. He had done nothing except desire it. The magma had obeyed his will, as if fire itself understood his thoughts. A smile appeared on his lips. He thought, "It resides within me now." Then he moved forward, diving directly into the magma. His clothes vanished instantly. The fabric turned to ash upon contact with the lava. His boots burned away. His belt melted. Everything was destroyed. Everything except him. Fire was no longer capable of harming him. Kirian continued onward, swimming through the lava. His movements were smooth and efficient, as though he were moving through water rather than an ocean of molten stone. Meanwhile, the magma continuously parted around him, opening a path through sheer obedience to his presence. 15 minutes later, a light appeared above. The exit, the mouth of the volcano. Kirian accelerated, pulling himself through the magma with increasing force. Then he emerged. The outside air struck his face. He inhaled deeply. The air was hot, but not because of the volcano. It was the natural heat of the inner area, mixed with the breeze rising from the slopes. It was different from magma. Kirian felt the wind on his skin for the first time in many hours. The sensation was refreshing. He swam toward one of the crater's inner edges. His hands found the volcanic rock, rough and hot. His fingers dug into the surface, and he launched himself upward. His body crossed dozens of meters in a single leap. The wind roared in his ears. He landed atop a natural platform, a protruding ledge of black stone extending from the crater wall, protected from the direct flow of lava. Kirian remained there for a few moments, observing the world around him. The sky was dark. Ash continued to fall. Heat distorted the landscape, but he was alive, stronger than ever before. Then he opened his spatial ring. He retrieved a new set of clothes, a simple orange cultivator's robe made from durable fabric that had already endured the heat of the intermediate area. After dressing himself, Kirian wrapped the fabric in a thin layer of chi. Not because he needed protection. His body was already immune to such heat. But his clothes were not, and he preferred not to walk around naked. Finally, Kirian raised his head. The summit of the volcano was still far away. Hundreds of meters above, a nearly vertical wall of black stone surrounded the entire crater. Loose rocks, cracks, and fissures where steam escaped. The landscape was hostile, imposing, fitting. Kirian studied it. His orange eyes, with crimson flames dancing within their pupils, swept across the rocky wall, calculating the route. Then he smiled, a small smile, but one filled with anticipation. He clenched his fists. He felt power pulsing through his bones. The power of the bone of heaven. The power of the fire that now flowed through his blood. He felt the heat respond within his spine, each vertebra vibrating softly. His journey inside the volcano had come to an end. With a single leap, Kyrian shot toward the mountain wall. His feet found the rock, and he began his climb out of the great volcano. Chapter 387, 388. Chapter 387. Chapter 388. Kyrian used his dexterity and strength to climb the great volcano. His hands found natural platforms in the black rock, narrow ledges, cracks where he could dig in his fingers, and irregular edges that served as temporary footholds. Every movement was perfect and efficient. He had already calculated exactly where to grip and where to step. The heat no longer affected him. The hot air rising from the depths of the crater, which had once scorched his lungs and made his skin tingle, was now nothing more than a warm breeze against his face. The magma bubbling below, which had once been a mortal threat, was now insignificant. His body had changed. The heaven bone had changed it. After some time, Kyrian did not count the minutes. Lost in the rhythm of the climb, he finally leaped out of the volcano's mouth. His feet landed on the solid ground of the outer rim. The rock was hot beneath his feet, but he barely noticed. Kyrian raised his eyes to the sky above the crater. For the first time in many hours, he could see daylight again. The sun was high, or whatever passed for a sun beneath the gray clouds of the great volcano. A diffuse reddish glow spread across the horizon, painting everything in shades of orange and gray. The wind passed through his hair. Kyrian remained standing on the inner edge of the great volcano for a long moment, simply feeling the wind, the heat, the chi around him. His body was alive. His meridians pulsed. His cores rotated. He had never felt so complete. Then something changed. Kyrian caught something approaching him at high speed in his peripheral vision. His instinct screamed before his eyes could even process the image. A shadow appeared to his right. Fast, violent. It was a kick. Kyrian reacted almost instantly. His arms crossed in front of his abdomen at the very last possible second. There was no time for anything else, neither to dodge nor counterattack. Only defense. The impact exploded like thunder. The shockwave spread in every direction, raising a cloud of ash and dust. The sound echoed through the surrounding mountains, reverberating off the rocky walls like a furious roar. The ground beneath his feet cracked immediately. Deep fissures opened around him, spreading outward like spiderwebs. His body was launched backward like a stone fired from a catapult, traveling dozens of meters. Rocks exploded as he bounced across the volcanic terrain, first colliding with a rocky formation that split in half, then violently sliding across the rough ground that tore his robe, then suffering two more impacts before finally losing momentum. Only after sliding several more meters and carving a deep trench into the ground did Kyrian manage to stop. Silence lasted for an instant. Kyrian remained kneeling, one hand pressed against the earth, the other still crossed over his chest from the defensive stance. Then he slowly raised his head. He felt a slight pain in his forearms, a dull, superficial ache, like a bruise after an intense training session. His muscles were tense, but nothing more. No broken bones. No serious injuries. No internal damage. Nothing. Kyrian's orange eyes narrowed. He immediately recognized the man who had attacked him. An old man. Short gray hair, slicked back with oil. A face covered in scars, some old, some not so old. Sharp eyes like blades that seemed capable of piercing flesh itself. The eldest leader of the Red Smoke City forces. The same man he had seen before when the group gathered in the intermediate area. The same one who had led the 4 experts toward the inner area. Before Kyrian could even speak, 3 more presences appeared. 3 figures landed around him, moving with terrifying speed, completely sealing off every escape route. North, south, east, west. For cultivators, For leaders, 4 spiritual awakening realm experts. Kyrian recognized all of them. They were there with the same robes, the same weapons, and the same oppressive aura he had sensed from afar during his ascent. And immediately he understood the situation. During his climb through the volcano and while descending the endless staircase, he had heard their battles in the distance. The crashes, the explosions, the roars of the guardian spirit beasts. They had attempted to advance toward Minghai's tomb, but they had been stopped by the creatures guarding the inner area. Now, the battle had clearly ended, and they were here, watching him, with obvious hostility. Kyrian asked calmly, still kneeling. His gaze remained fixed on the old man, the same man who had just attacked him without warning, without a single word, without giving him any chance to defend himself. The question was not about the attack. It was about their stance, the encirclement, the hostility. The old man did not answer immediately. He merely observed him, analyzing. His eyes traveled from head to toe over Kyrian's body, the torn clothes, the absence of serious injuries, and the upright posture despite the impact. Finally, he spoke. His voice was cold, calculating. The spiritual pressure around him slowly increased, not as a violent wave, but as a gradual rise, like water filling a sealed room. He placed one hand behind his back in a gesture that attempted to appear casual, but his eyes never wavered. Kyrian remained silent. Inside, however, his mind was already working rapidly. They wouldn't believe in coincidences anyway, Kyrian thought. There was no naivety in his thoughts. He knew exactly what was happening. They did not want answers. They wanted treasures. They wanted the inheritance. They wanted any benefit he might have obtained inside the great volcano. My survival here is already suspicious, Kyrian continued. My cultivation advanced 3 stages in a matter of hours, and that I took it. His silence only confirmed their suspicions. One of the other leaders let out a rough laugh devoid of humor. His voice echoed across the mountain, filled with certainty. He pointed directly at Kyrian with a clenched fist. Another leader immediately nodded, his eyes narrowing. His gaze darkened with suspicion. He carefully observed Kyrian's arms where the robe had torn, exposing the skin beneath. There were no marks, no burns, no bruises. The eyes of the other 3 leaders grew even colder. They had noticed it as well. The physical resilience displayed by Kyrian was absurd, far beyond normal, far beyond what a 4th-stage core formation cultivator should possess. Then the final leader spoke. Everyone looked at him. The man smiled slowly, a smile that never reached his eyes. Then he pointed directly at Kyrian. Their expressions immediately changed. Silence. The sound of the wind filled the empty space between the words. He slowly withdrew a double-bladed axe from his spatial ring. The weapon was imposing, each blade the size of a forearm, the handle wrapped in beast leather and runes engraved into the metal. The axe reflected sunlight with a deadly gleam. His voice became low, heavy with barely concealed greed. Chapter 388, 389. Chapter 388. Chapter 389. No one responded. There was no need. They had all already reached the same conclusion. Kyrian had found the inheritance. He was in possession of some treasure, perhaps several, and that alone was enough to condemn him. Greed burned in the eyes of all 4. More dangerous than any technique, more deadly than any weapon, blinder than any hatred. Then the old man sighed. His voice broke the tension, cutting through the silence like a knife. The other 3 turned toward him. He asked calmly, as though reprimanding unruly disciples. He slowly shook his head. His eyes swept across his 3 companions, evaluating their expressions. As he spoke, he withdrew a long black spear from his spatial ring. The weapon immediately released a sharp aura. The metal seemed to absorb the surrounding light, creating a faint shadow around the blade. Silver runes ran along the shaft of the spear, glowing faintly. The other 3 leaders exchanged glances. Silent communication. After a few seconds, they agreed. Indeed, it would be excessive for all 4 of them to attack together. The image would be bad. Not that it mattered much, but still. Besides, each of them had their own thoughts. If Kyrian was truly strong, stronger than he appeared, he could consume part of the old man's chi, wear him down, weaken him. If he possessed hidden techniques, traps, or protective treasures, he might reveal his trump cards during the fight. If he was hiding artifact from the inheritance, perhaps they would be exposed during battle and could then be taken. Any outcome would benefit the others. And more importantly, none of them wanted to share Ming Hai's inheritance. The alliance between the four great powers of Red Smoke City had only existed until they found the treasure. Now they were rivals. All of them knew it, without a single word needing to be spoken. The three slowly retreated, widening the circle. But they remained close enough to intervene if necessary, forming a siege, preventing any possibility of escape. The old man advanced alone. He stopped roughly 20 meters in front of Kyrian, a respectable distance for a battle between cultivators, neither too close nor too far. The two stood facing each other. The wind blew between them, lifting ash from the ground. The old man's spiritual pressure spread across the mountain. Heavy, oppressive, far superior to that of core formation cultivators. Kyrian felt the weight on his shoulders, not like a shockwave, but like an invisible hand pressing him downward. It was the kind of pressure that made ordinary cultivators tremble, sweat, and feel the urge to kneel. But to Kyrian, that pressure was as good as nothing. His eyes would not allow any form of pressure to affect him. Kyrian silently evaluated. The comparison arose naturally in his mind. The leader of the Verdant Sword sect was in the spiritual awakening realm. Kyrian had felt his pressure several times before. This old man was different. Perhaps not much stronger, Kyrian continued. He was a dangerous opponent, extremely dangerous. But Kyrian's orange eyes met the old man's. Neither of them looked away. The black spear slowly spun in the elder's hand, its blade slicing through the air with a low hum, releasing a cold, killing intent. Last chance, he said. Technique. Treasures. Spirit stones. Kyrian looked at the four men, faces marked by ambition. Calculating gazes locked onto him. Their weapons were ready, some already glowing with circulating chi. Greed. Power attracted greed. Treasures attracted bloodshed. It was the oldest rule of the cultivation world, a rule Kyrian knew well, yet one that still surprised him with its consistency. He let out a long sigh, slow, controlled, like someone accepting the inevitable. It seemed he would not leave this place through words, only through strength. Kyrian had no intention of handing over his spatial ring. Inside, it was all of his accumulated wealth. The corpse of the five-horned lava lizard, with its valuable scales and draconic blood essence. The hundreds of pills he had refined during his months in the Blood Court and the Verdant Sword sect. The formation plates he had crafted, each one a small masterpiece of spiritual art. The thousands of low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones he had accumulated since the beginning of his journey. Everything was there. Even if Kyrian had some treasure to offer as bait, a pill here, a few stones there, the moment they saw the true extent of his wealth, they would rob him completely. There was no middle ground. There was no negotiation. And Kyrian had no intention of being robbed. He would fight if necessary. A red flame glimmered within his pupils. It was not the dancing flame of the gray flame eyes. It was something deeper, the reflection of the law of fire that now inhabited his bones, his spine, and his blood. The spine in his back grew warm. It was not an uncomfortable heat. It was a powerful heat, as though something terrifying was awakening within him. Chi began to circulate through his new meridians. For the first time since the implantation, Kyrian was truly going to test his new body. Not just his increased physical strength, not just his absurd resilience, not just his reinforced bones. Everything, the meridians, the bone of heaven, and also his new eyes. Kyrian did not know what they could do. He had not yet tested their abilities in combat, but he could feel that they were different, more powerful, deeper, more alive than any of their previous forms. And Kyrian felt no fear. A small smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Not a smile of provocation, Not a smile of challenge, a smile of anticipation. For some reason, Kyrian did not feel the slightest trace of fear toward these leaders. Four spiritual awakening cultivators, all stronger than him. And yet, he felt no fear. His body vibrated with energy. His eyes burned with fire. His spine pulsed with power. Kyrian spoke calmly. His words were simple. No threats, no provocations, just an invitation. The old man narrowed his eyes. The black spear rose, and the battle began. Chapter 389, 390. Chapter 389. Chapter 390. The hot wind blew across the slope of the great volcano. Ash danced through the air, carried by irregular currents rising from the depths of the mountain. Volcanic stones cracked beneath the constant heat escaping from the crater, some splitting in half with small, dry explosions. At the center of that circle of death, surrounded by four spiritual awakening experts, Kyrian remained motionless, silent. His orange eyes, with small red flames dancing within his pupils, watched the old man in front of him. The flames swayed slowly, like two living embers in a dark night. No weapon appeared in his hands. No sword, no spear, nothing. Not because he lacked weapons. His spatial ring contained several, but they would be useless. The sword he had used before, a blade of mediocre quality, was nothing compared to the old man's spiritual spear. The material, the refinement, the chi infused into the weapon, everything was on a different level. And the beast blood he had previously used to create temporary weapons, that red, pulsating liquid that obeyed his will, no longer existed. During the transformation caused by the bone of the heavens, during those hours of agony when his body was dismantled and rebuilt, that special blood had simply evaporated, as if it had been deemed impure, as if his new body no longer needed it. Kyrian thought. The old man narrowed his eyes. He analyzed Kyrian for a long second, his relaxed posture, his empty hands, his glowing eyes. Then he disappeared. The ground exploded beneath his feet. The volcanic rock, already weakened by the heat and previous battles, shattered into fragments that flew in every direction. His speed was far greater than his previous attack, far greater than the kick that had sent Kyrian flying during the first exchange. Now he was serious. The black spear shone intensely as the old man advanced. Red runes appeared along the shaft, ancient symbols of fire and destruction that Kyrian did not recognize, but whose purpose was obvious. The next instant, flames erupted from the weapon. It was not ordinary fire. It was a directed flame, shaped by the old man's will. A torrent of fire surged forward alongside the thrust, forming an incandescent wedge that sliced through the air. The entire atmosphere seemed to ignite. The other three leaders watched attentively. Their sharp eyes recorded every detail of the old man's attack, every movement of the spear, every flow of chi. None of them believed Kyrian would survive that strike. It was an attack from the spiritual awakening realm, backed by decades, perhaps centuries of cultivation and experience, against a core formation cultivator. The difference should have been absolute. It should have been insurmountable. But Kyrian's eyes had already seen everything. Every movement, every muscular contraction in the old man's leg signaled the burst of momentum. Every spark of chi gathering within the spear. Every current of heat that preceded the flames. The world seemed to slow down before him. Not because time itself had slowed, but because his eyes perceived too quickly. Perception was a gift he had always possessed. Even when his eyes were in their most basic forms, he had already seen more than other cultivators. He could follow everything. The spear's trajectory. The direction of the attack was adjusted within fractions of a second based on his movements. The exact spot where the old man would place his next step. Everything. Kyrian moved. It was not a fast movement in the conventional sense. There was no burst of speed, no movement technique, and no use of chi to propel his body. It was a simple movement. Natural. A single sidestep. The spear passed by him. The spear tip struck the ground behind Kyrian. The mountain trembled, a violent quake spreading across the slope, causing rocks to tumble down the mountainside. Stones exploded into incandescent fragments, launched in every direction like shrapnel. A pillar of fire shot into the sky from the point of impact, rising dozens of meters. Before dissipating, the blow opened a crater dozens of meters wide, a smoking wound in the volcanic rock. The heat rose violently, but Kyrian did not even blink. Fire no longer affected him. Not anymore. Neither the heat, nor the flames, nor the fiery chi saturating the surroundings. It was like walking beneath sunlight. Nothing more. The old man immediately twisted his body, the spear tracing a wide arc as he attempted to strike Kyrian in the follow-up attack. His reaction was fast, incredibly fast. The experience of decades in battle spoke louder than any instinct. But then, Kyrian raised his eyes. That was all. He looked. Nothing more. And for some reason, the old man's heart lurched. A sense of danger pierced his mind like lightning. Sharp, precise, undeniable. It was not rational analysis. It was not strategic calculation. It was instinct. Pure survival instinct, the kind that saves lives within fractions of a second. Without understanding why, he abandoned the attack and jumped backward. At that exact moment, a wave of fire erupted from Kyrian's eyes. It felt like a natural extension of his understanding. Orange flames, not the pale orange of ordinary fire, but a deep orange, almost golden, spread in every direction, consuming everything. Rocks began to melt wherever the fire touched them, transforming into glowing liquid that flowed across the ground. Ash vanished, incinerated instantly. Even the volcanic earth itself, hardened by millennia of heat, turned bright red beneath the intensity of the flames. The old man barely escaped. His feet touched the ground 30 meters away, his breathing heavy. But a small portion of the flames, only a fraction, struck his chi barrier. And then, something that should have been impossible happened. The barrier began to melt, like snow beneath the sun, like ice inside a furnace. The chi composing his spiritual defense, the same defense that endured the heat of the inner area, simply disintegrated. The old man froze. The other 3 leaders froze as well. Their voices echoed across the mountainside, filled with disbelief. The expressions of the 3 had changed completely. What had once been arrogance, the certainty that Kyrian was merely easy prey, had become shock. It made no sense. A core formation cultivator should not possess flames capable of eroding the defenses of a spiritual awakening expert. The difference between the realms was absolute. It was the barrier separating the ordinary from the extraordinary, and Kyrian had crossed it as though it did not exist. To them, it was absurd, unacceptable, unnatural, yet it was happening right before their eyes. Even Kyrian was slightly surprised, only slightly, because he could clearly feel the reason. This was no longer the old gray fire he had possessed before the implantation, the flame that had emerged from his eyes when he first awakened that fire chi. It was different, very different, far more powerful, far purer, far closer to the true essence of fire. His understanding of the path of fire had reached an entirely new level after absorbing the bone of the heavens. He no longer merely used fire as a tool. It was almost as though he had become fire itself. The leaders before him also cultivated fire. They had followed the path of fire for decades, perhaps centuries, but to his current eyes and transformed physique, their fire was childish, imperfect, crude. It's like comparing an ordinary campfire, lit with sticks and straw, to the heart of a volcano. Although Kyrian still could not fully wield the law of fire, his body, even transformed, was still too young to withstand such power. His eyes had absorbed a portion of that understanding, a portion of that authority, a portion of that power, and now they could manifest a fraction of it, without consequences, without damage, without destroying his own body. Chapter 391. Chapter 390. Chapter 391. His spine glowed beneath his skin. Through his orange robe, the one he had put on after emerging from the magma, a faint, pulsing light could be seen. Vertebra after vertebra, from the base of his neck down to his lower back. Golden veins lit up like liquid magma, running along his spine in a steady rhythm. The bone of the heavens stabilized everything. It allowed Kyrian to use that power without suffering as he had when he used the aura of ice against the five-horned lava lizard. The ice almost killed me back then, Kyrian thought. The old man retreated several more steps, his eyes fixed on Kyrian. He had realized that he should not face those flames head-on. Not with his current chi barrier, at least. His expression became increasingly ugly, a mixture of frustration, shock, and something darker. But at the same time, his expression became increasingly greedy. He murmured, his voice low. In his mind, there was no other explanation. That power, those flames capable of melting his barrier, that supernatural resilience, and that absurd increase in cultivation could only be the result of the inheritance. It could only be the result of the treasure hidden within the volcano. And that meant only one thing. He had to obtain it, at any cost. His greed increased. So did his killing intent. Then he advanced again, this time without the slightest hesitation. The spear rose above his head, pointed toward the sky. Fire chi exploded around his body, not as a defensive barrier, but as an offensive storm. Waves of heat radiated from him in every direction. An enormous flaming serpent appeared behind the old man. Composed entirely of concentrated spiritual energy, the serpent was colossal, easily 10 meters long. Its body formed from flames so dense they appeared solid. Its scales gleamed like molten metal, each one pulsing with chi. Its fangs, the size of short swords, looked capable of piercing any defense. The serpent roared. It was not the sound of an animal. It was the sound of fire burning, air exploding, and chi expanding. And it lunged forward. Following the old man's thrust, the serpent shot ahead. The attack crossed dozens of meters in less than a second, destroying everything in its path. Any core formation cultivator would have died instantly. Even someone at the peak of the realm, someone at the 9th stage, so close to spiritual awakening, would have been reduced to ashes. But Kyrian had no intention of confronting it directly. Being resistant did not mean being invulnerable. His body, even after being transformed by the bone of the heavens, even with bones harder than spiritual metals, could still be injured. The physical force contained within that spear, the impact, not the fire, was still dangerous. Very dangerous. A spiritual awakening spear could pierce even his reinforced bones. I can't block it, Kyrian thought. His eyes began to glow once more. The red flames within his pupils expanded until they occupied almost his entire iris. And the world responded. A sea of orange fire erupted around Kyrian. It was not a wall. It was not a barrier. It was an eruption. The very earth ignited. Kyrian felt the bone of the heavens pulse, and the ground around him answered. Walls of flame rose from the earth, completely blocking the advance of the flaming serpent. Not one wall, not two, dozens. The two energies collided, and it was not an even struggle. The serpent's flames, the old man's ultimate technique, his specialty, began to disappear. Consumed, devoured, as if they had encountered something superior, something dominant, something they simply could not challenge. The old man's eyes widened, his spear trembling in his hand. He could feel his chi being consumed. His technique, instead of advancing, was being absorbed by Kyrian's flames. Then he felt something else. Danger. Instinctively, he turned his head and saw them. Flames appearing behind him. Out of nowhere. Without warning. They had not come from the ground. They had not come from the air. They had simply appeared, as though space itself had caught fire. As if they could emerge anywhere within Kyrian's field of vision. The old man roared, a guttural, beast-like sound, as his chi barrier instantly formed around his body. The flames struck his defense and began to burn through it. Again, his expression changed. It was no longer frustration. It was fear. He retreated violently, abandoning his position, abandoning the attack, and abandoning the serpent that dissipated into the air without his command. But it was too late. A portion of the fire touched his sleeve. Half the fabric vanished in the blink of an eye, transformed into ashes that scattered through the air. The arm beneath remained intact only because he had reacted quickly enough to pull away before the flames could consume his flesh. But only barely. Very barely. The other 3 leaders fell completely silent. None of them could believe what they were seeing. A spiritual awakening expert, the oldest among them, the most experienced, the one with the highest cultivation, was being pressured by someone in the core formation realm. Someone who, theoretically, should not even have been capable of touching a spiritual awakening cultivator. It was absurd, unprecedented, monstrous. The old man was breathing heavily now, not from exhaustion. His body was still far from exhausted, very far, but from shock. His left sleeve had vanished, reduced to ashes. His pride was beginning to vanish as well. Meanwhile, Kyrian remained standing in the exact same spot, without injuries, without scratches, without even a burn. Every attack the old man had launched had missed, or, when they struck the flames, had been neutralized by the superior power of his fire. And even when the old man's fire chi managed to approach him, the flames simply disappeared, as if they were incapable of harming him. Silence overtook the battlefield. The wind scattered the ashes of the destroyed sleeve. Kyrian slowly raised his hand. An orange flame danced in his palm, small and controlled, yet pulsing with a power all 4 leaders could feel. Kyrian asked calmly. His eyes swept across the 4 men. There was no fear in his gaze. The old man gritted his teeth. His hand tightened around the black spear hard enough for his knuckles to turn white. But he did not attack again. Not immediately. Because for the first time, he was no longer certain he could win alone. Chapter 391. 392. Chapter 391. Chapter 392. The old man remained motionless for several seconds. His breathing was heavy, not from physical exertion, but from humiliation. Part of his sleeve had vanished, reduced to ashes that still drifted through the hot air. His arm still burned, a superficial burn throbbing with every beat of his heart. But what truly burned was not his skin. It was his pride. For decades, he had cultivated. For decades, he had faced beasts, killed enemies, accumulated resources, and survived in a world where only the strong remained alive. His reputation in Red Smoke City was feared. His name was whispered with respect. And now, a young man in the core formation realm was forcing him to retreat. Not merely retreat. He was damaging his confidence. The old man's eyes narrowed as he observed Kyrian. The boy remained completely unharmed. Not even his breathing seemed altered. His chest rose and fell with the same calm rhythm as before. His clothes were torn in several places, the fabric having failed to withstand the impacts, but the skin beneath remained intact. It was absurd. The old man thought, his mind analyzing frantically. He knew it. Fire attacks would not work against Kyrian. Every technique he used, every flame, every explosion, and every stream of fire chi would simply disappear upon approaching Kyrian. He was certain of that now. Perhaps that fire was not infinite. Perhaps it had limits, some restriction, some exhaustion, something that prevented Kyrian from using it forever. But until he discovered those limits, being hit directly meant death. Even his chi barrier, forged through decades of cultivation, had begun melting like wax beneath a flame. It was simply ridiculous. Then his thoughts shifted. His hand tightened around the black spear. The shaft creaked beneath his fingers. A direct thrust. A clean strike. A single well-placed physical attack. Nothing but steel and brute force. That was all he needed to kill Kyrian. The spear was a high-quality spiritual weapon, forged from rare metals. A direct thrust could pierce even the defenses of a cultivator at the same level. Against Kyrian, it should be more than enough. But there was a problem. Getting close. That cursed flame could appear practically anywhere. Worse, it seemed to respond to Kyrian's eyes, as if his very sight were a weapon, as if fire was born wherever he looked. The old man felt a headache forming at his temples. If he used all his strength, if he spent all his chi on a single attack, perhaps he could kill the boy. Perhaps. But then what? He would still have to face the other 3 leaders over the inheritance. And none of them were trustworthy. The slightest display of weakness, a heavier breath, a weaker barrier, or more serious wound, and the vultures would strike. They were not allies. They were temporary competitors, united by convenience rather than loyalty. His gaze quickly swept over the three companions. Greed. He saw the same thing in all of their eyes. All of them wanted the inheritance. All of them planned to kill the others when the opportunity arose. Then he made a decision. His spiritual sense expanded silently toward the three leaders. A message was sent. The three immediately received the transmission. None reacted outwardly. Their faces remained expressionless, their eyes fixed on Kyrian. Silence. The wind blew between them. Ashes danced through the air. Then another message. The others remained quiet for several seconds, pretending to think, pretending to evaluate. But they were not fools. All of them had seen what happened. All of them had watched the old man's sleeve turn to ashes. All of them had felt that fire, the heat that was not merely heat, but something deeper. One against one, none of them were certain they could win. The responses came. The agreement was sealed. Temporary, but sufficient. The next instant, the old man vanished. A movement technique exploded beneath his feet. It was a mobility art he had perfected over decades, releasing fire chi in a controlled explosion beneath his soles. The ground cracked where his feet touched. Chi concentrated into his legs, causing the muscles beneath his robe to visibly swell. His speed nearly doubled. There were no more flaming serpents, no more grand explosions, no more flashy techniques that announced their attacks in advance. Only speed, only a spear, only killing intent. The ground exploded behind him. Kyrian saw everything. His orange eyes followed every detail of the old man's charge. The contraction of the muscles in his right leg revealed the point of propulsion. The spear's trajectory was not straight, but slightly curved, adjusted within fractions of a second to compensate for any evasive movement. He was already preparing fire to intercept the attack when something changed. His peripheral vision caught something. A shadow, coming from the right, faster than the old man. Much faster. Another leader. An ambush. Kyrian immediately understood the strategy. They had joined forces, at least temporarily. The second leader entered his field of vision carrying the enormous double-bladed axe. The blade glowed with chi, a sharp and cutting energy that distorted the air around it, descending directly toward his neck. The old man with the spear from the front, the axe wielder from the side, perfectly synchronized. Kyrian did not think. He simply acted. His eyes lit up, not gradually, but instantly, as though a flame had been ignited within them. His orange pupils shone like living magma, radiating an intensity that eclipsed the sun itself. Then, a translucent orange explosion erupted from his eyes and spread outward from his body. The aura of fire. The wave was not directional. It was an explosion, an expansion of energy spreading simultaneously in all directions. The old man's eyes widened. The axe wielders did as well. Their pupils dilated in shock. Both activated defensive treasures almost instantly, not out of strategy, but instinct. Their hands flew toward their necks and spatial rings. Spiritual barriers emerged around their bodies. Translucent chi shields formed before them. Amulets hanging from their necks shone brightly, activating pre-prepared protections. Even so, they were hurled backward, like leaves struck by a storm. Both flew dozens of meters away, the old man 10 and the axe wielder 15, their boots carving deep trenches through the volcanic ground. Their protections cracked beneath the pressure of the aura. Fine lines of light appeared across the barriers, spreading like spiderwebs. Chapter 392, 393. Chapter 392. Chapter 393 before Kyrian could take advantage of the opening. He knew. This was the moment. The others would attack, now that he was focused on the first two. Kyrian turned immediately, not with hesitation, but with calculated precision. At the same time, the other two leaders finally moved. A saber and a sword, coming from different directions, not opposite, but angled, creating a web of attacks that was difficult to evade completely. Both aimed at vital points: back, neck, spine, heart. Kyrian felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He had just used the aura of fire. His body was still protesting, not like before, when he had nearly died using the aura of ice, but still. His new meridians ached. His bones burned. His new physique could withstand far more than the old one. The newly formed meridians were wide, more resilient. The bones reinforced by the bone of heaven had not cracked, but it was not limitless. He would not be able to repeat that immediately, so he relied only on his eyes. The world slowed down. The attacks became clear, visible, readable. The saber, a curved blade glowing with compressed fire chi, came down in a descending arc, targeting the junction between his neck and right shoulder. The sword, straight and longer, pulsing with vibrant energy, thrust directly toward his heart. Kyrian spun. It was not a full spin, only a half-body movement, saving fractions of a second. The saber grazed his shoulder. Kyrian felt the fabric of his robe tear, but the skin beneath remained intact. The sword sliced through the empty space where his head had been an instant before, so close that Kyrian felt the wind of the strike brush against his ear. Then he jumped. Both attacks struck the ground simultaneously. The entire mountain trembled, a violent quake spreading across the slope, sending rocks rolling in every direction. A massive crater appeared where the strikes had landed, so deep that the stone beneath was exposed. Fragments of rock were launched into the sky, some the size of fists, others the size of carts. Kyrian landed several meters away, his knees bending to absorb the impact, breathing deeply, and finally, he became irritated. Until now, he had tried to avoid the confrontation, not out of fear, but because he still did not fully understand his new strength. The transformed body, the new eyes, the connection to fire, everything was too recent. He needed time to understand his limits. He had tried talking. He had tried giving them chances. But enough was enough. Those four would not stop. Not while they saw him as a means to obtain Ming Hai's inheritance. Not while greed burned in their eyes. Then they would die. His eyes flashed. A single blink, and fire appeared. Not the aura, only the flames from his eyes, the same flames that had burned away the old man's sleeve. Two leaders immediately sensed danger. Their spiritual senses, sharpened by decades of combat, screamed a warning. Both vanished from their positions, not through teleportation, but through pure speed, their bodies moving before their brains could even process the command. Even so, they did not escape unharmed. The flames touched their bodies. Burns appeared on one man's arms, red, superficial, but painful. The other felt the fire on his leg, scorching both his robe and the skin beneath. Superficial injuries, but enough to frighten them. Meanwhile, the two previously struck by the aura of fire returned. The old man, his black spear shining with recompressed chi. The axe wielder, his twin blades spinning in an offensive pattern, attacking from opposite sides, left and right. The battle exploded. All four advanced in a coordinated sequence. The old man came first, a straight thrust without any flourish, the spear cutting through the air like a black bolt. Kyrian dodged with a sidestep, but before he could counterattack, the axe wielder was already there, his twin blades sweeping low toward Kyrian's legs. Kyrian jumped over the strike. In midair, the third leader, the swordsman, was already waiting. An upward thrust aimed at his chest. Kyrian crossed his arms. Clang! The metallic sound echoed across the mountain, not because Kyrian held a weapon, but because his forearms, reinforced by transformed bones, had blocked the blade. The sword leader's eyes widened. Impossible. My strike was blocked by... The leader exclaimed. Kyrian used the momentum to launch himself backward, gaining distance. He landed in a defensive stance. He looked at his arms. The sword strike had torn through the flesh and only stopped when it reached bone. Kyrian was fortunate that his bones were now extraordinarily resilient. Otherwise, he would have lost both arms. The pain did not affect him. The agony of implanting the bone of heaven had been thousands of times worse. Kyrian did not even have time to think. The four did not hesitate. The saber wielder came from the right, 3 rapid strikes, one horizontal, one diagonal, and one descending. Kirian dodged the first by leaning his torso backward. The blade passed mere centimeters from his nose. He blocked the second with his left forearm again, the saber biting into his arm until it struck bone. The bone vibrated from the impact, but did not break. He avoided the third with a full spin, the saber slicing through the air where his neck had been. Before he could counterattack, the old man was already there. The black spear pierced through the space Kirian had occupied, but Kirian had already moved, his eyes following the trajectory before the attack was even launched. The spear tip tore through his robe at shoulder height, but never touched his skin. Centimeters. Always centimeters. The four leaders had understood something important during the past minutes of battle. The fire appeared wherever Kirian looked, so they began attacking his blind spots, alternating constantly, always changing positions, always trying to surround him, always forcing his attention to one side while another attack came from the opposite direction. Kirian felt the pressure. His eyes could follow the movements of 2 opponents, the directions, angles, and speeds. But there were 4. When he focused on the old man, the axe wielder attacked. When he focused on the axe, the sword came. When he focused on the sword, the saber appeared. And they were coordinating. Not perfectly. There were still hesitations, overlaps, moments when 2 attacked the same point and interfered with each other. But with every exchange, they improved. Kirian quickly understood the strategy. They were trying to overload his perception, force him to divide his attention among too many stimuli until something slipped through. It would not work. Not completely. His eyes were simply too fast, but it was becoming exhausting, controlling the flames in his eyes, processing 4 streams of attacks from spiritual awakening cultivators simultaneously, dodging, blocking, retreating, all at once. Then he responded. Fire. A circle of orange flames rose from the ground around him. Not a complete ring, but a semicircle behind his back, protecting his blind spot. Anyone who wished to attack him from behind would first have to pass through those flames. And even the leaders hesitated, because they knew what would happen. The first time they touched that fire, their barriers melted. The second time, burns appeared. The third time, no one wanted to find out. Chapter 393, 394. Chapter 393. Chapter 394. So they continued pressing him, without stopping, without rest. The minutes dragged on. Kirian counted in his mind. 5 minutes passed. Dozens of exchanges. The old man advanced, one thrust, then another, then a third, retreating, attacking again. The axe wielder spun his blades in a hypnotic pattern, striking from impossible angles. The swordsman kept his distance, attacking with long, precise thrusts, retreating before Kirian could counterattack. The saber wielder was the most aggressive, always advancing, forcing Kirian to retreat, dodge, and expend energy. 10 minutes. Hundreds of blows exchanged. Kirian felt his muscles warming, his meridians pulsing, and his chi flowing at an accelerated rhythm. The other leaders were somewhat tired as well. Their breathing had grown heavier. Some had burns on their arms or legs. The old man still had not recovered his left sleeve. But they continued, because they knew their realms were higher, their chi reserves as well. Even though Kirian possessed 2 cores, even though he was monstrously efficient in his use of chi, Kirian was still only at the core formation realm. 4th stage of the core formation realm. The leaders knew that. They only needed to wait, tire him out, then kill him. A simple strategy, but an effective one. Another exchange. The old man advanced, a thrust that Kirian dodged with a sidestep. The axe wielder came right behind him, a double strike, horizontal and vertical, which Kirian blocked, causing fire to erupt before him. Kirian could not maintain a ring of fire around himself at all times. It consumed a great amount of chi, especially now that his flames had become so powerful they could affect cultivators far above his realm. That was why the battle had become so complicated. His chi reserves were not enough to fight all 4 of them. The sword came from the right. Kirian spun, the blade grazing his back. The saber came from the left. He threw himself forward, rolling across the volcanic ground, feeling the heat of the stone against his skin. Another explosion. Another dodge. Kirian took a deep breath. Then he realized, if he continued like this, merely dodging, merely defending, merely reacting, the fight would last a very long time. Too long. And he would be the one defeated in the end. His eyes moved, assessing the positions of the four. The old man in front of him, spear raised. The axe wielder on his right, blade spinning. The swordsman on his left, sword pointed at his heart. The saber wielder behind him, blocked by the ring of fire. For directions. For specialists. For attacks. They advanced simultaneously. Finally, all together. The old man struck first, his black spear slicing through the air like a swift serpent, aiming for Kirian's chest. Kirian dodged, but the axe wielder was already there, his blades sweeping low, aiming for his legs. He jumped, but the swordsman had already predicted the movement. His sword rose in an upward thrust, aiming for his abdomen. Kirian twisted in midair, but the saber wielder, who had circled around the ring of fire through a narrow angle, appeared behind his landing position. Spear, axe, sword, saber. 4 attacks converging from 4 directions. He had no escape. Kirian's eyes widened. They shone brightly. There was no time to think, only to act. The aura of fire exploded once again. An orange tempest swallowed everything. The shockwave spread in all directions, uncontrolled, unrefined, simply pure. The 4 leaders shouted, not in pain, but in surprise. They were thrown away. Their clothes caught fire, the orange flames clinging to the fabric as though alive. Their protections appeared immediately, translucent barriers, chi shields, and talismans activated in haste. The old man activated a bracelet that glowed red. The axe wielder crushed a talisman between his fingers. The swordsman summoned a cloak of energy that enveloped his body. The saber wielder activated a pendant that shone gold. Even so, all of them were repelled. All of them were forced back. All of them suffered. The old man fell to his knees, his barrier cracked, and his arm burned. The axe wielder rolled across the ground, extinguishing the flames on his sleeve. The swordsman spat blood, not much, but enough to show the impact. The saber wielder lost part of his eyebrow and his left eye to the flames. For the first time since the 4 attacked together, there was silence. Kirian breathed. Once. Deeply. Finally. A second of peace. He looked at the 4 of them. Burned. Injured. But alive. His body trembled, not from fear or pain caused by the countless accumulated wounds, but from exhaustion. The aura of fire consumed enormous amounts of chi and demanded much from his body. Kirian sighed. Slowly. Truly irritated. It's time to see the full power that the bone of the heavens allows me to wield, he declared loudly enough for all 4 to hear. His orange eyes lifted toward the sky, toward the great volcano behind him, toward the magma sleeping beneath the mountain, toward the heat that filled the entire region. The bone of the heavens pulsed. Once, twice, 3 times, like a gigantic heart beating within his spine. The world seemed to respond. The air became hotter, not gradually, but instantly. The stones around him began to redden, as though they were being heated from within. Small cracks appeared across the ground, radiating outward from Kirian's feet like spiderwebs. And a crimson glow began to emerge from within them, as if the mountain itself were awakening. The 4 leaders felt it. They felt it immediately. Something had changed. The fire chi in the surroundings, which had always been present but dispersed and natural, began to gather. Around Kirian, not as though he were absorbing it. It was as if the fire wanted to be near him, as if it recognized something. The leaders' expressions changed. For the first time, genuine terror appeared on their faces. They did not know exactly why. They only heard a rumble coming from the volcano, a deep, heavy sound that seemed to rise from the bowels of the earth. As Kirian's skin began to glow, orange and red, like living veins running across his arms, his neck, and his face. His spine shone so brightly that it could be seen through the clothes already torn by previous strikes. Kyrian closed his eyes for a brief moment, feeling the magma, the fire, the heat, the mountain. Everything seemed connected to him, like extensions of his own body, as if the entire volcano breathed together with his spine. Then he opened his eyes again. The red flames within his pupils burned like miniature suns. And for the first time since the battle had begun, Kyrian was no longer merely using the fire born from his own cores and comprehension. He was about to command the volcano itself. Chapter 394, 395. Chapter 394. Chapter 395. The world changed. The instant Kyrian fully unleashed the power of the bone of the heavens, he felt something impossible to describe, a sensation that transcended any previous experience. It was as if his consciousness had expanded, as if he no longer existed solely within the limits of his body, confined by flesh and bone, as if his boundaries had dissolved, allowing his perception to spread beyond his skin. The fire, the heat, the magma, the fiery chi spread across miles. All of it seemed to be part of him. Or perhaps it was the opposite. Perhaps he had become part of it. His spine pulsed violently, not the calm and rhythmic pulse from before, but a powerful throbbing, like the heart of an ancient beast awakening from millennia-long slumber. Each beat sent invisible waves through the surroundings. The air trembled. The ground vibrated. Even the light itself seemed to distort around Kyrian. Around his body, absurd quantities of fire chi began to gather. They were not entering his meridians. They were not being absorbed by his cores. They were simply orbiting his body, like stars around a sun, like servants gathering before a king. The air became heavy, so heavy that the 4 leaders found it difficult to breathe. Every inhalation was an effort. Every exhalation was a relief. The pressure surrounding Kyrian was so intense that it felt like an invisible hand squeezing their lungs. The old spear wielder widened his eyes. His spiritual sense screamed danger. Mortal danger. The chi gathered around Kyrian was so dense that it already surpassed the presence of any one of them individually. No, it surpassed all of them combined. It was like witnessing a mid- or high-stage spiritual awakening cultivator, one of those figures none of them would dare challenge. Muttered the axe wielder, his voice faltering. The swordsman was pale, so pale that his cheeks seemed to have lost all color. The saber wielder gripped the handle of his weapon so tightly that his knuckles turned white, tendons bulging beneath his skin. Then, the volcano roared. The sound seemed to split the heavens. The entire mountain shook, not a light tremor, but a violent earthquake that sent rocks tumbling down the slopes and open cracks throughout the ground. Gigantic fissures appeared around the crater, spreading outward like cosmic spiderwebs. Some were several meters wide, others dozens. Seconds later, the magma erupted. A colossal pillar of lava shot upward, not dozens of meters, but hundreds. The flow surged toward the sky like an incandescent spear, illuminating the entire region with a red-orange blaze. The sky turned crimson instantly. Molten rocks flew in every direction, some the size of fists, others the size of wagons. A rain of fire began to fall upon the region, and then came the second explosion, then the third, then the fourth. The great volcano erupted, completely, like an ancient beast awakening from a millennia-long slumber, hungry, furious, alive. The sea of magma began overflowing down the mountainsides, descending the mountain like rivers of fire, devouring everything in its path. Rocks melted, ash ignited. The very air seemed to burn. The 4 leaders felt their blood run cold, because the lava was not flowing randomly. It was not following the natural pull of gravity, spreading in every direction as it should have. It was moving toward them, like an army obeying orders, like a living tide. The old man immediately transmitted through his spiritual sense, his mental voice filled with urgency. Kill him now. The other 3 agreed instantly. None of them were fools. They had all seen enough. That young man was not normal. Perhaps he never had been. Perhaps from the very beginning they had provoked a monster. But now it was too late. Only killing remained. The four figures vanished. Movement techniques activated simultaneously, each leader using his finest movement art, the one reserved for moments of life and death. The ground exploded beneath their feet, craters opening where they had stood. Their speeds doubled, then doubled again. The old man charged from the front, his black spear glowing with compressed chi, crimson runes pulsing along the shaft. The axe-wielder came from the right, his twin blades spinning in a deadly pattern, every rotation slicing through the air with a sharp hum. The swordsman attacked from the left, his straight sword shining with a bluish light, a precision technique capable of piercing any defense. The saber-wielder came from behind, his curved blade covered in crimson flames, the heat distorting the air around it. For perfect attacks, for different angles, no openings, no possibility of escape. Kirian saw everything. His eyes, those orange eyes with crimson flames dancing within the pupils, analyzed every movement. But he also understood something. He would not be able to dodge. The four attacks covered every direction with a speed far beyond anything they had used before. Kirian could not evade that speed. There was no room for a sidestep, no room for a jump, no room for a spin, nor could he block. For spiritual awakening specialists, for high-quality spiritual weapons, for synchronized attacks, even with his reinforced bones, even with his enhanced resilience, he would not survive taking those strikes. But he was not worried, because at that moment, the world was his ally. The four attacks were about to reach him. The old man could already taste victory, his spear mere inches from Kirian's chest. The axe-wielder was already smiling. The swordsman was already planning his next move. The saber-wielder was already anticipating the impact. Then, Kirian's body vanished. Simply vanished. There was no movement technique, no burst of speed, no spatial displacement. One moment he was there. The next moment he was not. The leader's eyes widened. The four attacks struck only empty space. The resulting explosion, the collision of four spiritual awakening techniques converging upon the same point, was cataclysmic. A shock wave spread in every direction. Dozens of meters of the mountain were destroyed. Rocks were pulverized. Craters opened. Ash spread like a deadly cloud. But Kirian was no longer there. Chapter 395, 396. Chapter 395. Chapter 396. Then they felt a pressure. Coming from above. Slowly, the four leaders raised their heads and froze. Kirian hovered dozens of meters above the ground. In the sky, his spine glowed through his torn clothes so intensely that every individual vertebra could be seen through the charred fabric. Veins of orange light ran across his body like rivers of magma, flowing down his arms, climbing his neck, and spreading across his chest. But the most impressive thing were the wings. Two gigantic wings made entirely of fire and chi. They were not bird wings, nor bat wings, nor dragon wings. They were something new, beautiful, majestic, terrifying. Each feather seemed composed of liquid magma, bright, pulsing, and alive. Every movement of the wings made the air vibrate, creating visible ripples in the atmosphere. It was not Kirian's chi that sustained those wings. It was the chi of the environment. The volcano itself sustained those wings. The wings beat once. Only once. A wave of heat spread throughout the entire region. The surrounding stones began to melt, and the four leaders were forced to retreat. The saber-wielder felt the skin on his face burn. Not a superficial burn, but a deep pain, as if the fire were trying to penetrate through his chi barrier. The old man clenched his teeth so hard that one of them cracked. He had never seen anything like this. Kirian observed the four from above. His face was cold, emotionless. His eyes glowed like divine embers, not the weak glow of a campfire, but the intense radiance of a miniature sun. Then he raised a hand and felt it. The connection, the volcano, the magma, the fire, everything. It was like moving an arm, like closing a hand, natural and instinctive. And the lava responded. The scarlet sea flowing down the slopes, that ocean of fire Kirian had summoned from the heart of the volcano, changed direction. It was not a gradual change, like a river encountering an obstacle. It was an instantaneous change, like an army receiving an order, like a colossal serpent, like a living tsunami. It surged directly toward the four leaders. The four turned pale, because they knew if that lava reached them, they would die. Even with their defensive treasures, spiritual barriers, protective talismans, and Shi armor. Even with decades of combat experience. Even as spiritual awakening cultivators. It was magma from a real volcano. They would not survive it for long. The old man roared a desperate command. A useless one, because all of them were already running. Each leader shot off in a different direction, abandoning any formation, any coordination, any pride, thinking only of survival. But the lava was fast, far too fast, guided by Kirian's will. The axe wielder was the first. He ran like a madman, his legs burning chi at absurd rates. He looked back and saw the scarlet wall approaching, a 50-meter-high barrier of lava advancing like the fury of the earth itself. He tried to activate a defensive treasure, a bracelet that glowed blue and created a translucent barrier around his body. It lasted less than a second. The lava passed through it, as if it did not exist. Then it swallowed him. His scream echoed across the mountain, a sound of pure terror, indescribable agony, and final despair. It lasted only a few moments. Then it vanished. Along with him, the swordsman was the second. He had seen what happened to his companion. He tried to run faster. He used a movement technique that burned his own life essence, something that would shorten his lifespan by years. His speed increased dramatically. For a few seconds, he almost escaped. Then a massive arm of magma rose from the ground before him, like a gigantic wave, like the hand of an enraged god, and struck him directly. His body disappeared into the incandescent ocean. His arms, his legs, his torso, his head, gone, without leaving a trace, without a scream. The saber wielder lasted longer, much longer. He ran like a madman, not in a straight line, but in a zigzag pattern, trying to confuse the lava. He leaped over fissures, dodged rocks, and used his own fire technique in an attempt to redirect the flow. He burned his life essence as well, more and more, until his body began to wither. His speed rose to insane levels. For a moment, it seemed he might succeed, that he might escape, that he might survive, but it was not enough. The lava caught him. First his legs. They melted instantly. Then his waist. His spine snapped apart. Then the rest. His scream of despair echoed for several seconds. The sound of a man being consumed alive by the fire of the earth, until it disappeared completely. Silence. 3 dead. Only one survived. The old man. The strongest. The most experienced. The one with the highest cultivation among the 4. He too was burning his life essence. He could feel his life being consumed, his remaining years dwindling with every passing second. His expression was one of complete despair, not the calculated anger from before, not the arrogance of someone who believed himself superior. It was the desperation of a hunted animal. He ran frantically, his feet barely touching the ground. He did not even dare look back. Then, blood trickled from Kirian's nose. 1 drop, then another, then a thin stream. An extreme headache began to pulse within his skull, throbbing as though something were trying to claw its way out. Controlling that power, the wings of fire, the manipulation of lava, and the connection with the volcano were forcing his body beyond its limits. His meridians burned, his muscles trembled, his brain felt as though it were on fire, and his control was beginning to waver. The bone of the heavens shone intensely, so intensely that Kirian could see his own spine through his skin, every vertebra pulsing like a heart. But it was already showing signs of exhaustion. The glow dimmed. The pulsations weakened. The veins of light across his body darkened. Kirian wiped away the blood with his thumb, completely ignoring it. His eyes remained fixed on the old man. One was still alive. Then he beat his wings. Once. The sound exploded across the sky. Not an ordinary wing beat, but a sonic detonation. His body became an orange blur. The speed was absurd. Several times faster than the old man, who was already at his limit, burning his life essence to run faster than he ever had before. The world seemed to vanish around him. The sky, the ground, the mountains, the ash. In a single instant, Kyrian appeared in front of the fleeing cultivator, completely blocking his path. Chapter 396, 397. Chapter 396. Chapter 397. The old man almost stumbled. He stopped abruptly, so abruptly that his feet carved deep grooves into the volcanic ground. His face was pale, covered in sweat, not the sweat of exertion, but the cold sweat of fear. For the first time since the beginning of the battle, he looked like an ordinary old man, frightened, desperate, broken. He raised both hands, a gesture of surrender. The black spear, his most precious weapon, fell to the ground with a metallic clang. His voice trembled, not with calculated hesitation, but with genuine fear. Kyrian simply watched him, in silence. His entire body ached. His arms were covered in deep cuts through which the red bone beneath could be seen. His two spiritual cores were nearly completely dry, without chi, without energy, empty. His head throbbed, a dull, constant pain that seemed to come from inside his skull. All of this because of them, because they had decided to attack him, because they had decided to rob him, because they had decided to kill him. There was nothing to discuss. The old man saw the answer in his eyes. He saw no anger. He saw no hatred. He saw no vengeance. He saw indifference, as if he were already dead. And he panicked. He turned to flee again, moving with the speed of a cornered animal. But it was too late. Kyrian raised his hand. The surrounding fire chi responded to immediately. Hundreds of strands of orange energy, as thin as hairs, yet as strong as steel cables, wrapped around the old man. Like chains, like serpents, like flaming fingers. He screamed. He tried to escape, his arms thrashing, his legs kicking wildly through the air. He tried to fight back, activating every treasure remaining within his spatial ring, barriers appearing only to be destroyed instantly. He tried to break free, releasing every bit of chi he still possessed, an explosion of energy that opened a crater around him. But he failed. The flames touched his body and began to burn him. First, his clothes evaporated instantly. Then his skin melted like wax. Then his flesh charred, blackened, and fell away in pieces. The old man screamed. A horrible scream. Desperate, agonizing, inhuman. His body began to melt, like wax before a furnace. His arms vanished, first the fingers, then the hands, then the forearms. Then the torso, his chest collapsed inward, his ribs shattered apart. Then the face, his mouth still screaming, his eyes still pleading, even as his skin dripped away, until even his voice was consumed. A few seconds later, nothing remained, only ashes, which the wind carried away. Kyrian remained motionless for several moments. His body trembled, not from fear, but from exhaustion. The wings of fire vanished, dissolving into embers that slowly drifted toward the ground. The glow of his spine weakened, the vertebrae dimming one by one, from the base of his neck to his lower back. The environmental chi, which had gathered around him like an army before its king, returned to the world. Like a receding tide, the connection with the volcano disappeared, the roar of the magma diminished, the eruptions ceased, and the lava resumed its slow descent down the mountainside, without direction, without purpose, simply following gravity. And finally, his body demanded its price. He fell to his knees. He coughed blood, then more blood. A dark puddle formed on the ground beneath his face. An absurd pain spread through every muscle, as if every fiber had been torn apart and stitched back together. His spine felt as though it had been crushed, every vertebra aching as if cracked. His meridians burned. His arms were covered in deep cuts, skin split open, muscles exposed. His two spiritual cores were completely dry. The aura of fire, the flames in his eyes, the control over the volcano. All of it consumed far more energy than he possessed. His realm was still too low, far too low. But even so, a smile appeared on his lips. Tired, injured, but genuine. It had worked. He had won. For spiritual awakening cultivators. Alone, Kyrian slowly sat down on a black stone, the nearest one, the flattest one. His entire body trembled, involuntary spasms running through his muscles, his hands, and his legs. But he was satisfied. He felt invincible, at least within the core formation realm. And even early spiritual awakening cultivators, those in the first or second stage, perhaps even the third, were no longer an impossible threat while he used the eyes of fire and the bone of heaven. Even so, a conclusion emerged clearly within his mind. Much more. His eyes were becoming far too powerful. Every evolution, every new insight dramatically increasing their consumption. What had once been an advantage, having two cores, was now beginning to seem insufficient. Perhaps a third core would solve part of the problem. Perhaps not. His gaze then fell upon his spatial ring. An idea appeared. He murmured quietly. Quickly, he took out several recovery pills from his own ring, the same ones he had refined in the bloody court, the same ones that had previously produced almost no effect at all, because his body was different, imperfect and mortal, disconnected from the heavenly will. But now, it was different. Kyrian placed the pills into his mouth. He swallowed. Instantly, they began to dissolve, transforming into medicinal energy, not the rough and violent energy of before, but something gentler, more natural. A pleasant warmth spread through his body, beginning in his stomach, rising through his chest, and flowing down his arms. Soon afterward came a burning sensation. His wounds began to burn, not like fire, but like something deeper. His muscles as well, the torn fibers contracting, reconnecting, regenerating. But it was a good pain, the pain of recovery. Kyrian's eyes widened slightly. It worked. The pills truly worked. For the first time in his life, since he had begun cultivating, since he had learned to refine pills, his body accepted them. His new body was finally that of a true cultivator, or something very close to it. A tired smile appeared on his face. Then he closed his eyes. The medicinal energy continued to circulate, healing, regenerating, and there he remained, alone, amid the ashes of his enemies, waiting for his strength to return. Chapter 397, 398. Chapter 397. Chapter 398. The sky was still red. Even hours after the battle, the great volcano continued spewing smoke, ash, and small amounts of magma through the cracks spread across its slopes. The heat remained suffocating, a heat that came not only from the volcano, but from the earth itself, as if the entire mountain were feverish. But now there was silence. No roars of spiritual techniques colliding. No clash of weapons echoing through the mountains. No killing intent filled the surroundings like a poisonous fog. Only the distant sound of lava slowly flowing down the slopes, a constant sound, like the breathing of a sleeping beast. Kyrian remained seated on the black stone where he had fallen after the battle. Eyes closed, breathing slow and measured, not the rapid rhythm of exhaustion, but the controlled pattern of someone recovering. His clothes were still torn and burned in several places, revealing deep cuts that had already partially healed. The recovery pills had worked far better than he had imagined. His new body truly was different now. Before, when he was still immortal with an innate talent, when his meridians did not exist and his body rejected any energy that was not absorbed directly through his eyes, pills had been practically useless. The medicinal energies simply circulated inside him, incapable of being properly absorbed. His mortal body rejected part of the medicinal essence. The rest dissipated. But now, everything had changed. His body seemed starved for energy. The medicinal properties had been absorbed almost completely, accelerating his regeneration to a level Kyrian had never experienced before. The cuts on his arms, the ones opened by the old man's spear and the second leader's axe, had already closed. The exposed flesh had vanished, replaced by new skin, pink and sensitive. Even the muscles torn apart by the excessive use of the aura of fire had partially recovered. His body recovered much faster than his chi. That was strange, unusual, the opposite of what should happen. Normally, chi recovered first, and the physical body recovered afterward, nourished by spiritual energy. With Kyrian, it was the opposite. His physical body regenerated at an absurd speed, but his cores remained empty. Maybe it just needs more time. Kyrian slowly opened his eyes. The orange pupils still glowed faintly in the reddish darkness of the volcano, not with the intense brilliance from before, where he controlled the magma and the wings of fire, but with a residual glow, like nearly extinguished embers. He took a deep breath. His body still hurt, a dull and widespread pain, as though every bone, every muscle, and every tendon had been stretched beyond its limits and was now slowly contracting back into place. But now it was bearable. He could walk again, not quickly, but without staggering at every step. He could move his arms without feeling as though the bones would split apart. He could breathe without coughing blood. That was already enough. However, there was still something strange. Kyrian placed a hand over his spine, and he felt it, faintly. The bone of the heavens, that pulsating presence that had transformed his body, that had created his meridians, that had connected him to the heavenly will, seemed completely drained. No pulse, no glow, no absurd sensation of connection with the world around him like before. His spine now felt merely normal, or at least as close to normal as something like that could possibly feel. Kyrian frowned slightly, commanding the surrounding fire chi. He closed his eyes briefly, analyzing his own condition with meticulous attention. The bone of the heavens did not seem damaged. The crystalline vertebrae, dark red with golden veins running through them, were still there, perfectly fitted into his spine. There were no cracks, no loose fragments, and no signs that anything had broken. Only exhaustion, like a spiritual weapon completely drained of energy, like a reservoir of chi that had been entirely emptied. Kyrian thought, that power probably won't be usable again anytime soon. Kyrian let out a small sigh. That confirmed something important. The absolute power of the bone of the heavens, that control over the environment, that connection with the entire volcano, was not something he could use freely. Not yet. It was a final trump card, a card that should only be used when no other choice remained. Even so, a faint smile appeared on his lips. It had been worth it. He had survived. More than that, he had won. For spiritual awakening experts, alone with that power, Kyrian slowly placed his hands against the stone and stood up. His legs wavered slightly for a moment, the muscles still trembling, his knees still threatening to buckle, but they soon stabilized. The ground was hot beneath his boots, but he barely noticed. Then he began to walk. Lava still flowed down the slopes, illuminating everything with a reddish glow that danced across the black rocks. Ash drifted through the heated air, rising in slow spirals before being carried away by the wind. The smell of burning filled the entire region. Kyrian walked calmly toward the place where the old spear wielder had died. Or rather, toward the place where his ashes had been scattered. Almost nothing remained there. Where once there had been a spiritual awakening cultivator, a man of flesh and bone with decades of history, now there was only a dark mark upon the volcanic ground. No bonus, no weapon, no scraps of clothing. The fury of the fire Kyrian had summoned, the power of the bone of the heavens channeled through his eyes, had consumed everything. Only dark ashes scattered across the ground. In a spatial ring, Kyrian slowly bent down, his knees protesting from the effort, and picked up the object. The metal was still warm. He observed the ring for several seconds, turning it between his fingers. I really don't understand how these things are made, he thought. The old man literally melted alive. The volcanic stone itself turned liquid, and yet the ring remains intact. It almost seems indestructible. It was absurd, but useful. Kyrian placed the new ring on another finger. Then he looked around. The other 3 leaders had died inside the lava. Their spatial rings probably still existed somewhere, submerged beneath the magma. Kyrian observed the scarlet rivers flowing down the mountain, some wide, others narrow, all glowing with a heat that distorted the air above them. He murmured. He closed his eyes for a moment. He tried to feel it. He tried to reach for that previous connection, that sensation that fire was an extension of his body, that the mountain responded to his will. Nothing happened, not even the slightest response. His bone of the heavens remained silent. Dead, exhausted, Kyrian opened his eyes again. He let out a small sigh, not of frustration, but acceptance. The old man was clearly the strongest, the oldest as well. Chapter 398, 399. Chapter 398. Chapter 399. Kyrian returned to the stone where he had been resting earlier and sat down once more. The rock was still warm, but not uncomfortable. Then he closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into the newly acquired spatial ring, and immediately he realized it. It was enormous. The internal space of the old man's ring was far larger than Kyrian's own spatial ring, perhaps twice as large, perhaps 3 times. Mountains of spiritual stones filled part of the inner space. They were mid-grade spiritual stones, glowing with a more intense light. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. Kyrian was genuinely surprised. It was more than he had accumulated throughout his entire journey so far. Besides the spiritual stones, there were weapons. Many weapons. Long swords, short swords, straight blades, curved blades. Axes, single-bladed, double-bladed, enormous and small. Sabers, some with blades that still gleamed even inside the ring, others more subdued. Spears, including the very black spear used by the old man during the battle. Daggers, bows, knives, dozens of them. Some appeared to be ordinary, well-crafted weapons without special properties. Others were clearly spiritual, glowing with their own chi, pulsing with stored energy, including the very black spear wielded by the old man during the battle. Kyrian recognized the weapon immediately. Even now, stored inside the ring, it emitted an oppressive presence, a sensation of restrained power, a fire waiting to be unleashed. There were also dozens of strange treasures. Bracelets, some made of metal, others of materials Kyrian did not recognize. Pendants hanging from thin chains, each bearing a different gem. Talismans, small strips of paper or leather covered in symbols, some burned along the edges as if they had already been used. Metal shields, some the size of a forearm, others large enough to cover an entire torso. Formation plates, discs of jade or metal engraved with runes. An enormous quantity of pills. Hundreds of rank 3 pills for chi recovery, wound healing, and meridian purification. Dozens of rank 4 pills, more powerful and rarer. Even a few rank 5 pills, only a handful, but each one worth a small fortune by itself. Of course, for Kyrian, they were not particularly special, since he himself could refine such pills. But curiously, none of that was what attracted his attention the most. There was something far more important now. Much more important. He murmured softly. His eyes shone, not with greed, but with interest. Kyrian began removing books and jade plates from the old man's spatial ring, placing them carefully across the black stone surrounding him. 1, 2, 5, 10, dozens. The books varied in size, some thin with fewer than 50 pages, others thick with hundreds. Their covers were made of leather, wood, metal, and materials Kyrian had never seen before. The jade plates, used to store enormous amounts of information in compact form, glowed faintly, their surfaces covered in tiny runes. He carefully spread them across the stone, using his control over fire to prevent the books from burning. Then he began examining them. After several minutes of silence, with only the sound of the volcano in the background, he reached a conclusion. His eyes slowly passed over the books, registering their names, covers, and materials. The battle techniques were tempting, very tempting. Some appeared extremely powerful, with fire techniques capable of amplifying his attacks, movement techniques that could increase his speed, and defensive techniques that could protect his body. But they were not the priority now. The most important thing at this moment was something else. His third core. Kyrian picked up the first book. The cover was dark red, nearly black, made from the hide of some unknown beast. The texture was rough but flexible, as though the book had been treated with something to preserve it. Golden runes were engraved across the surface, glowing faintly whenever the ash-filtered light touched them. He slowly read the name. Kyrian. Opened the book. The pages were thin, almost transparent, covered in precise and elegant calligraphy. Every character had been carefully written, every chi flow diagram drawn with meticulous accuracy. It was a cultivation technique of the path of fire. Profound, complex, far superior to the common techniques Kyrian had seen before, far more detailed, far more complete. The technique allowed cultivation all the way to the peak of the spiritual awakening realm. This was probably the old man's technique, Kyrian thought. It made sense. That man's fiery chi had been extremely refined, not the wild and uncontrolled fire of a beginner, but a disciplined flame shaped by decades of cultivation. Kyrian continued flipping through the book in silence, his eyes scanning each page attentively. The technique seemed powerful, very powerful, and beyond that, compatible with him. His body now possessed an absurd affinity with fire after the implantation of the bone of the heavens. Heat no longer affected him. Flames recognized him. Fire chi itself seemed drawn toward him. If he cultivated using a technique of the path of fire, his progress would likely become extremely fast. His third core could become absurdly powerful. Kyrian slowly closed the book. He murmured. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. He looked at his own eyes reflected in a metallic blade lying among the scattered treasures. Orange eyes, red flames dancing within the pupils. Fire. That is what they are now. Fire. But he knew. That was not all. His eyes did not belong solely to fire. They changed. They transformed. When he activated ice, his eyes became blue, with snowflake-shaped pupils. When he activated the sword, his eyes became green, with blade-shaped pupils. When he activated blood, his eyes became crimson red. Multiple paths. His chi changed together with his eyes. The path changed as well. Fire, ice, blood, sword, lightning, perhaps others in the future. New paths he had not yet discovered. New colors that had not yet appeared within his eyes. Kyrian could feel it clearly. If he created a core based purely on fire, following the old man's technique, absorbing only fire chi, channeling only fiery energy, that core would become trapped, limited, incapable of keeping up with the mutable nature of his eyes. And that was not what he wanted. Not at all. I need something different, Kyrian thought. But then another question arose. Did something like that even exist? Kyrian had never heard of anything similar. Cultivators chose a path, fire, ice, wind, earth, wood, blood, sword, or whatever it might be, and followed that path until the end. For decades, for centuries, until death or transcendence. No one simply changed the nature of their own chi. That should have been impossible. Kyrian could only do it because his eyes were absurdly abnormal, an anomaly within another anomaly, an exception that broke the rules. He remained silent, thinking, frowning. Chapter 399, 400. Chapter 399. Chapter 400. The books were scattered around him. The volcano roared in the background. Ash fell slowly from the sky. An entire minute passed. Then, an idea emerged. Suddenly, so suddenly that Kyrian's eyes widened slightly. He murmured. His heart began to race, not from fear, but from excitement. His mind seemed to clear instantly, as if an invisible fog, a fog he had not even realized existed, had suddenly vanished. A strange sensation spread through his body, tingling, electric, light, natural, as if something inside him had finally aligned. Silence. The volcano continued roaring in the distance, but Kyrian barely heard it. His mind was elsewhere. Then, a smile slowly appeared on his lips. Not an ordinary smile, not the cold smile of superiority, not the exhausted smile of relief. It was genuine, filled with excitement, filled with anticipation, filled with ambition. He slowly tightened his grip on the book in his hands, not with force, but with determination. The decision was born in that instant, firm and unshakable. The words echoed softly along the volcano's slope. But the moment they were spoken, Kyrian felt something strange. A faint sensation passed through his mind, like a breeze, like a gentle wave. As if the world itself had responded. As if some invisible barrier, a barrier he had not even known existed, had shattered. His eyes narrowed slightly. He did not know exactly what had happened. He did not know whether it was significant or merely his imagination. But he was certain. It was something important. Something good. Kirian then looked once more at the books scattered around him. His gaze became serious, not serious with worry, but serious with purpose. He pulled two more books from his own spatial ring, the techniques he had found earlier inside the mountain tomb where he encountered the young man from the White Tower. Weaker techniques, but still useful. Now, Kirian possessed 5 different cultivation techniques, 5 different ways to understand the flow of qi, 5 different perspectives on how a cultivator could evolve. And that was only the beginning. Kirian took a deep breath. Then he opened the first book once again. His eyes began scanning every symbol, every described flow of qi, every circulation method. The study had begun. For the first time since stepping onto the path of cultivation, he was finally beginning to create something truly his own, something only he could understand. Ash danced around Kirian, and there he remained, studying. About half an hour passed quickly. The sky remained red above the great volcano, stained by ash and the constant glow of magma flowing down the slopes. The color never changed, always the same deep red that resembled coagulated blood beneath the light of a dying sun. Kirian remained seated upon the black stone the entire time, motionless. The books scattered around him, the cultivation techniques, battle techniques, scrolls, and jade slips had all already been completely read. Every symbol, every word, every qi circulation diagram, every explanation regarding meridians, spiritual absorption, and energy refinement. Everything. With his special eyes, Kirian possessed perfect memory. No matter how complex the content was, how dense the explanations were, how intricate the diagrams might be, reading something only once was enough for the information to engrave itself deeply into his mind, as though carved into stone. If he wished, he could recite any of those books backward without making a single mistake. It was terrifying and useful, but memorizing was only the beginning. Understanding was what truly mattered now. Kirian slowly closed his eyes as he mentally reviewed all 5 cultivation techniques, one by one, separating their differences, their foundations, their paths. The first technique that surfaced in his mind was the Crimson Flame Solar Art, the Spear Elder's technique. Kirian carefully recalled every page, every flow diagram, every explanation about meridians, and every detail regarding qi compression. It was an extremely aggressive technique. Its entire foundation revolved around compressing fire qi into an absurdly pure and explosive state. The cultivator absorbed fiery qi from the environment, repeatedly refined it within the meridians, compressing, burning, purifying, and then accumulating it within the spiritual core. The purer the fire, the more destructive the qi became. The technique also greatly strengthened the physical body, especially the meridians. According to the book, this was necessary because the qi refined by the Crimson Flame Solar Art was naturally too violent for ordinary meridians to endure. Without a strong body, the cultivator's own qi would destroy them from within. The energy flow described by the technique resembled a river of magma. Heavy, dominating. Kirian immediately understood why the old man possessed such explosive attacks. His qi had been extremely refined, far more refined than that of ordinary cultivators within the same realm. Every attack carried years of compression. Furthermore, the technique seemed to greatly increase the offensive power of any fire technique used by the cultivator. The technique is good, Kirian thought, and yet something still felt incompatible, limited. The Crimson Flame Solar Art demanded absolute specialization in fire. Everything within it revolved around that. Absorption, refinement, circulation, storage, everything was designed to maximize the power of fire, and only fire. The technique practically transformed the cultivator into a living furnace. Kirian slowly opened his eyes. Soon after, his attention shifted to the second technique, another technique of the path of fire, but clearly inferior to the first. Its name was... Kirian picked up the book once more for a few seconds, observing the simple red leather cover, without runes, without ornaments, only the title engraved in ordinary characters. Unlike the Crimson Flame solar art, this technique seemed far more stable, less destructive, less aggressive. Its focus was not explosion, but continuity. Chapter 400-401. Chapter 400. Chapter 401. The book taught how to cultivate fire chi slowly, absorbing small amounts at a time, refining it calmly, accumulating it patiently, and strengthening the body's natural affinity with flames and heat over time. It was a safer technique, easier, more suitable for ordinary cultivators who did not possess exceptional talent or unlimited resources. Furthermore, it had an interesting focus on regeneration through internal heat, burning small amounts of chi to accelerate the healing of injuries. Kirian thought. He seemed like the kind of man who only respected raw power. But for ordinary cultivators, it must be far easier to use. Kirian quickly noticed several fundamental differences between the two techniques. The Crimson Flame solar art refined chi until it became extremely violent, concentrated, dense, and explosive. Meanwhile, the Blazing Ember scripture prioritized stability, a constant flow, a flame that burned for hours instead of exploding in seconds. One technique focused on absolute destructive power. The other is on continuous control. One demanded absurd talent. The other allowed gradual progress. Kirian began to understand something important at that moment. Even techniques from the same path can be completely different. The path is only the foundation. The way one walks changes everything. Then came the techniques found inside the tomb, the ones he had obtained even before arriving at Red Smoke City. Kirian picked up the third book. The cover was dark green, almost alive, its texture resembling tree bark, and small veins ran across its surface as if the book itself were a living plant. A technique from the Path of Wood. Kirian showed a bit more interest this time. The Path of Wood was not something he had explored. His eyes had never manifested that affinity. But the technique itself was interesting. Instead of dominating chi, as the fire techniques did, compressing and forcing it, this one taught harmony. The cultivator slowly absorbed the surrounding natural life energy, connecting with trees, plants, and a natural environment. Not as a conqueror, but as a guest. The chi flow described by the technique was calm, gentle, like roots slowly growing beneath the earth, stretching in search of nutrients without haste, without violence. The technique greatly strengthened vitality, regeneration, and physical endurance. Furthermore, it possessed a curious characteristic. The closer the cultivator was to nature, in ancient forests, untouched mountains, and places rich with life, the faster they would cultivate. The environment mattered. Kirian found that interesting. He thought. Furthermore, the energy circulation of that technique seemed far more flexible, less rigid, less domineering. The meridians were not forced to follow a single pattern. They adapted, changed, grew. Kirian carefully memorized every detail. Even if he never directly used that technique, even if his eyes never manifested the green of wood, it still gave him new ideas, new perspectives. Then came the fourth technique, a technique from the Path of Wind. It's nameless. Compared to the previous ones, it seemed simple, much simpler. The book was thin, less than 50 pages, and the content was direct, without unnecessary explanations. The technique focused almost entirely on speed. Chi circulated through the meridians in light and rapid patterns, reducing the body's weight, decreasing air resistance, and drastically increasing agility and movement speed. There was nothing very profound about it, nothing extremely complex. It was direct, objective, efficient. Kirian completely understood the technique within a few minutes. He thought, it lacks depth, it lacks refinement. Even so, there was something useful about it. The chi flow described was extremely fluid, without interruptions, without violent compressions, without artificial blockages, almost like flowing water. Kirian mentally stored that information as well. Then he remained silent for a few seconds, reviewing everything, comparing. The fire techniques are aggressive, domineering, and demanding of strong bodies and exceptional talent. The wood technique is harmonious, adaptable, and growing alongside the environment. The wind technique, simple, fluid, focused on a single objective. Each possessed a completely different philosophy. Each treated chi differently. Some dominated it. Others guided it. Others compressed it. Others freed it. Kirian obviously still had no idea how to create his own cultivation technique. He had no method, no plan, not even certainty that it was possible. But it was already a beginning, a foundation. He had confidence. After studying dozens, perhaps hundreds of techniques, he would be capable of creating something truly his own. Then, his attention finally turned toward the final technique. The strangest of them all. Kirian slowly picked up the remaining book, frowning. At first, upon reading the name, he imagined it was a dual-path technique. A rare technique that simultaneously used fire and ice, two opposing elements that normally annihilate each other. That immediately sparked his interest. After all, his eyes possessed precisely both paths. Perhaps that technique was the key to something greater. But when he opened the book, he quickly realized he was completely mistaken. The book contained very few words. Very few. Most of its content consisted of images. Images of a man and a woman, in extremely strange positions. There were dozens of them, some simple, others complex, and others that seemed to require superhuman flexibility. Each image was accompanied only by brief explanations about chi circulation, where the man's chi should flow, where the woman's chi should meet it, and how the two energies should merge. Kirian stared silently for a few seconds, confused. He had never seen anything like it. But he vaguely remembered hearing disciples commenting about something similar while walking through the Verdant Sword sect, muffled giggles, meaningful looks, and comments he had not understood at the time. Then, he finally understood. His expression became strange, neither shocked nor embarrassed, simply curious. He flipped back a few pages, observing the drawings once more. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.